I was running for my life when my own party's magic wrapped around my legs and tried to kill me. The corridor behind me was full of goblin princes, not the little green ones you laugh about your first week as an adventurer. These were tall, fast, their feet slapping the stone in a wet rhythm that got louder every second, and there were more of them than I wanted to count. I had spent 5 years learning to read that sound. It said we had maybe 40 steps before they closed the gap. Ahead of me, Derek raised his hand and gave the sign for binding magic. I knew the sign. I had watched Byron cast off it 100 times, watched the stone leap up and wrap a monster's ankles so the swordsman could finish it. So when the floor under my own feet buckled and gnarled up around my boots, my first thought wasn't betrayal. My first thought was that Byron had misfired. I tore one foot loose, then the other, ripping the stone teeth off my ankles while the horde ate the distance behind me. My legs were screaming. I did what a porter does. I reached into my item box, pulled a fistful of water balloons, and threw them underhand into the front rank. They weren't filled with water. I had made them myself, on my own coin, packed with a juice that burns the eyes like someone poured lit vinegar into your skull. I'd carried a dozen of them into every dungeon for 2 years, and nobody had ever asked what they were for. That was the porter's whole trade. You watched the fights you weren't allowed to join, and you learned where the seams were, and you kept the answer in your bag until the day it was needed. The front goblins went down clawing at their own faces, and the ones behind them tripped over the ones in front, and the whole horde stumbled into a snarling, blinded pileup. That bought me the 40 steps. That bought me back to the party. That was the last useful thing I ever did for Crystal Wing. I caught up to them with my lungs on fire and something like relief in my chest because I had made it and they were right there and we were going to run the rest of the way out together the way we always did. They were smiling, not the way you smile when a friend makes it back alive. All 4 of them, standing in a loose half circle, watching me stagger in with the horde screaming at my heels, and every one of them was grinning like a man who had already won a bet. Derek spoke first. He told me my porter job was over. He said it flat, the way you'd tell a hired hand you didn't need him past noon. Fired, on the spot, with the goblins 40 steps back and closing. And that was when the floor made sense. The binding hadn't misfired. Byron had aimed it. They'd meant to catch my legs the first time, to leave me for the horde and keep walking, and I'd wrecked the plan by tearing free and being useful one last time. My own competence had annoyed them into doing it to my face instead. I thought, even then, that I'd heard Derek wrong. I started to say something about the horde, about later, about not now, and Byron cut across me. He'd been saving it up, I think. Years of it. He told me my know-it-all attitude had always grated, that he was sick to death of a level 1 bag that carried opinions along with the loot, and the peevish little satisfaction in his voice was worse than any of the words in it. I had pulled that man out of 2 collapses. I had rationed his mana potions when he panicked and drank them too fast. None of it had ever landed anywhere. Dorian didn't bother with insults. He shifted that heavy shield of his without effort, the way another man shrugs, and told me farewell, calm as someone closing a door on an empty room. And Shane just smiled his cynical little smile, the one he wore no matter what happened, and stepped sideways onto a section of floor I hadn't clocked. I'm the one who taught them to watch Shane's feet. He never missed a trap in 5 years. He didn't miss this one either. He found it on purpose. The floor opened. It swallowed me, and it swallowed the front of the horde in the same breath. One clean drop. The goblins and the porter dumped down the same hole like garbage cleared off a table. There was a moment where the drop hadn't finished deciding, where a single hand reaching down could have caught my wrist and hauled me back onto the ledge. And I looked up into 4 faces I had trusted with my life and waited for it. The last thing I saw from the top was those 4 faces, still up there on solid stone, watching me go. Nobody reached. Shane was still smiling. Then the stone above sealed over the light like a lid, and there was only the dark and the falling, and the goblins falling with me. 5 years I carried their bags. 5 years. And it took them about 4 seconds to decide I was luggage they could drop. You'd think falling is the kind of thing that empties your head. Mine did the opposite. While the walls of the shaft tore past me in the dark, I saw all of it. The first night I signed on, when they were 4 teenagers fresh out of adventurer school at 16, F rank and broke. And I carried their gear because nobody else would take a man who couldn't level past one. The climb, F to A in 5 years. My item box, holding their loot and their spare potions. And, more than once, their lives. The meals after a good hunt. The stupid jokes. The nights I honestly believed I had found a place. Every one of those memories curdled on the way down, turned from something warm into evidence of what a fool I'd been. Every laugh I'd counted as friendship had been the sound of 4 people humoring the bag that carried their food. Every time I'd thought we were something, they'd been counting the day they could put me down. I felt my eyes go hot, and I hated that they did, because those men hadn't earned a single one of the tears I was spending on them. I let them come anyway. There wasn't anyone left down here to see it, and I was done pretending for an audience that had never once clapped. Then I stopped grieving and started working, because grief doesn't cushion a landing and I was running out of shaft. I threw open the item box and fired everything soft I owned straight down beneath me. Mattresses, futons, a whole quartermaster's worth of bedding I'd been made to haul because Crystal Wing liked to camp in comfort and never once carried their own. It came pouring out under me in a heap, and I twisted to land on it, and I almost laughed at the thought that their own laziness was about to save my life. I hit the pile hard enough to knock the world white, not soft enough. Something in my chest gave with a sound I felt more than heard, 2 or 3 ribs at least, and the pain arrived a full second later, like it had to travel. I lay in the dark on a mountain of their bedding and got the words out through my teeth. "Thanks for the futons," I said. "That cancels about 1% of what I owe you." Then I reached for the potion. I had exactly one high-grade potion, the expensive kind, the kind that knits bone. I'd carried it for 2 years and never drunk it, always saving it for an emergency worse than the one I was in. And there is no emergency worse than a broken man at the bottom of a hole. So I drank it. The bone pulled itself back together in a slow, crawling warmth that hurt almost as much as the break. I breathed through it. By the time I could sit up, the goblins had started to solve themselves. They were dissolving. All around me, the goblin princes that had fallen with me were coming apart into thin ribbons of mana, unraveling into nothing, because they had crossed from one dungeon floor to another, and the dungeon doesn't let a monster keep existing where it wasn't born. In a dozen breaths, they were gone, and the fading light of them showed me where I actually was. Not a pit, a room, a wide black-flagged chamber, and across the far end of it, a set of doors worked with more care and money than any door has business wearing this deep underground. I had hauled loot out of enough dungeons to know exactly what that door meant. A boss room. Behind those doors, something big enough to earn them, sleeping or waiting, it made no difference to a man who couldn't have dented it either way. I had stood outside doors like that a dozen times, holding the party's spare gear while braver people went in to die or get rich. I had just never been on this side of one alone. I did the math the way I'd done it 1,000 times for the party, cold and quick. Beat the boss. Take the exit portal that opens when it dies. Except I was level 1, and I couldn't beat a boss on my best day, let alone with fresh healed ribs. Go back up then. Except the only way up was the hallway ahead of me, and the hallway ahead of me had more than 10 monsters standing in it, and level 1 porters do not walk through 10 monsters. Both doors out of my life were locked. Most men would have started praying about then. I started making a list, because here is the thing they never understood about me. The thing that got Byron so worked up, he had to insult me on my way to die. I do know things. I knew, sitting there in the dark, that Crystal Wing had left a monster infinite spawn device running back on the upper floor and never shut it off. That's not a mistake. That's the kind of illegal, greedy shortcut that gets a party's rank stripped if the guild ever hears about it. And I was the only living witness who could tell them. They'd thrown me down here to bury that fact along with me. So the first name on my list wasn't a killing. I wasn't going to hunt them through a forest with a sword I couldn't lift. I was going to survive, climb out, walk into the guild hall on my own 2 feet, and say the plain quiet words that drop an A-rank party a full rank, and open an investigation nobody comes back from clean. Cold paper revenge. The kind a man who can't fight can actually swing, and the kind that lasts, because a demotion doesn't heal the way a wound does. I sat with that. I turned it over the way I used to turn over a hunt plan the night before, checking it for the hole that gets someone killed. And for the first time since the floor opened under me, the shaking in my hands stopped. I was going to make it out, and I was going to make every one of them regret the 4 seconds. But first, I needed to think, and I think better with something in my hands. So I used the skill they laughed at. They called it a trash skill. Magic mail order, the one power I'd manifested in 7 years in this world, and it didn't throw fire or move stone or bind an enemy's feet. It ordered things from the other place, from the world I'd been dragged out of, the modern one, where you could get anything delivered if you had the coin. Byron thought that was hilarious. A grown man whose only magic was shopping. I held out my hand, paid the small trickle of mana it costs to pull something cheap across the gap, and asked it for a can of coffee. The can dropped into my palm. Cold, sweating, ordinary, a cheap little can of black coffee sitting in the dust of a monster tomb 100 floors from anywhere that sells it. I turned it over in my hand. The label was printed in a language nobody down here would ever read. The metal still chilled from a cooler in a convenience store in a world I hadn't seen in 7 years. The most impossible object in this entire dungeon, and it fit in one hand and cost about as much as a scrap of lint. I cracked it open. The hiss was very loud in that big dead room, a small, bright, modern sound with nothing modern anywhere around it to belong to. I sat on the pile of their futons, at the bottom of the world, with a boss behind one door and a horde behind the other, and I drank a can of coffee I had ordered from a world that hadn't wanted me either. It was too sweet and a little flat, and it was the best thing I had ever tasted, because somewhere in the middle of that first sip, I understood what I actually had. Every rule that had kept me small. No leveling, no rank, no coin, no power. Every one of those was a rule of this world. And I had just reached past this world and bought something it couldn't make. The skill wasn't trash. The skill was a door. I finished the coffee slow because the goblins in the hallway weren't going anywhere, and neither, apparently, was I. Then, I set the empty can down on the black stone, wiped my mouth, and got to work on the list. The list wasn't a wish list. It was a battle plan, and every line on it cost about $1. That was the ceiling I lived under. My magic power capped at 100, and it refilled 100 a day, and the skill everyone laughed at, magic mail order, spent that magic to buy real things out of the world I came from. 100 magic meant roughly $100 of shopping a day. That was my whole war chest against a boss. There were other walls too. I could only buy an item if I'd physically touched it once though, and I'd learned this the expensive way. Looking at a listing on a screen counted as touching. 7 years in this world, and I'd never once thought to open a foreign website and scroll past the things you weren't supposed to own back home. I tried not to think about that now. It didn't help the boss on the other side of those doors. And leveling. Everyone else killed monsters and got stronger. I'd killed enough slimes to fill a lake, 500 of them, when 5 is supposed to buy you level 2, and the number by my name never moved. Level 1, 7 years. Whatever came across from my old world with me, it came broken. So I couldn't outmuscle the king minotaur waiting past those doors. I couldn't outlevel it. I had $100 a day and a shopping list and a very specific idea about how a boss dies. I checked my stock first. Today's monster drops had been kind for once. A substitute doll that would eat exactly 1 attack before it broke, a potion that boosted defense, a bracelet that nudged your luck. I laid them out on the stone like a surgeon laying out knives. Then I started spending. Flour. Just flour. The cheap baking kind, bag after bag, pulled straight out of my item box and flung into the empty air. I threw it until the whole room hung thick and white with it. A fog you could barely see across. Every particle of it drifting and waiting. Anyone watching would have thought I'd lost my mind down here. I hadn't. I'd just remembered something the people in this world had never had a reason to learn. Flour, in the air, in a fine enough cloud, isn't food anymore. It's a bomb, waiting for a spark. I drank the defense potion. I clipped the luck bracelet onto my wrist. I took the substitute doll in my left hand and a plain cheap lighter in my right. Then I walked into my own fog and pushed the boss doors open. The floor shook, and the king minotaur came up out of it. It was enormous, a wall of muscle and horn that filled the far end of the room, and it lowered its head at the small dust-covered man who'd walked in holding nothing that looked like a weapon. Its defenses were the kind that shrug off swords and shatter spells. A creature like that has never once in its life needed to worry about the air itself. I flicked the lighter. The whole room went white, and then gold. The flower caught all at once, floor to ceiling, a single flat wave of fire that punched outward with a sound I felt in my teeth. It tore the substitute doll out of my hand and ate it. That was its one job, to take the hit meant for me, and it took it. The luck bracelet cracked and fell apart on my wrist a heartbeat later, spent shielding me too. The potion held the rest. My clothes scorched. I stayed standing. The king minotaur did not. When the smoke thinned, it was down, sprawled and senseless, its magic defenses meaningless against a thing they were never built to stop. It was breathing. It wasn't dead. A fire like that stuns a monster that size. It doesn't finish it. That part was still mine to do. I didn't have a sword. I had 30 rice cakes. I I ran to its head, got both hands into the corner of that massive slack jaw, and pried. Then I pulled Mochi out of the item box by the fistful and shoved it down its throat. Cake after dense, chewy cake, 30 of them packed deep past where any tongue could push them back out. Mochi does one thing better than almost any food on earth. It sticks, and it does not let go. And every year back home, it takes people who forgot to be careful. The boss woke up choking. It came up clawing at its own throat. Panic in a body strong enough to level a house. And none of that strength meant anything against a windpipe it couldn't clear. I climbed onto its back before it could find me. Then I reached into the box one last time and took out the final item on the list. A dumbbell, 1 kilogram, bought at a dollar store, the kind of thing that sits in a closet unused in half the homes of my old world. I brought it down, again and again, blunt weight onto the base of the skull, the one attack in my arsenal that didn't ask permission from any magic defense in the world, because it wasn't magic, it was just physics, and a man who had run entirely out of other options. Somewhere in there, I heard myself shouting the names: Flower Explosion, Mochi Crush, the dumbbell one, the stupid one, the one I only said out loud so I wouldn't hear the other thing underneath it. A man alone at the bottom of the world will say anything to keep from going quiet. Then the King Minotaur came apart into light and settled into a single magic stone on the stone floor, and it was over. I picked up the stone. I checked my status, already knowing, already bracing, level 1. I had just killed a floor boss with baking supplies, and I was still exactly level 1. I stood there in the settling ash for a long moment, and I did not scream, because screaming costs energy, and energy costs $100 a day. I put the stone away and walked into the next room. The next room ended the argument about where I was. A portal, dead and dark, and beside it, floating just above a low stone plinth, the dungeon core, a heart of packed light, the thing every dungeon is built around. There was nothing below this. The King Minotaur had been the last boss, and I was standing at the very bottom. For about 1 second, I thought about simply taking the core. It was right there. And then I remembered the rule that keeps every desperate porter honest. Conquering a dungeon without authorization is a capital crime. Walk out of here with that core in my box, and it wouldn't matter that I'd been thrown down a pit by my own party. They'd execute me for the theft and never ask the rest. So I wouldn't take it. But nobody had written a rule about what I was actually going to do, because nobody in this world had ever thought it was possible. I didn't need to own the core. I needed what was inside it. Raw mana, oceans of it, the exact currency my capped little skill ran on. If I could move that mana into me instead of moving the core into my box, I could shot past my $100 ceiling by a margin nobody here could imagine. I'd learned magic circles from an old toolmaker down in the slums, back when I was just trying to survive my first year here. He'd taught me the shapes that move power from one vessel to another. I pulled out flat wooden pieces and started carving, cutting the circles into the grain, wiring the pieces together end to end. On one end, I fixed the King Minotaur's fresh magic stone as a coupling. The far end I set against the core. It was a siphon, a conduit built out of wood and wire and slum knowledge, meant to let the core's mana drain down the line and pour into my own reserves instead of the ground. I finished the last connection and, feeling absurd, muttered a small prayer at it. Please, work. The circles lit. Light ran down the wood in a thin, bright thread, from the core, through the stone, into me, and I felt my pool fill and keep filling, well past the 100 that had been my whole life's limit. I didn't stop to marvel. I spent it as fast as it came. Crossbows, a stack of them. This world's clothing, plain and unremarkable, to change into. Pepper spray, food, real food, in bulk. Drain and buy, drain and buy. I ran the cycle over and over, emptying the core one thread of light at a time and turning it into a small mountain of very ordinary, very lethal modern things. I kept going until the core dimmed and the light stopped coming, until there was nothing left in it to give. Only then did I stop and change my shirt and check what all of that had done to the number by my name. Status, level 103. I read it again. I read it a third time because 7 years of that number reading 1 had taught me not to believe my own eyes about it, but it held. Level 103, with a magic pool that now topped out over 10,000, of which I had 32 left after all that shopping. 103. Anything over 100 is S-rank territory, the tier the Derricks of this world train their whole gilded lives to touch, the height that gets you fine armor and a fan club, and a leader's cold certainty that a porter is furniture. I had crossed it in an afternoon, in a room they'd never see, wearing scorched clothes and standing in flower ash, because the skill they laughed at had turned a dungeon's heart into a ladder. I should have felt like a king. Mostly I felt the cold coming back, because leveling was supposed to be impossible for me. Broken, barred. And here, it had moved 102 places in one drain, which meant something about me was not what anyone, including me, had understood, and I did not have the faintest idea what. Good news I couldn't explain scared me worse than bad news I could. Then a colder thought landed on top of it. I'd drained the core dry. What if that counted? What if some clerk somewhere would read this dungeon as conquered and come looking for the criminal who did it? I looked at the core, dim but whole, still sitting on its plinth. I hadn't taken it. It was physically here. That was the only argument I'd have if anyone asked, and I made sure to leave it exactly where it sat, untouched, my one thin alibi. Then I turned and started the long climb up, 9 floors between me and the sky. I went carefully, crossbow ready, and found nothing. No monsters, not one. The floors above were as empty as a swept house, and somewhere in the climb, I understood why that mattered. An empty dungeon fit the story I was going to have to tell at the top. A porter who hid in a corner while the monsters raged and only crept out when it all went quiet. Every silent floor was a witness for my lie. By the 9th floor, I could see daylight, and something in my chest was pulling 2 directions at once. Relief that I was going to walk out of the grave they dug me, and under it, hot and patient, the memory of 4 seconds, of how long it had taken 4 men I'd bled for to decide I was luggage. I filed it. I'd need it later. First, I had to get past the gate. The guard at the gate looked up when I stepped into the light, mild surprise on his face. "Oh," he said, straightening. "There was still someone down there?" I kept my expression tired and small, the face of a man who'd been scared for hours, which wasn't hard to fake because part of me still was. I told him I was a porter, that the monsters had come up out of nowhere and swarmed, that I'd been separated from my party in the chaos, that I'd barricaded myself in a little room and only came out when the noise finally stopped. Every word of it was a lie, and every word of it fit the empty dungeon behind me perfectly. He nodded, already reaching for the tool at his belt, a lens, an appraisal glass that let a guard look straight into the contents of a man's item box without opening it. It was rules, he told me, not suspicion. He'd have to take a peek. He held the lens up and looked through it at me, and I stood very still and thought about the core I hadn't taken. "No dungeon core," he read off, and something in me unclenched a half inch. Then he frowned slightly. 36 magic stones. That was the next wall, and I already knew I'd have to give them up. An adventurer is allowed to keep a few stones from a run. A porter is allowed none. 0. And I was, as far as this man would ever know, only a porter. So I handed over all 36 without a flicker, as if they were nothing, as if I hadn't nearly died earning them. He weighed them, scratched the count into a report, tore off a copy, and pressed the document into my hand. My proof that I'd surrendered them honestly. Then he waved me through. I walked out of the gate into the ordinary afternoon, one signed slip of paper in my pocket, and 103 levels I couldn't tell a single living soul about. They'd dropped me down that pit 4 seconds after deciding I was worthless. They'd built me a tomb, and I'd walked out of it stronger than any of them would ever be. Hunted, nameless, carrying a skill nobody in this world understood, with a very long list, and finally, the power to start crossing things off it. The man in the fur jacket had been watching me for half a block before he waved me over to his stall. My first thought was that the party had found me, and my hand was already halfway to the pepper spray in my coat before I saw the cheap rings and the merchant's smile. Not a hunter, a seller. I had walked out of that dungeon with a stockpile, a secret, and almost no actual coin, which is a strange kind of poor. So when he asked what I meant to pay with, I set a gem on his table, 3 centimeters across, clear as water, made an hour earlier out of nothing but my own magic. It had cost me about 4,000 out of a pool the man could not have imagined. To him, it looked like a fortune. To me, it looked like an afternoon's spare change. His smile shifted. He turned the stone in the light, and then he leaned in and said he had something better than goods to trade, something he'd love to take off my hands. He stepped aside. Behind the stall stood a girl. He explained her the way you'd explain a cart with a bad wheel. Her father had gambled the family under. The debt paper had come to him, and he was tired of feeding her. Debt bonded, his to pass along. Here is the one thing about being treated as property for 5 years. You come out of it with exactly one rule you will not bend. I paid off the whole debt with the gem. Then, before he could push any paper across the table at me, I took the paper and tore it in half. You're free, I told her. That's the whole transaction. She blinked. Something worked behind her eyes, slow, like she was waiting for the catch. Thank you, she said, barely above the market noise. I told her she could go wherever she wanted. She asked instead if she could come with me as paid help, she added fast, as if she had to earn the air she was breathing. I thought about it for about as long as it took to remember that I trusted no one alive, and that the only companion I could ever stomach was one who chose to walk beside me instead of one I owned. Slow, I said. We take the work slow. I'm Walter, former porter. We cleared the market together, and on the open road, I learned her name properly, Alma. She talked in a plain, unhurried way I liked at once, because it wasn't performing for me. She asked what a porter did, and I told her the short version, carried other people's things until the day they decided I was one of the things. She didn't pry past that. When I asked how her family had gone under, she just said her father had lost their money in the market and left it there. No excuses hung on it. Two people the world had set down somewhere and walked off from. It was as good a foundation for a partnership as any I was likely to get. The next city's gate came into view near dusk, and I knew something was wrong before I could name it. There were men working the line who did not move like guards. They checked faces, not papers. One of them held a sheet of paper and kept glancing from it to the crowd, comparing. Guards want to see what's in your bag. These men wanted to see your face. I took Alma's hand and turned us both off the road, unhurried, the way a tired traveler decides against the queue. Not that way, I said under my breath. Into the trees, quietly. She didn't argue. That was the second thing I liked about her. We went in deep enough that the road was just a pale line through the trunks. I put Alma up in a tree, told her to stay still, and waited on a low branch over the trail until one of the men peeled off from the others and wandered our way. He never heard me. I dropped, and he went down without a sound, and I caught him before he hit the dirt. Then I went through his coat. The paper was folded in an inside pocket. I opened it, and my own face looked back at me. I stood there in the dark reading my own name over a bounty. Not a summons, not a witness notice, a kill order. 5 years I had carried their bags, and it had taken those people about 4 seconds to decide I was cargo they could drop. Now it turned out 4 seconds hadn't been the end of it. They didn't just want me gone. They wanted me erased, so the story they'd told stayed the only story. Somewhere back in Alden, 4 people were probably discovering that loot doesn't carry itself. It was a small, cold comfort, and I took it anyway. I took the guard's wallet and left it looking like a robbery, because a robbed guard tells a story that has nothing to do with a dead porter walking around at a level he shouldn't own. I left him breathing. A body would have raised exactly the questions I couldn't afford. Then I got Alma down. We're not going in, I told her. Not this city. We head west, and we don't stop where they'd expect us to. We stopped once at full dark so she could eat. I had a sack of ingredients I'd carried out of my old party's supplies, and Alma took it over without being asked and made a meal out of it that had no business being that good over a road fire. I told her so. She ducked her head and said any decent cook could manage it, which wasn't true, and we both knew it. Over the food, she asked where I'd learned to buy things out of thin air. So I told her the part I never told anyone, that I hadn't been born in this world, that I'd been pulled here 7 years ago from another one, a place with its own goods and its own catalogs, and that my skill reached back into that world's shelves and bought from them. She chewed on that for a while. Then she said simply that she'd like to see a different world someday too. Not afraid, not greedy, just curious. I didn't tell her that getting back there was the one item on my list I had no idea how to buy, but I filed the moment away. It was the first time in a long while I'd said the true thing out loud and had it land soft instead of sharp. I decided to travel through the night. It was faster, and no one hunts a road they think is empty. I put Alma on my back, told her to sleep if she could, and strapped a headlamp across my forehead so the road glowed white in front of me and nothing else existed. She was out inside a mile, breathing slow against my shoulder, which was how I ended up fighting a whole wolf pack with my hands full. They came out of the trees low and fast, a boss animal hanging back to watch. I couldn't use my arms. They were busy holding a sleeping girl, so I used the rest of me. A kick took the first one out of the air. A driven knee folded the next. The boss wolf had watched my legs long enough to try coming in under them, which was clever, and did it exactly nothing. Because I was faster and heavier than anything in this forest had a right to be. It didn't get up. I was glad, in a distant way, that I'd held back my full strength back in that pit in front of that man. Better the world learned what I could do one dark road at a time. Alma shifted. So noisy, she mumbled, and slept on. I let her. My clothes got fouled in the mess of it, and I didn't care. I could order clean ones out of the air whenever I liked. Deeper on, we crossed into a stretch posted with warning signs, and the jump spiders dropped on us from the branches. I set Alma down for that one. One of them got its fangs into my arm, and I felt it register as a bruise instead of a wound, which told me more about how far I'd come than any status screen. I tore its head off and put the rest of them down with open hands and a couple of turning strikes, and then I picked Alma back up and kept walking. The horses I heard before I saw, riders, pushing hard on a night road, which no sane traveler does, which meant they were hunting. I didn't stop to count them. I took a firecracker out of storage, lit it, and threw it into the dark ahead of the hoofbeats. The bang did the work for me. Horses panic at fire and noise. These ones threw their riders and bolted, and I sent the loose animals scattering off the road with a slap apiece, so no one could remount fast. Then, I scooped Alma up before she was even properly awake and walked us on into the dark, unhurried, while men groaned in the ditch behind us. At first light, I stopped and changed my clothes, and bought Alma a fresh set out of the air as well. New faces travel best in new clothes. Anyone told to watch for a fouled-up man carrying a bonded girl would be watching for two people who no longer existed. She turned the fabric over in her hands, marveling that it had come out of nothing, and asked how much it had cost me. Not much, I told her, only magic, and I make more of that every morning whether I want to or not. We aimed for the first farmhouse village on the map, somewhere with a barn and a roof and no one looking at posters. The village put us up in a farmhouse, and the farmhouse came with a problem that kept me awake half the night. A thin, needling whine in the dark that never quite stopped. Pixies, the landlord said the next morning, rubbing his eyes the same way I was. Little insect things shaped like tiny girls, invisible most of the time, poison-proof, and impossible to be rid of. The whole village was at its wits' end. Alma, of all people, knew them. She said she'd kept one once, long ago, and that they loved sweet things. I decided to sort it out, partly as payback for the sleep I'd lost. Sweet things I could work with. I baited a piece of bread with honey and set a fine net over it and waited. The bread got eaten. The net caught nothing but air. Whatever was doing it, I never once saw it move. Then I remembered a scrap of an old theory from my birth world, that a thing which is perfectly transparent may not be able to see either, because light passes straight through its eyes the same way it passes through the rest of it. A blind pest doesn't dodge a trap. It walks into one. So I ordered flypaper, long sticky ribbons of it, the kind an old acquaintance of mine used to hang up because he couldn't stand poison. 5 to a pack for about 490 of my magic. Alma helped me string them from the rafters all around the room, and we sat back to wait. It took less than an hour. One of the ribbons twitched, and then, stuck fast to it and suddenly visible, there she was. A pixie no bigger than my hand, wings like frost on a window, kicking against the glue. The invisible thing that had haunted a whole village, undone by a strip of sticky paper you could buy for pocket change. Alma leaned in to look at it and went quiet. "It's a little sad," she said. There was something under her voice I didn't fully understand, so I told her it was only a bug, and she said, "That's true. Once it was caught, its luck ran out," and let it go at that. The landlord nearly wept when I showed him. Then his practical side took over, and he asked plainly whether I'd sell him the sticky paper for the rest of the village. That was where my one real weakness got in the way. I could only pull so many ribbons out of the air a day, 100, give or take, nowhere near enough to hang in every barn and cottage in the village. My own magic capped out too low, too fast, so I borrowed everyone else's. The chief had a large binding stone in his house, the kind that can gather magic from many people into one pool. I gathered the whole village around it, old men, farm wives, children barely tall enough to touch it, and had every one of them lay a hand on the stone and pour in what little magic they had. The stone drank it and swelled with light, and in a back room where no one could watch my hands, I turned all that pooled power into flypaper by the armful. I told them it came out of a special item box, one so dangerous to open that it drained everyone nearby. A lie, but a visible creation skill would have marked me as exactly the impossible man on that poster, and a lie was cheaper than my life. I felt the weight of it, deceiving people who were only grateful. I paid the weight and kept working. Ribbons came out of that room by the 100. Every household got its share, strung them up that same night, and by morning, the whining in the dark was simply gone. A village that had lain awake for weeks slept. The landlord pressed 10 silver coins into my hand and asked me to take them on behalf of everyone. I wanted to refuse. It felt like too much for a night's cleverness, but I was closer to broke than any of them knew, so I closed my hand around it. My first honest coin in this world, earned by buying the boring correct tool and letting a lot of ordinary people lend me their power to make it at scale. I filed that last part away carefully. Pool enough small magic through the right stone, and my little cap stopped mattering at all. It felt less like a trick I'd pulled and more like the first line of something much larger. We left the village at dawn. Alma asked whether real fairy pixies existed, the storybook kind, and I told her life was long and our road had only just started, and that unraveling that sort of thing was half the point of going anywhere. She smiled at that. West of us, the map ran on into towns I'd never seen, and for the first time since the pit, I was walking towards something instead of away from it, with someone who'd chosen to walk beside me. 7 days of road put us at the gates of a walled town at dusk, and the last thing between us and a bed was a pack of goblins that hadn't read my level sheet. Alma dropped one with her crossbow before they closed the distance. She was proud of that shot, and prouder of the number behind it. "Don't worry," she called over her shoulder. "My level's gone up a fair bit." "How far?" "Level 4. I told her 4 was good. It was. I put the rest of them down with my hands, because a mace draws stairs, and hands don't, and I left the bodies and the cheap little stones where they fell. Surface monsters don't dissolve the way dungeon ones do. They just make a mess, and a mess is one more thing someone remembers. We stepped over them and walked in under the wall like 2 more travelers who'd had a long week. I took 2 rooms, separate. Alma's shoulders came down half an inch when she heard it, the way they always did. A small relief she never explained and I never asked about. She'd spent long enough being someone else's property. Her own door with her own latch was worth more to her than the coin it cost me, and the coin cost me almost nothing anyway. "I've got business tonight," I told her. "Sleep. I'll be back before you wake." She didn't ask what business. That was one of the things I'd come to like about her. This town was the plan, not another one to run through, one to build in. And building meant I needed 3 things before I did anything clever. Someone who could hide me, someone who could sell for me, and a hole in the ground nobody else wanted. I went looking for the first one in the dark. The slums sat where they always sit, jammed up against the wall where the sun never reaches, damp and close, and smelling like standing water. A kid no higher than my belt planted himself in my path. "Who are you, mister?" 5 copper coins bought me a guide. He led me between the leaning shacks, banged on a door, and yelled that his uncle had a customer. The man who opened it was middle-aged and built like a barrel, with a voice that came up out of his boots. Griff. He looked me over, decided I wasn't worth being afraid of, and told me to sit down. I gave him the version of the truth that would hold. "A porter," I said, "who'd carried bags for an adventuring party until the day I saw them do something they shouldn't have, and who'd nearly died for the crime of witnessing it. Now there were people who wanted the witness gone." Griff grunted like he'd heard the same song from 100 mouths. "That's rough. Slum folk have no credit, so it's hard to appeal." He leaned back. "What do you want?" 2 things. An introduction to a black marketeer, when one came through, and a word in my ear if anyone started asking after a man matching my description. "Yeah, all right," he said. Then I set the gifts on his table, because in a place with no credit, gifts are the only signature that counts. Copy paper, clean and white and stacked thick. Ceramic dishes, glass, a kitchen knife that held an edge like nothing his smith could grind. A towel. I gave him no food. Food I keep for myself and the people I trust, because I have a bad feeling about what my goods do when they leave my hands for too long, and I don't test that theory on someone I might need. I gave him things a man could use and couldn't quite place, and I left out anything that screamed a knowledge nobody in this world should have. Griff turned the knife over once, said, "Got it," and just like that, I had a foothold. Morning took me to the guild, a high, clean building with cheerful faces behind the counters. I left Alma on a bench and slid my magic stone voucher across to a silver-haired receptionist with sleepy, droopy eyes. "Ellie, how did you come by this?" She turned it in her fingers. "It's from a dungeon a long way from here. Left town in a hurry after a big fight. Never had time to cash it. That a problem?" It wasn't. She counted out 41 silver coins and slid them back. I said it seemed thin for the haul, and she explained, not unkindly, that a porter gets half an adventurer's share. Of course he does. Even the paperwork knew what I'd been. I pushed 3 of the coins back across the counter. "Tell me any rumors you've got." Ellie leaned in, happy to. "The Alden dungeon," she said, the one I'd bled in, had stopped dead for a whole day, then come back to life with weaker monsters and smaller stones. Nobody could say why. The guild had opened an investigation. I kept my face flat and my pulse steady. That was my draining trick they were investigating, the method I'd used to strip that dungeon before I climbed out of the pit. Somewhere behind me, my old party's crime was becoming a case with a file number. Good, let it warm up. It wasn't ready yet, and neither was I. "Anything undiscovered around here?" I asked. "Dungeons off the books." Her sleepy eyes sharpened. "Don't go digging. There are sealed dungeons out there, buried on purpose, because they're too dangerous to leave open. A warning. I heard it as a shopping list. The document room cost me 1 silver coin and a small lie. When the clerk asked why a man wanted records on sealed dungeons, I told her I had a skill that let me sense them, which was nonsense, but it was the kind of nonsense that ends questions instead of starting them. I copied everything and read it on the bench. Most of the sealed sites were death traps, which is exactly why they were sealed, but one, close by, was almost boring. Undead, skeletons and zombies, slow, brittle, easy to knock apart. No traps at all. The only catch was that undead don't stay dead. Dismember one and it reassembles, unless you finish it with light magic or a wall of fire. Light magic was so rare, there was exactly one person in the whole country who had it, which meant that for everyone else, this dungeon was a hole full of things you could not permanently kill. For everyone else. On the way back to Alma, I stopped at a weapon shop where the owner took one look at my stance, called me an amateur, and sold me a mace anyway once he'd tested how much weight I could swing. Alma got a wooden club, the only thing on the rack her size. Then we went to go kill things that couldn't die. We hiked up into the mountains and found it exactly where the records promised, a weathered stone marker, half swallowed by moss, and under a mound of packed earth, a buried door. Alma stood lookout while I dug. Mountain hiking's actually refreshing, she said, and meant it. City girl. I cleared the entrance and threw a pebble down into the dark. Nothing bit it. No traps, just like the file said. Then I stood there in the cool morning and thought about what undead hate, and it was almost funny how simple the answer was. Light. Real light. Not torchlight. Torches are all heat and no bite. The thing that actually burns a skeleton is the invisible part of sunlight, so I ordered some. I have a skill that buys things from the world I came from, and that world sells ultraviolet lamps to anyone with a few coins. A small battery-powered one appeared in my hands, humming faintly. The rarest weapon in this entire country, the one thing only a single living person could produce, and I'd just mail-ordered a cheap version of it for pocket change. 4 skeletons came clattering out of the dark, jaws working, empty and patient, and utterly convinced they had all the time in the world. I swung the mace. The first skull came apart like dropped pottery, and the rest went down in a rain of loose bone, arms, ribs, a spine folding sideways. And then, because these things don't quit, the pieces started to twitch. A finger bone rolled toward its hand. A jaw inched back toward its skull. They were reassembling right there on the floor, the way the records swore they would. Now, Alma, the light. She thumbed the lamp on and swept that pale blue-white beam across the wreckage. The bones didn't burn. They gave up. Where the light touched them, the fragments simply stopped fighting and crumbled to gray dust, quiet as sugar dissolving in water. And out of each little pile rolled a magic stone, no bigger than a pebble and a nub of raw iron ore. No screaming, no fire, no holy chanting from a priest who didn't exist. Just a middle-aged man with a mace and a girl with a flashlight, tidying up a nightmare the entire kingdom had given up on. We hit the next room. 3 more. Same drill. I broke, she lit. The floor turned to dust and dropped its stones. Alma started laughing halfway through, the nervous kind that turns into the delighted kind. We did it, she said, scooping stones into a pouch. We did it again, and again. I could have done it in my sleep, and the take just kept growing. The lamp was the workhorse, but I had one more idea, and it was even stupider, which meant I had to try it. I grew up on a family farm. Undead don't really behave like the dead. They behave like something rotting, something bacterial, something spreading, and a farmer knows exactly what you spray on a thing that spreads. A zombie lurched into the small room, and the smell hit before it did. I broke its legs so it couldn't come at us, and I handed Alma a watering can. Today, I said, you're going to water it. Try these in order. The first one did nothing. She frowned and swapped cans. The second one did nothing. Then she tipped the third can, and the zombie began to melt. Skin, muscle, the whole reeking shape of it sagging and running like a candle left in the sun until there was a puddle and a magic stone sitting in the middle of it. It worked! She was thrilled. She'd just dissolved a corpse with garden pesticide, and she was thrilled. It did work. Several of them worked, but I stood there doing the math and shook my head. Pesticide needs range and a machine to spray it wide, and until I built one, it was a party trick. The lamp was clean, instant, and reusable, so the lamp won. I filed the poison away for the day I had an engine to push it, and every time we left, I laid boards over the door and packed soil and branches back on top until the entrance was just a mound again, ours and nobody else's. We had a problem the dungeon couldn't fix. We were out of cash for the inn, and I refused to sell our drops to the guild and paint a target on my own back. So I sold marbles. I mail-ordered a sack of them, bright glass marbles, and rubbery bouncing balls, the kind of thing that costs almost nothing in my old world, and set up in the square for an hour. Children swarmed, 1 copper apiece. They lined up in 2 ragged rows, and by the end of the day, 1 session covered a night's lodging with silver to spare. I bought a little whistle, 1 blast, and the kids came running from every alley like I was ringing a dinner bell. It became the first thing we did each morning before the mountain. It also caught the wrong eye. A big man planted himself in front of the stall, stern-faced, and asked who'd given me permission to sell on his ground. It was Griff, and this was his turf. I didn't argue. I handed over 600 marbles as a gift and promised the same tribute every time we set up here. A token of friendship, I said. His stern face did something that wasn't quite a smile. The marbles vanished into his coat, and the problem vanished with them. Cheaper than a fight, and it turned a shakedown into a standing arrangement. That is usually how these things should end. The 3rd floor gave us a proper door, and behind it, a proper monster. A skeleton knight rose up out of the floor in old armor, a greatsword already swinging. It was faster than the little ones, and it had reach. The blade came down in a flat silver arc, and I caught it on the haft of the mace, felt the shock ring all the way to my shoulders, and grinned because that was the whole fight right there. It could hit me. It could not hurt me. I stopped playing. The mace took its skull off the top of its spine, then its sword arm, then a leg, and the armor came apart in pieces that rang on the stone and started, gamely, to crawl back together. Light! Alma had it ready. The beam swept over the wreck, and the knight let go of the world like all the others. Dust and quiet, and a stone left behind, a good one this time, and beside it a small fire-starting tool, the first real drop worth keeping. We had a jar of tiny magic stones by now, weeks of them. It was time to make them into something. That night, I checked my status out of habit. The way you pat your pocket for a key you know is there. The number had changed. I read it twice. I'd gone up a level, 1 tick higher than the day I climbed out of the pit. The first level I had ever earned the slow, ordinary way since I fell into this world. 30 days of undead, 1 honest level. For anyone else, that would be a bad month. For me, it should have been impossible because I'd always been told my growth was broken, that I'd never rise the way normal people did. I sat with the candle and did the arithmetic, and my hands went cold in a good way. Clearing a whole dungeon is worth about 50 million experience, they say. A normal person walks out of that maybe 10 levels stronger, call it 5 million a level. But that pit, that one dungeon, had handed me 100 levels at once, which meant each of my levels cost about 500,000. A flat rate, fixed, the same cheap price at level 5 as at level 500. Everyone else's mountain got steeper the higher they climbed. Mine was a staircase, every step the same easy height, all the way up forever. The trash growth the whole world had pitied me for was the single most broken thing about me. Somewhere, I decided, some tired god had looked at a disposable porter and slipped a card up my sleeve out of pure pity. I blew out the candle. I was going to owe that god a drink. I took Alma out to celebrate and told the tavern owner to keep the drinks coming. "Aren't you in a good mood?" he said, filling cups. "Right, leveling gets harder the higher you go. You high level?" "Oh," I said. So. He laughed and toasted me anyway. Alma clinked her cup against mine. "I reached level 8, you know." 8. After the same 30 days I'd spent turning skeletons to dust beside her. I asked how, when she'd been in every fight I had. She shrugged like it was obvious. Landing the last hit barely counts. There are nobles who get the killing blow handed to them for show and gain almost nothing from it. Roll is what matters, who actually did the work. And there it was, the number that proved the cheat. She'd done real work for 30 days and climbed a handful of levels, the way the world was built to run. I'd done the same work, and the world had quietly waved me up its staircase. Same dungeon, same fights, same girl beside me. 2 completely different games, and only one of us knew we were playing them. She frowned into her cup, oblivious to all of it. "Lately, I've been so hungry. Am I getting heavy?" She looked thinner to me, if anything. I told her so, and left the rest of what I was thinking exactly where it was. The last stop was Griff, because Griff, it turned out, could combine magic stones, fuse a jar of small ones into a single strong one. I wanted that. A combined stone would raise my mail order limit and open a second way to charge the skill, one that didn't need a dungeon core. He named his price, paper, lots of it. He had a use for clean paper that involved books the crown would rather no one printed, and he didn't hide it. I gave him 10,000 sheets on the spot, straight from the mail order, and watched his eyebrows climb. Then he studied one of the bouncing balls I'd sold and asked, casual as anything, what tree the sap came from. Rubber. He wanted to know how to make rubber, a material this world had never seen, worth more than the paper and the stones and the whole dungeon put together. I'd handed him a strategic secret in a child's toy without noticing. I won't be selling those anymore, I said. The materials are gone. I don't even know the tree. He looked disappointed and let it drop. Beside me, Alma had gone quiet and stiff, the way she did around hard men, and I didn't draw attention to it. We just took our leave. 2 days later, word came to the inn. The combined stone was ready. Alma and I went down through the slums toward it, and for once, I wasn't walking away from anything. I had a base, a fixer, a face at the guild, a hole in the ground that printed money, and a cheat with my name on it. I'd walked into this town with a plan and 3 empty slots. Every one of them was full now. I let myself want to see what the stone could do. The combined stone was waiting on Griff's table when I came down into the slums, and it was heavier than it looked. 10 centimeters of dense magic, cool as a river rock. I turned it once, then said the 2 quiet words that dropped it into my item box. Griff watched me the way he watched everything, like he was pricing it. "Storage box," he said, and let it go at that. He'd stopped asking what the trick was somewhere around the 4th impossible thing I'd handed him. Then he leaned back and told me a black market merchant had come into town. 1 arm, no patience, paid in goods instead of coin. Gone again in a day or 2. If I had anything worth moving quietly, now was the window. I did. I'd made it myself the night before, a clear artificial gem the size of a thumb, grown out of about 13,000 points of magic while Alma slept. Nobody in this world could make one. That was exactly why I wanted it out of my hands and turned into cash before anyone thought to wonder where it came from. "Send the boy," I said. Griff was already yelling for him. The merchant came alone, one sleeve pinned flat, a face like a closed ledger, no interest at all in hello. He wanted the business, so I set the gem on the table between us. He picked it up with his one hand, held it to the window light, and named a number before I'd finished breathing. 100 gold, paid in furs, take it or leave it. I would have taken it. Alma didn't. "You're losing out," she said. Not to me, to him. 120. In furs, that's fair, and you know it. She said it the way you state the weather, and the merchant's eyes moved to her and stayed a second too long. Then he grunted and agreed. He slid a folded warehouse map across the wood, collect the furs there, no names, and left without a goodbye either. I looked at Alma, 18 years old, raised somewhere that taught her the fur price of a gem she had never once seen made, and she'd just talked a one-armed criminal up by a 5th in a single sentence. "Well done," I told her. She tried not to look pleased and failed. The Commerce Guild wanted a membership fee, and the woman behind the counter didn't think I could pay it. She looked at my plain clothes, then past me, already bored. Then I set a second gem on her tray. The boredom fell off her face like a dropped plate. She fetched a card, opened an account, deposited the balance, and started calling me sir somewhere in the middle of it. Around us, 3 or 4 merchants had turned to look at the gem, and none of them were smiling. They were doing sums. Outside, Alma got quiet in the way that meant she was about to correct me. "Don't do that again," she said. "Not the gems. The big guilds own the gem trade, all of it. Flash one more, and you won't have a rival. You'll have an enemy with a charter." She was right, and I'd already planned around it. I took the wristwatch out of my pocket instead. Automatic, clear-cased, tiny gears turning on their own, and watched her forget every warning she had just given me. "Is that the same as the one on the tower?" she breathed. "Smaller," I said, "and I can make more." Watches were the answer to a problem I hadn't said out loud. A gem screamed for the wrong attention. A wristwatch just looked like wealth, a mechanical marvel nobody here could build, high margin, impossible to trace back to what I actually was. I could sell 100 of them, and no one would think to ask the maker how. But making things cost mana, and my daily ceiling was still a cripple's ceiling. So I borrowed a trick from a village I'd saved once. I paid Griff to run a food line in the slums every evening, bread and hot stew, funded by fur money and the first watch sales. And I asked only one thing back from the people who ate: a little of their magic, a hand on a binding stone, a few seconds, whatever they could spare. They were slum poor, and they were honorable about it, and almost every one of them gave. Hundreds of thin trickles pooled into the combined stone, and the pooled mana lifted my buying limit like a tide coming in. Overnight, my ceiling climbed toward $100,000 a day. Griff watched a line of hungry people pay me in magic for a bowl of soup, and shook his head slowly. He'd stopped asking about that too. Then I did the thing that turned a trickle into a flood. I walked into the merchant guild and offered them an idea they didn't have a word for yet: advertising. Posters. Put my watches on a printed sheet, nail it inside every guild hall, paste it on walls, hang it off the sides of carriages, and let the whole town see a thing it suddenly wanted. I talked them into the first month for free, because free is easy to say yes to, and I already knew What came after free? What came after was the flood. The orders started the morning the first posters went up, and they did not stop. People who had never seen a wristwatch walked in and asked for one by name, then 2. Then a man ordered 6 of them for his sons. Alma hired a girl to write the orders down, then hired another because the first couldn't keep pace. And Walton Trading, my company, the one that hadn't existed a season ago, grew louder and richer every single day. I stood in the middle of it and did the math, while the room filled up around me. Every watch was almost pure margin. Every sale bought more mana, and more mana bought more to sell. The machine I'd spent months building had finally been switched on, and now it ran itself, faster each morning, and all I had to do was feed it. I'll admit it. I stood there and let myself enjoy it. Meanwhile, a long way east, 4 people were learning exactly what I had been worth. Crystal Wing had been 1 hunt away from the top rank. Then their porter fell into a pit, and every contract that used to be routine turned into a wall they couldn't climb. In the forest, the Kaiser wolves should have died one at a time in a line of traps. Without the traps, 30 of them circled the party, and the party ran. On the mountain, a griffin came out of the sun, and Shane took a slash across the ribs, and Dorian went flat on his back, and they ran from that too. And here, in the ruins, the mithril golem stood exactly where it had always stood. Byron threw his binding spell at it, the spell that used to hold anything, and the magic shattered against the thing like glass thrown at stone. Their blades skated off. The golem lifted one slow arm, and Crystal Wing did the only thing they were still good at. They retreated. Nobody said the obvious. The traps, the ballista, the chains, the hammers, all of it had ridden inside one man's item box. The man they had decided was luggage. Every victory they'd ever bragged about had been carried on his back. Now the loot they couldn't sell and the debt they couldn't outrun were grinding them down toward a rank they had sworn they were too good for. That night, in an inn far beneath the ones they used to afford, they ate each other instead of dinner. Shane started it. With proper traps, he said, they'd have picked the wolves off one by one. Derek turned it straight back on him. A scout who couldn't smell 30 wolves closing in wasn't much of a scout. Dorian took the blame for the griffin without a fight, the way he took everything, and said only that he had no excuse. Byron whined that he couldn't cast at his best when the camp was this miserable, and Derek snapped that a binding spell shattering on contact was hardly the camp's fault. Around and around it went. Every arrow pointed outward, never once turning inward toward the truth. And the truth was small and stupid, and sitting in none of their mouths. They had thrown away the only part of the team that made the rest of it work. In the end, they agreed on the one thing that let all of them keep their pride. They didn't need to be better. They just needed to hire a new porter. And Derek lay staring at the cracked ceiling of a room he thought was beneath him, and told himself what he always told himself. He was a top graduate, elite by 21. He was not a man who ended up in a place like this. He had no idea he already had. Back in my town, the rumor reached me third hand and half garbled, the way rumors do. Some rising party out east had stalled. A girl at the guild told Alma. Big names, nearly the top rank, and now drowning in penalty debt and about to be knocked down a grade. She didn't know which party. She didn't know why. I did. I filed it away without a flicker, the way you note that it might rain later, and went back to counting watch orders. I hadn't lifted a finger. I hadn't sent a letter, or spread a word, or paid a single soul to touch them. They were falling entirely on their own weight, exactly as fast as they had earned it, and I found I didn't need to watch it happen to enjoy that it was happening. There'd be a day for the rest of it. This wasn't that day. I let it stay smoke. Griff had a favor to ask, and the way he stopped me at the door told me he thought it was a big one. I braced for trouble. It wasn't. He wanted to be my guarantor, to sign me onto the adventurer registry under his name, which suited me fine. In exchange, he asked me to lend money to 2 sisters from the slums. Their mother was dying of something a dungeon potion could cure, and dungeon potions cost far more than slum girls could ever borrow. I didn't lend them money. I reached into the box and handed Griff a dungeon potion outright. I had them by the crate from my own undead runs. It cost me nothing but a walk. Griff went still, then let out a breath like a man setting down a weight he'd carried too far. "You've saved me," he said. "No more waiting on some auction. You've saved them." I told myself it was cheap goodwill. A guarantor bought for the price of a bottle I hadn't really paid for anyway. That was true. It was also not the whole reason, and I knew it, and I didn't examine it too closely. I had no idea I'd just met my family. I only knew the ledger balanced. I put Alma on commission. Furs, watches, whatever moved. 20% of the price was hers to keep. It cost me half my margin, and I paid it gladly, because the point was never the money. The point was that she'd stop being someone I had freed and start being someone who had freed herself. When her savings were her own and she owed me nothing, then, only then, once my level was high enough that nothing in this world could reach the two of us, I'd tell her the rest of what I was. Not yet. Not for a good while. To keep the peace with the merchants who already ran this town, I stayed out of their lanes. No competing with the fur trade, no undercutting the smiths. Instead, I sold things nobody else had thought to want. A glass globe that snowed when you shook it. A little bird that dipped and drank on its own. A prism that broke plain sunlight into color. Rich men bought them because rich men buy whatever their neighbors can't. Alma talked me into cut glass and a pair of binoculars for the truly wealthy, and she was right as usual. By then, I'd combined enough stones that my daily ceiling had climbed again, past 100,000 and up toward $200,000. The machine kept getting bigger, so did the appetite feeding it. There was one more toy I had been waiting to build. Back in the undead dungeon, I'd proven pesticide melted the dead, then shelved it because a watering can is no way to fight a war. So I mail-ordered the thing that fixed that, a motorized sprayer, the kind farmers wheel through orchards, a tank, and an engine, and a nozzle that threw poison in a wide killing fan. Alma pushed the cart. I held the nozzle. Before we started, I made her confirm the UV lamp was charged for emergencies, and she rolled her eyes and said it was. And then we both said the rest of it together, the way we did now. Safety first. Then I opened the valve. Ghouls came apart in the spray and sagged into puddles and little stones. Ghosts that could walk through walls couldn't walk through this. They thinned out and dissolved. On the 5th floor, a wraith rose up out of the dark, the kind of thing a real party would bleed for, and I hosed it down like a wasp nest and watched it fall apart into a single bright stone. Amazing firepower, I thought, and meant it. I climbed back up into the daylight, rich, hidden, and untouched. A growing company, a fortune building itself faster than I could spend it. An old party somewhere far to the east, eating its own tail. And a potion I'd handed over on a whim, quietly walking 2 strangers toward my door. I didn't know that last part yet. I only knew the empty slots were filling faster than I could count them. The map Griff drew me ended at an inn near the market, and my guarantor was waiting at a corner table with 2 short swords laid flat in front of her and a cup she hadn't touched. She looked me over the way you'd price a mule. "So you're the one they call a saint down in the slums," she said. "I don't like you." Alma's chin came up before I could open my mouth. "What do you know about my master?" "My master is amazing." I set a hand on her shoulder to settle her. "She's half right," I told the woman. "The soup kitchen is hypocrisy. I know it is. I run it anyway." Something eased in her face. She said a man whose companion defended him like that was worth a second look, and she'd take the second look. Her name was Irene, and she ranked near the very top of the guild. She'd heard I wanted to register, and she'd agreed to stand as my guarantor. Then her eyes sharpened. "You're leaking," she said. Magic was pouring off me in a way she could read from across the room, the tell of someone with a high level and no training to hold it in. I asked her to keep that to herself. She almost laughed. Registration would print it on a card for anyone to read, she said, so I could keep it quiet for about an hour. I weighed it and decided the card was worth the exposure. Legal dungeon access, the right to sell stones and drops in the open. I told her my level was 104. The cup finally left the table. She drank, set it down, and studied me like a puzzle that had rearranged itself while she watched. Starting a man at the top rank had never once been done, she said. Then she smiled. "I like you better now. Come to my inn tomorrow. I'll teach you something." I said I would. I had sealed dungeons in my future, and I meant to walk into them hard to kill. We went to the guild that evening. Full room, everyone reporting their hunts, noise wall to wall. The receptionist behind the counter had long silver hair and a sleepy sort of face, and she brightened when she caught sight of me. "You're the man from before. Walter, wasn't it? Did you find a dungeon?" "Ellie." I told her I was only here to register. She started to nod, then noticed who was standing at my shoulder, and her voice climbed a whole flight of stairs. Irene was my guarantor. Irene smirked and told her to just watch. She set a box-shaped tool on the counter and had me lay my hand on it. A card slid out. She glanced at it, read it again, and made a sound I have only ever heard from a kettle. "Level 104! The word went sideways through the hall. Somewhere behind me, a man announced the machine was broken. Someone else swore it had stacked 2 readings by mistake. Ellie was already gone, card in hand, off to find whoever she answered to. She came back breathless, approved. I would start at the top rank, the first person ever to do it, and she pushed the paperwork at me with hands that shook just slightly. I filled it out, signed, and took the finished card back. Irene watched Ellie's face the whole time, like a woman enjoying a play she'd bought tickets for. "Told you you'd be surprised," she said, and left me to it. Irene gone. I drifted to the bulletin board to read the posted quests. A shadow fell across the paper and stayed there. I didn't turn right away. "You're blocking the light," I said. Move. He didn't. He'd been hunting for a fight. He told the room more than me, and I'd gone and made it easy. Big man, sword on his hip, a voice pitched to Carrie. Jed. Someone called him afterward. He said my level was a fake, that nobody starts at the top, so I must have cheated the machine. And then he said he'd take the girl off my hands as payment for the insult. Then he threw a punch at my head. I caught it. His whole fist folded into my palm and stopped there, and I let him feel the size of the mistake for a moment before I closed my hand. Something in his knuckles ground together. I opened my grip and let go, and he stumbled back, cradling it against his chest. You're wobbling, I said. Not enough training. That was when he drew the sword. My hand was already in the item box. What came out of it wasn't a blade. It was a small can, and I emptied its whole contents across his eyes at arm's length. He dropped the sword to claw at his face, howling that he couldn't see, and I hooked a boot behind his knee and put him on the floor. Then I rested one foot on his back and left it there while he apologized to the floorboards. Ellie arrived with her hands on her hips. Drawing a weapon on the guild floor, she informed him flatly, came with a fine. The hall had gone from stunned to delighted. The level was real, someone decided out loud. What in the world was that spray? Someone else wanted to know. A third voice said he'd happily take a boot on the back if the silver-haired girl were the one delivering it, and the whole room laughed. I lifted my foot, told Alma we were done here, and walked out. Behind me, her voice was warm and unmistakably proud. I came to her inn the next morning, and she took me straight out back. The skill was called Magic Wall. She explained it while I stood there feeling nothing happen at all. All that power spilling off me was waste, she said. The trick was to stop the flow and let it harden. A shell of my own magic sitting just off the skin. Tensing my muscles did nothing. Holding my breath, oddly, did a little. Then she had me hold the shape in my head without the breath. And after a while, something clicked into place that hadn't been there before. It explained a few things. A goblin had once cracked a club across my back, and I'd barely felt it, and I had never known why. High-level monsters do this without thinking, Irene said. That's the reason hitting them harder never works. Their walls hold. What gets through a wall is what a wall was never built to stop. Suffocation, poison. I thought about a king minotaur choking on a room full of flour. I thought about a floor of undead dissolving under a fine mist of pesticide. I had been beating that wall the whole time without knowing it had a name. She tested me with a sword still in its sheath, a full swing to the ribs. I felt the push and none of the pain. Good enough to start, she said. If I couldn't hold it inside a month, I was to come back. Then she handed me an adventurer's whole education for free. Gather herbs with the root and the soil together in leather bags. Or the medicine dies before you can sell it. Never file a false report, because rumors said the guild sent people after liars. And she said it the way you say a thing you don't quite believe is only rumor. Quests were first come, first served, and men had killed each other over a good one. So if I ever met something stronger than me, I should run and not feel clever about staying. Item box and my mail order trick were active skills, things I chose to switch on. Magic Wall was passive. It would simply be there, always, whether I remembered it or not. That last part I liked more than anything else she taught me. A knock came that afternoon while I was practicing the wall in silence. I assumed it was Alma with something about the business. It wasn't. Two girls stood in the corridor, thin down to the bone, in clothes that were more patched than cloth. The older one had blue hair and eyes that measured me before she said a word. The younger had red hair and eyes that didn't measure anything, just watched. They bowed together, low. Our mother's life was saved because of you, the older one said. We came to thank you. I told them the potion had come through a man named Griff, and they should thank him instead. She shook her head. She knew where it had truly started. Then she squared her shoulders like someone stepping off a ledge and told me the rest of it. They had come hoping to work off their family's debt in my service. I looked at the two of them standing in my doorway, half-starved and braced for a no, and I did the thing I keep doing lately and keep failing to explain to myself. I told them to come in and give me their names. The older one was Erin, 16. The younger only offered her own name and her age, 2 words and then nothing. Monica, 16. I sat them down and poured tea out of my item box. Elma had made a pot that morning, and I'd stored it away hot. Erin talked while Monica drank. Their mother's illness had been cured by the potion, but the loan for it had buried the family, and the only way the world let people like them out from under a debt that size was to sign their own labor away. Monica spoke once, debt-ridden. Then she went quiet again. Erin said gently that her sister only ever used a single word at a time, that it was simply how she was, and asked me not to mind it. I didn't. They knew about the soup kitchen. Erin called me a philanthropist, and Monica added her one vote, philanthropist, like a stamp coming down on a form. It isn't for other people, I said. It's for me. I meant it, more or less, and didn't feel like explaining which parts of me it was for. Alma knocked and let herself in, took one look at the room, and understood the whole shape of it before I'd said anything. We did need more hands, she said. She thought it was fine, so I made the offer. I would clear the debt outright and take them on for wages, not sign them into anything, hire them. If they had conditions, I would hear them. Erin had too. The sisters were never to be separated, and they wanted to send a little money home to their mother. Both were easy. I told them the work was fighting monsters in dungeons and nothing else, that I wanted that part plain with no room to wonder, and I watched the tension go out of both of them at the same moment. They had never killed a monster in their lives, Erin admitted. Neither had Alma once, I told her, and she'd manage. Alma took them off to the inn's bath while I stayed with my tea and the strange light feeling of a man who has just spent a fortune on two strangers and is calling it staffing. They came back an hour later, and I nearly didn't know them. Clean, hair combed out and shining. Color returned to their faces. Wrapped in modest dresses Alma had walked them out to buy. The two half-starved slum girls were gone, and standing in their place were two young women who could have passed through any town gate as merchants' daughters. Or, I thought, and did not enjoy the thought, as something higher than that wearing plain cloth on purpose, because a question had been sitting at the back of my skull since the word debt, and now it stood all the way up. Slum girls don't get loans. Nobody lends that kind of money to people with nothing worth taking back. Somebody had handed their family a fortune for a single potion, and somebody like that doesn't do it for slum girls. Not unless the girls are worth more than the slum makes them look. I filed it away and kept my face flat. Whatever was buried there, I could dig it up on my own time, and part of me already suspected that if I poked at it, a snake might come out. For tonight, they were clean and fed, and standing in my room instead of somewhere far worse. That would do. There was still paperwork. I told them to fetch their cloaks. We were going to the Commerce Guild to make it real. At the Commerce Guild, I laid my card on the counter and cleared the debt in one stroke. The whole sum their family owed a merchant house for their mother Claire's potion, plus the guild's fees stacked on top. The clerk asked for the creditor's name, said the accounts would settle at a later date, and told me to leave my documents. That was all it took to unmake the thing that had nearly swallowed 2 lives. Before the ink was dry, I gave the sisters one more chance. They could still walk. Nothing held them now. Erin looked at me like I'd asked whether water was wet. Monica said, no need, and that was the end of it. Then the terms. Each of them would take a quarter of the value of the stones and drops from anything we killed. Real wages, their own coin. They had no skills to their names, they admitted. So I told them I'd buy them skill orbs the first chance I got. And I leaned in and said quietly that after we cleared a dungeon, there would be a bonus on top of the wage, and that I had a way to hand it over without a single official ever learning it existed. Erin's eyes narrowed. Is that really all right? I told her it was. She decided to believe me. Monica had already stopped listening, watching the lamplight slide across the polished floor with the open face of a girl who had finally stopped expecting the next thing to be a bad one. That night, I did something I hadn't planned on. I laid a deck of playing cards on the low table and called it a gathering. It told me more than a week of talking would have. Alma bluffed like she'd been born for it, all wide, honest eyes, over a hand full of nothing. Monica won on pure blind luck, laying cards down without looking and beating people who had counted everyone. Erin lost the loud games and then quietly cleared the whole board in a memory game, tapping down pairs she'd tracked in her head 3 moves back. Here, here, and here. 2 frightened girls at my door that afternoon, and by lamplight, one was gambling on instinct, and the other was running numbers for sport. I sat back and watched the 3 of them and did the arithmetic I keep pretending I don't do. I'd wiped a fortune off strangers, promised them wages and orbs and secret bonuses, and told myself the whole way down that it was because I needed hands. Maybe it was, or maybe I just hadn't had anyone at a table with me in a very long time and had gone and bought some. Either way, the room was full and warm, and mine, and the ledger, whatever I still owed it, felt balanced for the night. Tomorrow there would be a wall to hold and a dungeon to farm and a buried question with teeth in it. Tonight, I dealt another hand. The slime dungeon was a day west by carriage, and I spent the ride stuffing ragwicks into clay bottles of gasoline, while the 3 of them pretended not to watch me do it. Nobody in this world had seen a firebomb. That was the whole point. We took a room at the village inn, and that night, I did the thing I had been putting off since the day they moved under my roof. I set the lamp between us and told them the truth. I came from another world, I said. I have a skill that lets me buy goods out of the air, paid for with mana, and I am looking for a way home. For a long moment, nobody spoke. Then Erin sat back, sharp eyes narrowing the way they did over a card she couldn't place. I'm amazed, she said slowly. Honestly, I can't even picture it. Alma didn't blink. She leaned in across the lamp and asked the only question that mattered to her. You're going to go back someday, aren't you? When you do, take me with you. I told her I couldn't decide that tonight. I meant it as a kindness. She heard it as a maybe, which was worse and better at once. Monica watched all of it in silence, then gave the room one word. Suspicion. A beat. Gone. I didn't tell them the rest. The pit, the 4 seconds, the list I once made at the bottom of it. Some truths you hand over slowly. But I'd handed them the biggest one, and the roof didn't fall in. So the next morning, I taught them how to throw fire. Slime dungeons drop no magic stones, so no real adventurer bothers with them. That made it perfect. Nothing down there could kill a beginner, and nothing down there was worth stealing. I lit the first bottle and lobbed it. The slime went up like a struck match, and 3 girls flinched, then stared. Then I handed the bottles to them. Alma threw clean and quiet. Erin threw like she was solving a problem. Monica threw like she had been waiting her whole life for someone to let her. She drew back her arm and announced to the empty cavern, "Burn in the black flames of the abyss," and a slime became a puddle of light. I let them work. Killing blows are what grow a person here, and a firebomb lets a soft-handed girl land a killing blow from 10 feet away without a scratch. By the time the lamps outside had gone gold, all 3 had crossed level 5 in a single day. They were breathless and filthy and grinning. I told them we were done. Monica looked at the last bottle in her hand like I'd taken away dessert. To celebrate, I broke out a portable player and showed them my world. I started with the mountain, snow on the peak, a perfect blue cone against a perfect blue sky, and I told them the old story that its snowmelt was supposed to grant a long life. 3 faces lit by a screen, utterly still. I want to climb it, Alma murmured. With you, someday. I showed them mountain ranges that ran past the horizon, and a great gray government building, 100 floors. Taller than any dungeon was deep. Then, straight-faced, I told them that on special occasions, the building stood up and turned into a giant iron warrior. Alma turned and looked at me flatly. Your nose does a thing when you lie, she said. Your nostrils flare. I've known for weeks. Erin laughed for the first time I'd ever heard. Monica said, exposed, and went back to the screen. I sat outside the little ring of light and watched them watch it. And I did the thing I always do. I told myself their smiles were just employees being kind to a boss who paid well. That the gratitude was doing the smiling, not them. It was a smaller, safer thing to believe. I almost managed it. The goblin dungeon was a real one, and it nearly taught me a hard lesson the polite way. We walked up to the gate in travel clothes with crossbows, and the guard gave us a long, tired look. The look you give people you expect to carry out in pieces. I didn't understand it until a sword goblin opened a cut on Erin's arm before Alma dropped it. We poured a potion on her, and I marched us straight back to the village and bought chainmail, arm guards, shin guards, the lot. We'd walked in dressed like volunteers for our own funerals. After that, we settled in and ground. More than 20 days of it, everyone sweating through the mail, crossbow bolts, and firebombs, and the same safety chant every morning until it stopped being a joke. The sisters pushed past level 10. Alma reached 12, and somewhere in all that repetition, my own skill finally clicked into place. Magic wall. The overflow of my mana hardening into a shell around me that turned a blade before it ever touched skin. Then I armed them properly. A water magic orb from a town auction went to Erin, my ace. A metal orb to Alma, who could pull titanium out of a satchel and shape it into needles and swords. A fire orb to Monica, who cried ecstasy and set a lighter flame into a bullet. A sore loser lord tried to take the water orb off me on the way out with hired swords and a gust of wind magic. The wind broke on my shell like weather on a window. I put him down with a toilet plunger from the item box and went home to dinner. Then we took the crew down into the sealed undead dungeon, and the modern world did what it always does. Skeletons melted under a garden sprayer full of pesticide and a lamp of hard blue light. A headless rider lost its horse to my mace and the rest to the spray. A robed lich threw fire. Erin caught it on a water shield and I finished it with a bucket. When a vampire turned up too fast to hit, I put silver rings on every finger mail-ordered a crate of garlic dressing, and let Aaron fire it in bullets while Alma lit the mist. None of it was heroic, all of it worked. Then the floor gave us a dragon. It came up rotted and enormous, wings too far gone to fly, and for one honest second, I did not know if we could win. Its breath rolled toward us, and Aaron's shield swallowed it. I pulled a scooter out of thin air, strapped pesticide tanks to it, and rode circles around a monster the size of a barn, hurling tanks that ate its legs out from under it. It crushed my scooter with its tail. I was genuinely, personally offended, so I mail-ordered a child's toy, a sponge that swells huge in water, wrapped it, and threw it down the dragon's throat with a pesticide balloon. The sponge bloomed and corked the breath. A tank to the skull ended it. Behind the last door sat a dungeon core, and it poured out a fortune before it ran dry. I checked myself out of old habit and stopped counting the stairs. I was past 200 now. Somewhere on the way up, I had crossed from a man who ran from monsters into a man they should run from. The fight I didn't see coming was at my own table. The sisters had figured out I was eating food from my world in private and not sharing it. Aaron laid it out flat. Monica named it in 2 words, concealment, sorrow. Even Alma looked stung. So I told them the real reason. I didn't know what my world's food would do inside people born to this one. If it turned out to matter, and I was the one who died, I didn't want it turning to poison in them. Hiding it was the only shield I had. Aaron heard that and got angry the other direction. Food, clothes, a place to sleep. The bare minimum, beaten and kicked. No dignity at all, she said. That was our whole life before. And now, the one man who feeds us is starving himself of his own food to keep us safe from a risk we didn't agree to. She wanted the risk. All of them did. Alma crossed her arms. If you're going to die on us, then take responsibility first, she said. Make me family. Then she heard her own words, went scarlet, and yelped that it wasn't a proposal. I looked at the 3 of them across a table full of things I'd bought, and none of the walls I usually kept up. Why? I asked. Would any of you want to be family with a man like me? Nobody answered that. They just refused to let me finish the argument alone. So we settled it the way this world settles things it means forever. In this world, there is an oath you swear before the altar of the creation god, and it is the one promise even wicked men keep. A family oath, not a contract, a binding. We stood at the front of an empty church, the 4 of us, colored light lying across the stone floor, and for once I didn't reach for a joke or a ledger to hide behind. I let the wall down all the way, because you cannot swear a thing like this from behind it. I put out my hand, and I said the words plainly. I don't have blood here. I lost the world I came from, and I've spent a long time acting like I didn't want another one. But I want this one. So I'm saying it in front of whatever's listening. You 3 are mine to keep, and I'm yours. And there's no part of that I'll ever set down. That's the whole oath. That's all of it. Alma's hand closed over mine, warm and steady. No teasing left in her. Yours, she said. I already knew. Aaron put her hand on top of Alma's, and the measured voice cracked just slightly. We'll die together, so make up your mind and be ready, she said. I already am. Monica laid her hand last and gave the whole vow, the only length she ever gave anything. Family, she said. Welcome. The oath took. I felt it settle, the way you feel a door close somewhere in a big house. Quiet, final, right. Then the sisters told me the one condition they'd set for themselves. They would not simply be handed their freedom from the family debt hanging over them. They would earn it out, coin by coin, and stand clear on their own feet. They'd take the family. They wouldn't take the charity. I signed nothing away that day and gave them nothing they didn't insist on paying for. It was, I thought, the most anyone had ever refused from me. I let them have it. We went home and ate like a family that had never once gone hungry. I laid it all out. Fine steak seared and rested. Sushi, a good cold steak, every bit of it out of the world I'd just stopped hiding. Aaron ate too fast and pretended she hadn't. Monica held up a slice of tuna, studied it, and pronounced it delicious, which from her was a speech. Alma raised her cup to me across the table and didn't say anything at all. She didn't have to. The ledger balanced, and for once, I didn't try to talk myself out of why. The guild handed us a job we couldn't refuse without losing my rank, a bandit subjugation. Alma didn't like it. She said she had a bit of resistance to fighting people. Aaron didn't share it. If they've killed, she said, they should be ready to be killed too. Slum arithmetic. Hard to argue with from where she'd stood. We rode out disguised as merchants and let a dark valley do the rest. When the bandits came down off both slopes, I was ready for them. Alma had a cart of titanium. The sisters had their magic and drums of oil and water, and I pulled 30 preloaded crossbows out of the air because in a fight, the time it takes to load a bow is the time it takes to die. I threw weighted bolas and put half of them on the ground before they reached us. Their leader shouted for his men to swarm the lone adventurer and take the women alive. He'd counted 1 fighter and 3 targets, and he'd counted wrong. Bolts and fireballs and titanium came from behind me while I waded in with the mace, and the friendly fire that struck my back just broke on the wall and fell away. It was over fast. A few ran. The driver said scouts would see to them. We won it clean, and not one of us was hurt. Clean is a word for the body count, not for what it costs to make one. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard them, the men in the valley, the sounds they'd made at the end. I knew the ledger on it. They were killers. They'd have sold my family in a market. The world was cleaner without them. I knew all of it, and it didn't help. I am a bookkeeper by temperament. I was never built to be the last thing a man hears. Alma came in without knocking, the way family does. She saw my face and didn't ask what was wrong, because she already knew. "You can't sleep," she said, and sat on the edge of the bed. "Let me stay till you can." She didn't try to tell me they deserved it. She just stayed, a warm and ordinary weight in the dark, until the screams in my head went quiet enough to sleep under. It was the first time I understood, plainly, that the family I'd sworn to protect was also the thing protecting me. I'd walled off every attack this world could throw. I hadn't thought to wall off my own head. She did that. She just sat there and did it. There was one person I hadn't squared things with, so I took the sisters home to meet their mother. Claire lived in a shabby slum house, poor but well, kept alive by the medicine her daughter's wages had bought, the same medicine I'd once handed off to Griff without a name attached. She had Aaron's eyes and Monica's quiet, and she welcomed me in like I was expected. I didn't dress it up. "This is sudden," I told her, "but please, entrust your daughters to me." I meant all of it. The danger, the care, the rest of their lives. She looked at the two of them, clean and fed, and standing straighter than the slums had ever let them stand, and she smiled. She'd been worried, she said, but they looked lovely and happy, so she'd trust me with them. And then, cheerfully, she mentioned how recently the pair of them had still been wetting the bed. "Mom," Aaron hissed, mortified, and it was the most 16 she'd looked all month. Back in town, I handed each of them a bonus, 100 gold apiece, and offered again to settle their debts so any of them could walk free whenever she wanted. They didn't take it. The sisters wanted to wait until all three of them could step forward together on the same day, even ground. And at the guild library, I'd learned something I turned over quietly all the way home. High levels don't just make you strong, they stretch your life out long, decades and decades of it. A legend told of a man who'd lived 3 centuries. I looked at the three of them and did the math I didn't say out loud. The last thing on the list was the trap dungeon. No monsters, only ways to die, and no one on record had ever reached the first boss room. I dug us an entrance with a strength I still wasn't used to. My trap sense skill lit up the first few, then went dark on a spear that my wall turned aside, and Aaron guessed it. The place jammed detection on purpose. So I did it the old way. A metal detector for the pressure plates, my own eyes for the rest. And when a wall of traps blocked a dead end that Monica swore hid a passage, I sent in a toy, a little car that clung to walls and ran itself, and let it spring every trap in the corridor while we stood well back. It worked. We reached the core, drained it dry, and I checked the tally with real hope. 9 levels. All that for 9. I said something unkind about the effort to reward and called the retreat, but I wasn't walking out the same man who'd walked in 10 dungeons ago. I had a crew that fought like one body. I had a mother in the slums who'd handed me her daughters, and I had an oath sitting in my chest like a stone I'd chosen to carry. For the first time since the pit, I had more to lose than to prove, which is exactly the soft spot a man makes when he finally lets himself have something. Somewhere out there, the people who'd thrown me away were still standing. I decided we'd earned a holiday first. We had come to the new town for an expedition, nothing more. I had been standing at the request board about a minute. The girls fanned out behind me when I heard a voice I had spent 5 years trying to bury. Shane saw me first. I caught the exact moment his eyes snagged on my face and went wide, caught him lean and mutter to the others. And then the whole sorry shape of Crystal Wing turned around at once, 5 years thinner than the men who had dropped me in a pit and walked away. Their armor was dulled now, scuffed, badly kept, the polish of school prodigies worn down to something anxious. Even their new porter, a plain, easy-faced young man with an item box slung on his shoulder, a man they called Ashton, looked better fed than the 4 who led him. Alma went still at my shoulder. Aaron's hand drifted toward nothing in particular, which for Aaron meant she had already decided how a fight would go. Monica studied the 4 of them the way you study spoiled meat. "Trash," she said, one word, and went quiet again. Derek came over grinning. He told me it had been a while. In the bright, false false way you greet a stray you are surprised to find still breathing. He wanted to know how the old man had ever crawled back out of that dungeon. Behind him, Byron laughed and asked the same thing out loud, delighted with himself. I let them finish. A gutless coward, I said, who left his porter to the goblins and ran for the exit. And now you're wearing a sword. I looked him over, slow, from the unwashed hair to the fine hilt he could no longer afford. What's it even for? That did it. He had been called weak the whole long way down from the top of his class, and he could not stand to hear it from me, from the luggage he used to make carry his bags. His pride came apart in his face. His hand went to the hilt. I heard him spit the name of a strike skill, the same tidy little sword art they had all graduated on, and the blade came at me fast enough to open a lesser man from shoulder to hip. I caught it, not with a weapon, with my bare hand. The edge came down across my open palm and simply stopped, dead, the way a stick stops when a child swings it at a wall. There was no cut. Past level 200, a demoted swordsman's finest strike lands in your grip about as hard as a dropped spoon, and I have a wall under my skin that turns aside worse than him. His whole arm shook with the force of a blow that had already failed. The hall around us was starting to go quiet, faces turning, a ring of adventurers, realizing what they were watching. I looked at Derek over the flat of his own sword, then I closed my fingers. The steel folded first, a slow groaning bend, and then it crushed, a long, ugly crunch of good metal, giving way all at once. The fine longsword he had graduated with buckled into a twist of scrap inside my fist. I opened my hand and let the ruined thing fall and ring against the flagstones between us. My palm was not even marked. You could have heard a coin drop. A receptionist came running out from behind the counter, already reciting the rulebook at him. A fine for drawing on another adventurer, a demotion for the second offense, expulsion at the very worst. Dorian moved fast, got both broad arms around his leader from behind and hauled him back a step, telling him low to stop now. I reached into my coat and set my card down on the counter, face up, where the daylight caught it, S rank. The receptionist read it and lost all her color. Derek read it and started shouting that it was a trick, a fraud, that there was no possible way, the loud cracking denial of a man who feels the floor tilting under him. But a guild card does not lie. The number stamped on mine, an old reading I had never once bothered to update, still put me at level 104 against his 49. He was staring at more than double himself, and it was the smaller of my two true numbers, though he would never learn the other one. I let him choke on it a moment, then I stepped in close enough that only the four of them and their porter could hear, and I dropped my voice until it had no heat in it at all. I'll keep quiet, I told him, about what happened in that dungeon, the incident. Nobody has to know a thing. I held his eyes. Call it a mercy. The word did more work than the sword had. The porter, Ashton, put a hand on Derek's shoulder and said, maybe the boss ought to let this one go. He had no idea what he was standing in the middle of. Not one of them had told him. The receptionist was still reciting consequences at Derek's back. Cornered between my card and her rulebook, with a whole hall watching, he did the only thing left to him. Through his teeth, barely moving his mouth, he apologized for the attack. I made him say it a second time so the room could hear it clearly. Better, I said, and turned my back on him, which is the one thing you never do to a man you are afraid of. That was exactly why I did it. We walked out into the daylight, Alma on one side, the sisters on the other, and the word mercy hung in that hall behind us like smoke that would not clear. Here is the part I did not say aloud. A dead betrayer is a closed account, a living one, humiliated in front of a crowded guild, lying awake, wondering exactly how much the old man knows, and when he means to spend it, that one keeps paying interest every single night. I was not crossing Derek off the list I had made at the bottom of the pit. I was underlining his name. The ledger did not balance, and for once, I was leaving it open on purpose. What happened in Derek's rented room that night I put together later, the way you reconstruct a fire from the char it leaves. The four who shared the secret gathered without the porter. They had a problem, and the problem had a face they had thought was dead, and it was mine. They had told themselves the old man died down in that dungeon, the one that malfunctioned, the one where a goblin prince bred a horde out of nothing, and adventurers went in and did not come back out. People had died in that place. The dungeon had gone silent afterward. The guild had not. Its investigation into what exactly had happened there was still open, still crawling forward, still turning over every stone, and every soul who had walked out of that disaster alive was a stone that might get turned. Shane laid the numbers out cold. The old man was level 104. Derek was 49. Whatever they wanted to do about a witness who knew their crime, They could not do it now, not against a man who folded a graduate's sword in one fist. Byron kept asking, uselessly, how any of it was possible. Dorian, the calm one, gave the only sensible answer he had, which was to leave the old man alone, for now. So they built themselves a plan, the way frightened men do, a plan that was really just permission to keep being afraid a while longer. They would climb. They would drag Crystal Wing back up to S rank themselves, and then, from the top, they would find a quiet way to make the old man and his incident disappear together. Until then, silence, matching stories. Alibis lined up straight so no one could pull a thread. Then the porter knocked. Ashton had been left standing outside the door, and he had noticed, and it stung, and he said so. He had thought they were getting along. Being shut out of the room hurt. Derek papered over it with the first lie that came to his mouth. Nothing serious, he told the man. Just a little trouble with women. 2 of the girls fighting over him. You know how it is. So many after him, he could not even keep the names straight. The porter smiled and said that sounded interesting, and asked to hear more, and let the whole clumsy lie go a great deal more easily than a man usually lets a bad lie go. Not one of them thought to ask why the guild had handed them a brand new porter, right when an old dungeon they had barely survived started drawing questions. They were far too busy watching me. I did not know the half of that yet. What I knew was simpler. I had woken something dangerous in that town without lifting more than a single hand and a second fuse. One I had not even lit on purpose, was already burning quietly in a room I would never set foot in. Back home a few days later, I came off a dungeon run, checked my guild messages, and went to spend a letter of introduction at a trading company I had business with. I heard the argument before I was through the door. A young woman in glasses, a clerk from one of the schools, was leaning half over the counter close to tears, begging the shopkeeper to sell her feather quills inside her budget. He was not moving. Quill prices had climbed through the roof, he told her, and business was business. And he said it in the flat voice of a man saying it for the 10th time. Her office had slashed her funding to a 10th of what it was, she said, and if she came back empty-handed after the mistake she had already made, she would be dismissed. She rounded on me when I stepped up beside her and snapped at me not to cut the line. I handed the shopkeeper my letter instead. He read it, then told me plainly he had no quills to sell me at any price I would like the sound of. Fine. I turned to the woman. You don't need quills, I said, and reached into my box. I set a single ballpoint pen and 1 sheet of copy paper on the counter. She stared at the strange little thing. I told her it never needed dipping, never needed an ink pot beside it, never ran dry in the middle of a word. You simply wrote. To prove it, I drew her a line clean across the page in one long, unbroken stroke, then wrote a full sentence under it without pausing once. She picked the pen up as though it might bite, pressed it to the paper herself, and I watched every bit of the fight go straight out of her shoulders. This is, she started, and could not finish. 10 copper coins, I said, as a goodwill gesture. She ordered 1,000 of them on the spot, wrote her school's address out on the copy paper with the pen itself, still not quite believing her own hand, and told me the order would save her position. I told her a representative from Walton Trading would call on the school to settle the rest, and that we dealt in wholesale, so the shop we were standing in could carry the pens too, if it wished. That last part was aimed at the shopkeeper, who had gone a peculiar shade of gray. He called me a dangerous man. He said if a thing like this reached the open market, no one in his trade would be able to do business at all. He was not wrong. That was the point. I offered to wholesale the pens to him anyway, which was mercy of a different flavor, and I left him already shouting for his boy to start dumping the quill stock before it turned to firewood on his shelves. I did not tell him the rest of it. Somewhere out west, a party of frightened men was betting everything they had on climbing to the top before their secret caught them, and a good part of what funded that climb rode on quills and the trades that leaned on quills. I had just held a match to the floorboards under all of it. They would feel the heat in a season. They would never once feel where it came from. I had one errand left. The next morning, I went to the Adventurer Guild and leaned on the counter until Ellie looked up at me with those sleepy, half-closed eyes. You look tired again today, I told her. She sighed and asked what I wanted this time. Someone with rank, I said. Someone who could say yes to money. She began to tell me not to ask the impossible, right up until I mentioned there might be a bonus in it somewhere. And then she went and fetched the sub-guildmaster herself. Holmes was a busy man and told me so before he sat down. This had better be worth his rank, he said. So I kept it short. A magic tool to move leftover magic out of one dungeon stone and into another was simple enough to build. Spent dungeon stones held a residue nobody ever bothered to collect. Gather it, pour it into combined stones, and sell the stored magic to high-level adventurers who always want more than they have. The guild already hoarded the stones and spent nothing collecting from them. There was no loss anywhere in the chain, and good money waiting at the far end of it. He thought about it for the length of one slow breath. An attractive proposal, he called it, and we shook on it there in the reception room. That was the day, laid end to end. I had looked the men who threw me in a pit, dead in the eye, and let them walk out breathing. I had set fire to their livelihood without ever raising my voice. And back in a town I had already left behind me, a new kind of fuse was burning in their own ranks. One I had not even lit. 2 traps arming at once, and only I could see both of them. I went home to my family. Alma had food out. Erin wanted to know, in her dry way, whether the old party had wet themselves in that guild hall, and I told her not quite, but close. Monica set a slice of something in front of me and pronounced it delicious before I had tasted it. I poured myself a drink and sat down among the 3 of them, warm and loud and mine, and I did not try to talk myself out of why I was smiling. The men who had made me luggage were still standing. That was on purpose. Standing men have so much further to fall. The request had sat at the bottom of the guild board long enough to go yellow at the edges. 10 parties had taken it. None had come back. I took it because it clicked, the way a key clicks, and 3 days later, the 4 of us rolled up to the tree line on one motorbike. The bandits stole our trail markers the first night and thought that made them clever. They came out of the dark laughing about it. I put on my headlamp, reached into the item box, and pulled out a toilet plunger. Then I got to work. Their charms and their double-body dolls did nothing. My barrier ate their blades whole. I walked through the camp swinging a bathroom tool, and the ones who ran, I caught, and the ones who begged, I let breathe. The leader called a retreat that never finished. I woke one man afterward and told him plainly, "Guide us, and you keep your life." He believed me. I keep that kind of promise. The forest nearly did what 10 parties of bandits could not. We got turned around in the endless trees for 2 days, and all my strength was worth exactly nothing against a wall of identical trunks. A hunter finally walked us out. I filed that away. Power you can buy, direction you have to earn. After that, we went hunting the dungeons the kingdom had given up on. The first one was full of things that turned to mist the second you hit them. A mace went straight through, so I mail-ordered a vacuum cleaner, ran it off a generator on a cart, sucked the mist into a bag, and burned the bag in a steel bin. Monica handled the fire. Erin pinned them with wind. Alma worked the vacuum. I broke them, and my crew cleaned them up, and we cleared the place like a work gang mopping a floor. The mist dragon took an hour and cost me a mace. Everything else took minutes. When the core finally opened, it paid out enough magic to buy a small fortune in goods, and my level jumped more than 30 in an afternoon. The next dungeon hid its monsters. You could not see them at all. The official advice was to listen for footsteps and pray. I handed everyone infrared goggles from my world instead, and the invisible things lit up in the dark like warm lamps. After that, it stopped being dangerous and turned into work. I let the girls take the kills so their levels climbed, and upstairs in the village, I painted deliberately terrible landscapes so nobody asked why 4 tourists never left. When the deep floors got mean, I stepped in. I threw a cloud of flour into the air, lit it, and the blast wiped a whole summoned squad off the stone at once. Every core I drained turned into money the moment I fed it to the mail order skill. Tens of millions in goods, over and over. My true level climbed past anything my guild card admitted. The card still read an old small number, and I never corrected it. Let the world keep the wrong total. It was cheaper than being feared. Back in town, the empire mostly ran itself. Alma taught half the district to ride bicycles, and built a kickboard circuit that lost a little at the gate and made it all back on cold drinks. A noble had once demanded a single bicycle. Instead, I sold the whole world one. I paid a researcher to breed slimes that would eat metal, so my dungeon scrap had somewhere to go. I sold colored acrylic to a slum craftsman who turned it into vases people lined up to fight over. I won a competitive orc hunt with a clean orc emperor kill, gave the whole prize away as free meat in the slums, and spent my own share on a thunder orb for Monica. Money was never the point of the money, and I kept shipping ballpoint pens by the crate. That last one mattered more than any dungeon. Somewhere out there, men who had built their whole living on the quill trade were about to feel the floor tilt under them, and they would never once feel my hand doing the tilting. I was awake at the wrong hour when the goggles showed me a man crouched outside my house. Then a second one. They had come for the twins. I went out the quiet way and put both of them down with the plunger before they knew the yard had a fourth wall. I zip-tied them in the dark, woke one, and let him understand, without laying a single hand on him, exactly how little patience I had left. He talked before I finished the sentence. They had been hired by a young noble named Silas of House Ashgrove to carry off Aaron and Monica. Something to do with a succession. Two slum girls who had somehow, years ago, qualified for a loan no slum girl should ever get. That was the anomaly I had noticed once and filed away. Back when I told myself that if you poke a quiet thing too hard, a snake comes out. Here was the snake. My girls had noble blood, and it had teeth. I let the thugs go. Dead men raise questions. Frightened men just run and warn the wrong people. Then I mail-ordered a sound alarm, wired the house, and went back inside where my family was still sleeping. I did not wake them. Some things you carry a few more hours by yourself. In the morning, I laid it all out for them. Erin did not hesitate. I can't suddenly become a noble, she said, so I don't want it. Monica put it the way she puts everything, in one word. Abandon it. Whatever the blood was worth, they signed it away between bites of breakfast, and I believed them. I offered to bring their mother, Claire, under my roof. Monica shook her head over her plate. Claire would not leave the slums. Her own mother had been an adventurer, and she could handle thugs on ground she knew. I let it stand, and set a quiet watch on her anyway. Alma I told again that she had earned enough to clear her debt and walk out free whenever she liked. She said no, again, without looking up. Let me stay like this a while longer. If things change, I feel like the happiness might slip out the door. I did not push. Some ledgers you leave open because closing them costs more than the debt ever could. Then, I went to deal with the man who had sent thugs after my daughters. House Ashgrove had about 5 factions, all circling one sick old marquis and his empty chair. I picked the faction that wanted Silas gone as badly as I did. A butler named Alfred walked me in. The man waiting was young, blonde, and courteous, in the way that costs a noble nothing to be. His name was Weston. He confirmed I was S rank. I told him flat that I was from the slums, and hear about 2 girls who wanted nothing to do with his world. Renouncing the claim was easy, he said. A letter would do it, but a letter would not stop Silas. What would stop Silas was a public humiliation, out in the open street in front of the whole city. Beat the current head's arrogant son badly enough, and the succession would crack open in Weston's favor. He would give me political cover. I would give him the crack. It was a clean trade, and I did not trust him an inch, which was fine. You do not have to trust a lever to pull it. I found Silas outside his favorite bar at dusk, red-haired, loud, ringed by hired muscle, one of whom went gray in the face the moment he saw me, because he had been crouching in my yard 2 nights before. I did not wait for manners. I announced, loud enough for the whole street to hear, that this noble had been harassing my companion, and I called him out right there on the stones. His pride did the rest. He could not say no with that many eyes on him. He opened with wind. It slammed into my barrier and shoved, so I had come wearing a backpack loaded with weights, and I just leaned into the gust and kept walking. He hauled up a boulder the size of a cart and dropped it on my head. I slapped it out of the air with the back of my hand and told him to try harder. Behind the sneer, I watched the confidence drain out of his face one shade at a time. That was the part I had come for, not the win, the draining. Then he announced his trump card before he used it, the way an idiot always does. Wind again, this time carrying poison powder. So I took a gas mask out of the item box, one I had grabbed on a whim in a trap dungeon, on the strength of an old memory from my world, and pulled it on while he was still monologuing. The poison rolled over me and did nothing at all. Then I walked up to a noble of House Ashgrove and knocked him out cold with a toilet plunger. I could have left it there. I did not. I peeled off the mask, stood over him where the whole street could see, and I played it up. "The Ashgrove young master," I called out, grinning like the worst kind of thug. "All talk and nothing behind it. When you wake up, learn to pick your targets." I made myself the villain on purpose. Let all of House Ashgrove remember the loud, crude stranger who beat their boy bloody in the street, and forget the 2 girls who only ever wanted to be left alone. Hatred needs somewhere to go. I gave it a door with my name on it. The leak, I learned later, had come from kindness, which is the kind that costs the most. The twins' father, Robert, had been an assassin before he died, and he had once sworn a family oath with Griff. When Claire fell ill, Griff had reached back into Robert's old contacts to buy her the potions that saved her, and somewhere in that dead man's network, someone matched the names and sold them to Silas. Good intentions, expensive echo. I did not blame Griff. I just closed the hole he had opened without meaning to. Weston got exactly what he paid for. Within the season, the old mark was passed, and Weston took the chair and my cover held. That night, Erin knocked on my door and thanked me, quiet, the way she says the things she actually means. I already thanked you when I heard the report, she said, but thank you for everything. I told her to get some sleep. Some of what that house had become, I keep off the page even to myself, and I intend to keep it there. While I was busy, the men who had dropped me in a pit were losing everything. I want to tell it the way I pieced it together afterward, the way you reconstruct a fire from the char. They did everything right, and it kept turning to ash in their hands. They hunted a griffin for its feathers, because griffin quills sold high, and came home to find quills worthless, killed overnight by a cheap pen from a company called Walton Trading. They mined diamond quartz for fine glass, and found the market already drowned in cut glass, and acrylic vases shipped from the same town. They caught a rare young horse to sell to riders, and Walton Trading had just put a bicycle under everyone who used to ride. They hunted an orc king, clean and proud, and heard the very next day that some nameless S rank had taken an orc emperor without a scratch, and left their trophy looking like a child's prize. Derek sat in the dark and could not make it fit together. Every road he chose was already owned. Every door he shoved open had been walked through and locked from the far side. He worked harder than he ever had in his life, and the debt only climbed, and there was no enemy standing in front of him to cut down, only a market that seemed to hate him for reasons he could not name. He had never in his life been so afraid. They traced the name to Walton Trading, and saying it out loud, they remembered a porter they had thrown away, the old man who used to carry their bags. Shane spat out the story they had told themselves so many times it felt like truth. Derek said it could not be him, that the luggage could not possibly be doing this to them, and in the same breath, he swore he would bury the old man anyway, and take the deadliest jobs on the board until they clawed their way back to S rank. He was underlining a name on a list without ever knowing the name was already on mine. Back in my own office, a clerk asked whether we should slow the pen shipments. Demand up north had gone strange, he said. Whole trades drying up. I told him to double them. 2 fuses had been burning since the day I climbed out of that pit. One was a guild investigation, crawling in the dark toward a truth those men still could not afford to believe. The other was a pen, and I had just watched it go off. The party that made me their luggage was ruined now, bankrupt and frightened, blaming a market they would never understand. But ruined is not the same as finished. They were still standing. They still did not know it was me. The account was not closed, and I was not closing it. I was leaving the door open a little longer, the way you leave a door open so someone keeps walking toward it in the dark. Then I signed the shipping order and got back to work. Marcus Weston looked like a man the title had aged 10 years in a season. He waved off the greetings before his butler finished them and told me to get to the money. So I did. I set a handful of artificial gems on the desk between us, cut clean, flawless, grown from raw magic through a drop item nobody else in this world owned. He held one up to the window, and for a second, the exhaustion slid off his face. His territory was drowning. He admitted it flatly, the way tired men do, once they decide lying costs more than the truth is worth. He needed cash, and I had just laid a fortune on his blotter. We closed the gem deal in minutes. Then, almost as an afterthought, he mentioned there was something else on his land he wanted gone, a sealed dungeon. Nobody would touch it. The locals had a name for it. They call it the Wish Fulfillment Labyrinth, he said. I asked him to keep talking. The legend was simple. A god waited at the bottom, and the first person to reach it would have any wish granted. A conquest team had tried once. They died on the 8th floor, and the entrance had been sealed and buried ever since. Any wish. I had coin. I had power I kept hidden. I had a family I never went looking for and couldn't picture losing now. There was exactly one thing left that I wanted, and no market in this world stocked it. I wanted to go home. How much for the whole thing? I said. He blinked. Then he named 10,000 gold, and I bought it. Installments. The dungeon writes themselves as collateral. Not because I couldn't pay outright, because I wanted it in my name and no one else's. Owning it meant the bottom was mine, the core was mine, and whatever that god turned out to be, nobody would be standing at my shoulder when I reached it. I went in alone. The crew would have argued if I'd let them, so I didn't ask. I unsealed the entrance, drank 4 boost potions one after another, and stepped down into a room the size of a cathedral. The seal shut behind me. The wyvern came out of the dark like a falling roof. I threw up a wall of freezing air first, rock ice, ground fine, and blasted out in a blizzard I'd learned to shape from a skill orb. It slowed the thing, frost crusting its wings. I closed the gap and swung. The mace, jacked up on a power potion, took its wing at the joint and folded it wrong. It should have ended there. It didn't. The wyvern's head snapped down, and I was inside its mouth before I finished the thought, sliding into a dark that stank of meat. I got my hand into my item box, dragged out every strength-amplifying drop item I carried, and jammed them on. Then I punched outward until the world tore open, and I was standing in the wreck of its skull, breathing hard, a magic stone cooling at my feet where a monster used to be. I stood there a long moment, one floor, one wyvern. It had nearly finished me, and a whole party had died on the 8th. Pride would get me killed in here, and pride was the one thing I'd never had much of. So I made the smart call instead. 2 other sealed dungeons still sat unopened out there. Dungeons I could crack with tactics I already trusted. Dungeons that would hand me levels. I'd take those first. I'd come back to the dragons when I could survive them. I opened a portal and left. I came home to find Aylma standing in the yard, back straight, shouting at a middle-aged man I'd never seen. She told him to leave before she threw salt at him. He didn't leave. He was her father. He'd tracked her here once her guild debt cleared, and she wrote to family again, and he'd come with his hand out and a scheme he wanted me to fund. He called me the guild chief and turned on the charm. When I said no, the charm curdled, and he called me a cheapskate. I'd heard enough about this man from Aylma to know exactly what he was. Come at my house for money again, I told him, quiet, and I'll run you out of this region for good. He blustered. Then he read my face, decided the house wasn't worth it, and stormed off swearing he'd never set foot near a place like this again. I hoped he meant it. I glanced at Alma, asked if I'd been too hard. She shook her head, and something in her shoulders let go. It's fine, she said. He's that kind of guy. I'm happy. I let it rest. There was work ahead, and I'd already worked out the shape of it. I'd learned that cold only slows a dragon. It never kills one, so ice alone would never carry me through that labyrinth. I needed levels, and I needed the right tools for the right monster. 2 sealed dungeons were waiting for both. The dark dungeon was pitch black on purpose. Bring a torch and the dark ogres inside go berserk. Pain switched off, hide gone tough as stone, every one of them charging the light. So we didn't bring light they could see. We wore infrared goggles and carried an invisible lamp that only showed up through the lenses. A thing I'd first cooked up for something far less noble. To us, the whole floor glowed. To the ogres, we weren't there. The first one loomed up green in my goggles, 2.5 meters of it, and I put my mace through its skull before it knew the room had guests. Then came the good part. I pulled a ball slicked in luminous paint, wound up, and threw it into a knot of 3 ogres. Sure kill friendly fireball, I said, mostly to myself. The paint splashed and glowed, and to those ogres, their own comrades suddenly lit up like torches. They turned on each other. We stood in the dark and watched them do our work and moved on to the next room. Monica pushed a cart the whole way, generator and lamp and metal stock rattling along, and announced she was bored. Her lightning gave off light, which made her useless down here, and she took it personally. For 5 floors, it was almost too easy. We threw a ball. The rear ranks tore themselves apart, and Alma, or Aaron, cleaned up whatever crawled out. Then, on the 6th, a dark ogre assassin threw up a wall of magic, and my paintball hit it and slid off harmless. The trick was dead. I called a retreat before anyone got hurt and told everyone to think. Monica solved it in 1 word the next morning. Wait. So I mail-ordered a stack of lead plates from the other world. I'd used them once for sound baffling, in a life that felt very far away, and I wrapped the paintballs in lead. Now they hit hard enough to punch straight through the barrier before they burst. The trick was alive again, heavier than before. The Dark Ogre King filled the far end of the boss room and summoned a court of ogres to stand between us and it. We threw the weighted balls into the middle of them. The paint took, the glow spread, and the king's own guard turned on itself in the dark, while we chipped away from the edges. Aaron's water and Alma's metal did the quiet killing. It went the way it always went. Then our magic ran dry before the king's did, and the fight got honest for a moment. So I stopped being clever. I hurled a ball straight into its face, closed the distance, and hammered it with the freezing blizzard again and again until the great shape folded and cooled into a single magic stone. Behind the boss room, I found the dungeon core. I built an absorption rig against it and drained it, buying up a mountain of cheap magic through mail order for the dungeon still ahead. My level, the real one I kept off my guild card, had climbed hard. Monica went down on the way out. The strengthening spell she'd been so proud of had wrecked her muscles, and she couldn't stand. I carried her out on my back and buried the entrance behind us so no one would ever find it. That night, the 4 of us held a small, quiet celebration in camp, the kind where nobody says much, and everyone means it. 3 days later, she could ride a bike again. Then we turned toward the last sealed dungeon of all. The golem dungeon had no small monsters at all. Every floor was a boss room, and if you dawdled, it simply summoned more bosses on top of the ones you hadn't killed. You cleared fast or you drowned. Erin took one look at me and asked what strange plan I had this time. I showed her. Watch, I said. Pachinko tripping attack. I opened my item box and buried the floor in steel balls. A flood of them, 30 million strong, 3 coins 1,000, cheaper than the parlors of the world I'd left. The golem's feet went out from under them the instant they tried to move. Everyone else wore floating shoes to skate over the mess, and while the golems flailed on their backs, the 3 of them went for the cores, Monica burning them open, Erin battering them, Alma driving metal straight through. A golem doesn't die until its core does. We made very sure of the cores. Floor by floor, the material got harder. Mud, stone, gold, iron. On the wood golems, our magic guttered against a barrier, so we simply stayed there and ground it out until the girls crossed into the 30s, and their spells punched through again. Flame golems we drowned in water. Ice golems we doused in gasoline and lit. The mithril ones threw spells, so I stood in front and let my own wall eat everyone. By the time we reached the adamantite golems, the 3 of them were past level 40, and we were killing things that had wiped out overconfident parties for a living. That, I thought, was the whole difference. Those parties had been sure of themselves. I had 30 million steel balls. The last one came alone, nearly 4 meters of orichalcum, half again the height of anything we'd fought, and clever in the one way that mattered, it flowed its metal skin over its core and hid the target. We couldn't reach the core, so we'd break the shell. Monica, heat the covering, I said. Erin, cool it after. Alma, strike where it cracks. I flooded its feet with balls and oil to keep it slow, and then we ran the cycle. Monica lit a flame lance off a camp gas burner and poured fire onto one spot until the metal glowed. When the fuel ran out, she called it, and I slapped a fresh burner into her hands without a word, and she started again. The instant the shell was hot, Erin hit it with a whip of water, and the orichalcum shrieked as it cooled too fast. Then Alma brought a hammer of metal down on the shocked, brittle spot. The first strike left nothing, not a mark. We did it again, and again. Heat, cool, strike. The golem heaved to rise, and Erin's water knocked it flat, over and over, patient as a machine. Because that was the thing about golems. They never learned. On the second cycle, a hairline crack opened. By the 10th, the core sat exposed and split, and Monica drove a blade of lightning into it while the other 2 finished it in the same breath. The whole 4-meter tower came apart into light and a single stone. I checked my status in the quiet after. My real level had crossed 517, while the card in my pocket still swore I was a nobody. I almost laughed. Long ago, I'd wished to be a late bloomer, a man who came into his strength slow and then all at once. It had cursed me with years of crawling progress, and then, apparently, decided to keep its promise all at the same time. I should have wished for an easy life. Too late now. We'd spent a month in here, and I was finally strong enough to go back to the dragons. We came back to the dragons together, and this time, the first floor felt small. Here's my special dry ice, I said, and dumped it out in blocks that boiled the air into freezing white fog. The wyverns dropped into it and slowed, blind and sluggish, and I walked in and finished each one with the mace while the crew held the flanks. It worked so cleanly it was almost boring. Cold only slows a dragon though, and on the 5th floor, the dungeon reminded me. A wood dragon came up immune to the whole trick and called a forest of walking trees to swamp us. Cold was the wrong tool, so I switched tools. I handed out chainsaws. They'd never seen the like. You yank the cord and the thing screams to life and eats through wood like it isn't there. The crew cut the Trents down to splinters, and I took the chainsaw to the dragon's own vines and then to its neck. It came apart the way anything does when you bring the right machine. On the 8th floor, we met a mist dragon we'd beaten once before, in another dungeon, in another season. Old ground. We put it down fast. After that, I set the pace myself. 1 dragon a day, no more. Alma didn't love it. We had no idea how deep this place ran, she pointed out. So crawling floor by floor could eat months. She wasn't wrong, but I'd seen what one wyvern did to me alone, and I knew what waited for parties that got greedy in a dungeon with no floor plan and a lethal boss on every level. Slow and alive, beat fast, and dead. That's just right, I told her. Let's take it slow. After that, the dungeon stopped being a fight and became a shopping list. Every floor had a dragon, and every dragon had a gimmick. and every gimmick had a mundane answer waiting in my item box. A zombie dragon rotting the air went down to pesticide and an ultraviolet lamp. An ice dragon I doused in gasoline and set alight. A flame dragon I drowned in more water than it could burn. An invisible dragon simply wasn't invisible through infrared goggles. A poison dragon meant nothing behind a gas mask. A metal dragon that shrugged off blades met a diamond cutter instead. There was one for blinding light and one for shadow, and one for every element the place could think up. And I always had the tool it hadn't planned for. We didn't rush. One a day. Then out through a portal, back to town to sleep in real beds. We sold the dragon stones at the guild for more than a comfortable living. And on the side, I fed my own magic stone with the waste ones until it grew fat. Erin said I had the strangest tools she'd ever seen. She wasn't wrong about that either. Floor by floor, we climbed down, deeper than the conquest team that died on the 8th, deeper than anyone had ever gone. Until one day, I looked up from a fresh magic stone and realized the marker on the wall read 99. Floor 99. I stood there with a dead dragon dissolving at my feet and my crew catching their breath around me. Absurdly, impossibly strong now, and I wondered how many floors this place actually had. One more, maybe 100 more. Somewhere below us was a god who granted wishes, and above all of it, past every dragon I'd carved through, was the only thing I'd wanted since the day this world dropped me in a pit and told me I didn't matter. I checked my gear, and we started down toward the next floor. Floor 100 had one thing standing on it, and the thing was made of light. I had told myself, coming down the last stair, that this was the bottom. Either the wish was here or it was nowhere, and if it was nowhere, I was done climbing. So I looked at the dragon that turned the whole chamber the color of noon, and I named it, the way you name a thing to make it smaller, the god dragon. Then I opened my storage and got to work. I hit it first with cold. A dry ice blizzard rolled out of the item box in a boiling white wall, the same trick that had dropped every wyvern between here and the surface. It broke over the dragon and did nothing. Not slowed, not flinched. The frost just slid off that shining hide and steamed away. So I closed the distance and swung the mace. Full weight, both hands. Everything my absurd arms could put behind a lump of iron. The blow landed clean and stopped dead, like I had hit the side of a mountain and asked it politely to move. The shock went up my wrists and into my teeth. "Metal," Alma called, and a spear of bright titanium leapt off her hand and struck the same spot. It skipped away like a thrown pebble. Then the tail came around. I saw it start and there was no time to be clever about it, only time to get my body between that sweep and the three of them. I planted, took it across the chest, and the chamber turned over. I went back through the air and hit stone hard enough to lose a second somewhere. When I found my feet again, Erin and Monica had thrown up walls of shield magic, layered, holding. Monica sent a whip of electricity into the base of that tail and the current sheeted off it and grounded into the floor. Nothing got through. Nothing wanted to. I stood there breathing, doing the math the way I always did it. Hard, immune, a wall that ate cold and metal, and lightning the same as it ate a mace. You do not outmuscle a wall, you wait for it to open a door. The dragon roared, and there was the door, its mouth. When it opens up, I said, "Hold it, just a few seconds. Buy me the throat." I already had the gloves on. I had put them on before the stair, because the thing I was about to handle scares me more than any dragon ever has. And a man who is not scared of it is a man who is about to die by accident. Thick gloves, every gap taped shut, a rubber mask sealed over my face. Concentrated pesticide, ordinary poison to start, then run through water magic to pull the water out of it, and leave only the part that kills, until it was something no bottle on any earth shelf had ever actually held. The mouth came open on another roar, and the three of them threw everything into pinning it wide. I put 2 full liters straight down the throat. The god dragon convulsed. The light of it stuttered, that constant noon flickering like a lamp in wind. And for one clean breath, I thought that was the whole fight. It was not. It shook off the seizure, and its head swung back toward me, still shining, still standing. Fine, more. I force-fed it the rest of what I had, and then, because a poison works better with something to sit in, I emptied 100 rice cakes down after it, a soft white avalanche of them packing the throat so nothing could come back up. The dragon gagged and heaved and kept living. Kept, impossibly, glowing. I was out of poison and running out of ideas, which is exactly the place where I do my best work. I dragged 2 things out of storage that I had never once bought to use as a weapon: washing tub cleaner, laundry starch. Back home, they are the most boring objects in a house. Mixed together in the wrong amounts, in a hurry, on a dungeon floor, they turn into a thick, clinging gel that swells and sets, and does not care what you are, a slime the god dragon had no wall for because nothing in 100 floors had thought to bring the laundry. Everything you've got, in the mouth, now. We poured it in by the armload. Alma and Aaron and Monica and me. 4 people force-packing a god's throat full of setting slime while it thrashed, until the gel filled every space the rice cakes had left, and there was nowhere for a single breath to pass. The light went out of it all at once. The god dragon came apart the way all of them do down here, the great shining body folding down into itself and dissolving into a slow drift of motes. And where the head had been, there was a magic stone the size of a shield, cooling on the stone. I stood over it a long time, mask still on, gloves still taped. I honestly do not know to this day whether the poison did it or the laundry did it. I only know it was the one thing that whole radiant wall had never planned for. The door past the throne opened onto a quiet I had not heard in weeks. There were 3 things in the room: a dungeon core, enormous, bigger than any I had drained, turning slow on nothing and throwing that cool blue light across the walls, a portal standing open, humming to itself, and 1 treasure chest alone in the middle of the floor, as if the whole labyrinth had been built to set that single box in front of whoever survived to reach it. I peeled off the mask, crossed to the chest, opened it. Inside, on a bed of nothing, sat a skill orb, a small clouded sphere with something moving inside it. I had heard of them and never held one, a thing you could crush in your hand and come away knowing how to do something you had not been born knowing. Whatever was in it was mine to keep, whatever it was. I closed my fist on it. It broke like a soap bubble, and the knowing dropped into me all at once, clean and cold and complete. Dimensional movement. I checked the rest, the way you pat your pockets after a long trip, and there it was in plain letters only I could read. I could cross, not sideways through this world, across it, out of it, home. The one thing I had wanted since the day this place dropped me in a pit and told me I did not matter. It had been at the bottom of 100 floors of dragons the whole time, waiting in a box. I stood there and let it be true for a while. Behind me, the core turned, patient, offering. I could feel how much was in it. If I drained that stone the way I had drained every other one, my level would not climb. It would launch, up and up into a number that stops meaning anything. And the trouble with a number like that is what comes attached to it. In this world, a high enough level buys you centuries. Lifetimes stacked on lifetimes, long after everyone you started with is gone. I had spent 7 years wanting a normal door back to a normal life. I was not going to walk through it into a body that outlived everything I walked back toward. So I left the core alone. I had come down here for a wish, and the wish was in my hand, and greed was the thing that got other people killed in rooms like this. I turned my back on the biggest prize I had ever chosen not to take. Then I turned around and looked at the 3 of them. Alma with a titanium blade still half-shaped in her hand she had forgotten to let go of. Aaron with her shields down and her breath still fast. Monica standing very straight, the way she stood when she did not know what to do with her face. 3 women who had followed a thrown-away porter down 100 floors of dragons, and never once in all of it asked me to prove I was worth the trip. I am not a man who says the quiet thing out loud. I have spent most of my life making sure the quiet thing stayed exactly where it was. But I had a door home in my hand now, which meant that from this second on, every day I spent in this world was a day I chose, and I found I already knew what I was choosing. Thank you, I said, for all of it. I couldn't have come down here without you, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. None of them said anything. They were waiting, the way you wait when you can feel a bigger sentence coming. Let's leave the boss room, I said, and if the wish doesn't work, if I can't get home after all, then I'll marry all 3 of you and bury my bones in this world happy. I made myself hold their eyes for the rest of it, all 3 in turn. And if it does work, I'll come back and do it anyway. Will you marry me? For 4 seconds once, a party I trusted decided I was cargo. It had taken them no time at all to let me go. It took me about the same 4 seconds, standing in that blue light, to understand I would spend the rest of a mortal life coming back to these 3 on purpose. Alma's eyes filled and spilled over before she could get a word out. Yes, she managed, wiping at her face and laughing at herself for it, gladly. It can't be helped. Erin had her arms crossed and her chin up, and her voice not quite steady, which is the most tender Erin gets. If we really can't go back, someone has to comfort you. Might as well be us. Monica did not cross the room, and she did not cry. She just looked at me with that flat calm, gone soft at the edges, and gave me the whole of her heart in the only sized word she ever uses. Consent. I told them the plan, because a plan is how I say things I can't say straight. I would go home first. I would make sure the door held, make sure I could come and go, settle the one piece of business I had left unfinished in this world. And then I would come back to them and we would do it properly. A real wedding in daylight above ground. I'll wait, Alma said, with my neck stretched out this long, and she held her hands a foolish distance apart and laughed again with her eyes still wet. Aaron only said, "Come back before we get old." And Monica, who had grown from a girl who could barely speak in front of strangers into a woman who could stand in a dragon's chamber and say yes to a whole life out loud, gave me the last word, and it was a small one, and it was enough. Promise, I promised. There was one more room I needed before any door home. It was in the back of an inn, a room with no window and one lamp turned down low. The kind of room you rent when you would rather no one counted the men who went into it. I came in the plain clothes of a merchant nobody looks at twice. A man was already waiting at the table, and he did not stand, and I did not expect him to. Sorry for the late report, I told him, and sat. He had spent the months since I first set this in motion doing the patient, unglamorous work I had asked for. Not accusing anyone, not yet, just checking. Because the thing about a false report is that if you move on it and you are wrong, you become the liar, and it is your neck the rules come for instead. So he had gone at it slow, from more than one direction, quietly asking the questions that could only have one answer if the answer was what I believed it was. He told me, in the flat way careful men deliver good news, that it held. Everything I had claimed about the reports that were filed after the disaster, the reports that turned a betrayal into a paperwork accident and a discarded man into a footnote, checked out from every angle he had come at it. They had lied on the record. It was provable now. It would stand up in front of the people whose job it was to care. I did not smile. This was never the part that felt like winning. He asked me, without quite asking, whether I still wanted to proceed. Now that it was real and no longer just a grudge I carried down a stairwell. Then let's go as planned, I said. That was all. No names spoken across that table. No faces. Nothing you could have hung on me if you had been standing in the hall. Just a merchant and a careful man agreeing that a thing which had been left open on purpose was finally ready to close. I had a wish in one hand and a door home in the other, and 3 women waiting above ground for me to come back and mean it. And somewhere out in the world, not yet, but soon, a bill I had been quietly writing for a very long time was about to come due. 4 men were lost in a forest, and not one of them had thought to buy a compass. I watched them from the tree line, close enough to hear every word, far enough that none of them would have found me if they had turned and looked straight at where I was standing. They had come out here for a metal wolf. Good money if you could bring one down, and Crystal Wing could not bring down much of anything anymore. They needed the money the way a drowning man needs the surface. Derek kept saying the landmark boulder was just ahead. He had been saying it for hours. His fine armor was dull now, scuffed at every edge, and the confidence he used to wear like a second coat had gone thin and mean. He pointed through the trees at nothing and told them to trust him, and the trees all looked the same in every direction, and they trusted him because there was no one left who would. Byron whined that they had gone the wrong way at the stream. He was red-faced and out of breath, and every third sentence out of him was a complaint. He said out loud that they should have bought a compass in town, that the little merchant stall by the gate had them for almost nothing. That was where Derek turned around. He would rather die, he told them, than put a single copper into Walton Trading Company. He said the name like it tasted bad. He did not know that the man who owned that company was standing 40 paces behind him in the dark of the trees, listening to him choose. He did not know a great many things. That was rather the point. I had spent a year making sure Walton goods were everywhere Crystal Wing needed to go, and always just out of their reach. The pens, the tools, the little comforts that kept an adventuring party alive between jobs. Every door they found closed had my hand on the other side of it, and Derek would still rather starve in a forest than admit the man he had thrown away might be worth a copper. Pride like that does half your work for you. You only have to be patient and let it. Shane came crashing back from scouting with all the color gone out of his face. He had climbed the tallest tree he could find, he said, and there was no boulder, no trail, no smoke from any town. Nothing but forest in every direction, as far as he could see. They were not near the edge. They were in the middle of it, and the light was going. Then Dorian, who stayed calm about most things, said the one thing that finally made all of them go quiet. Their porter was gone. Ashton was not behind them anymore. His pack, his easy grin, his endless helpful little offers to carry one more thing, all of it had simply stopped being there sometime in the last hour, and not one of them had noticed the exact exact moment a man vanishes when they have stopped thinking of him as a man. I noticed everything about Crystal Wing these days. It was a habit I had picked up at the bottom of a pit, with a can of cold coffee in my hand, and nothing left to do but keep a list. The voice came out of the trees, and it was Ashton's, and it was wrong. It was still friendly. That was the terrible part of it. He asked them, from somewhere in the dark, whether they seemed to be in a spot of trouble, in the exact easy tone he had used for weeks while he carried their bags and laughed at Derek's jokes. Shane spun toward the sound and shouted at him to show himself, to stop playing, that he had broken his promise. The voice only came closer, unhurried, like a man who had all the time in the world because he did. It said it would be glad to help them find their way out. It said there was just one thing it wanted first. It wanted to hear from their own mouths what had really happened at the old dungeon. That stopped the clearing dead. Ashton stepped out where they could see him, and the easy grin was gone, and the harmless porter was gone with it. What stood there now was somebody who had been wearing that man like a coat and had just taken it off. "I'm a guild investigator," he said. He let that sit in the cold air until it had touched every one of them. He told them he had been one the whole time he was fetching their water and mending their straps. He said he had been placed inside their party from the very first day, weeks ago, that every helpful little thing he had done had been him learning them from the inside. Then he said the part that took the last of their legs out. "I already know most of what happened at that dungeon," he told them. "I just want to hear you say it." They tried to run through it the way cornered men do, all at once, in every direction, with their mouths. Byron said it wasn't his idea, that he had only done what he was told. Shane said Derek gave the order, jabbing a finger at his own leader. Dorian said nothing at all and looked at the ground, which was its own kind of confession. And blame, once it starts moving between four frightened men, does not stop until it finds the one it truly belongs to. It found Derek. He broke the way a dam breaks, all at once and from the middle. He said it. He said Crystal Wing had triggered the device in the old dungeon, the thing that made the monsters come without end, the infinite spawn engine that had turned a routine floor into a killing ground. He said it had been an accident, that someone's foot or hand had brushed the wrong switch, that they had panicked, that they had run. And once the first true words were out, the rest came after them like water through the break. The disaster that killed all those people. The disaster the guild had spent a full year taking apart. The deaths, the failed dungeon, the flood of goblinkin that came boiling up out of it in the weeks after, that had chased a betrayed porter through the dark and nearly finished him. All of it had started with their hands, and their mistake, and their choice to run and lie instead of stay and answer for it. I stood in the trees and let every word land on me like something owed. I had first said that exact sentence to myself at the bottom of a pit, out loud, to nobody. A promise made to the dark, that one day I would make them speak it where witnesses could hear. And here it was, not dragged out of him, not forced. Derek was handing it over freely in a dying forest because a man he had never once suspected had simply waited and watched and let his cowardice do the confessing for him. I did not have to lift a finger. I only had to be there for the part that mattered. Ashton listened to all of it, patient as a stone, and when Derek finally ran empty, the investigator's voice went flat and cold for the first time. The guild, he said, could forgive a great many things. It could not forgive an A-rank adventurer who filed a false report to bury his own crime, and it would never, ever forgive one whose lie had cost that many lives. Then Ashton took one step back, out of the way, and let the trees answer for the guild. I did not need to watch the particulars. The guild does not send one man into a forest to arrest 4 desperate A-ranks who have nothing left to lose. It sends what it needs to send, and it does the work in the dark, and it is thorough, and it is quick. Crystal Wing walked into those trees hunting a metal wolf. They did not walk back out. That is all I will ever say about the how of it, because the how was never the part I had come for. I had come for the moment after. I stepped out of the tree line into the thin moonlight, in my plain merchant's clothes, empty-handed, and I let Derek see me. That was the whole reason I was standing in that forest at all, not the judgment. The judgment would have happened whether I watched it or not, whether I ever existed or not. I came so that at the very end, there would be one face he knew standing over the wreck of everything he had built, and so that he would understand, in whatever seconds he had left to understand anything, exactly who had done this to him. I watched him do the arithmetic. I watched it land, piece by piece, across a face that had spent a year refusing to. The merchant company he had spat on in the dark, an hour ago, rather than admit he needed it. The goods and the tools and the quiet fortune that had starved his party out from every side for a year, closing every door before he reached finished it. The investigator he had welcomed into his own ranks and taught to laugh at his jokes. The report he had buried that would not stay buried no matter how deep he pushed it. And now, at the very end of the line, the porter. The old man they had lifted over the edge of a pit and dropped among the monsters, and never once thought about again, alive, whole, standing in front of him in good clothes in the moonlight, having built an entire empire out of the 4 seconds it had taken them to decide he was luggage. Somewhere in the middle of it, Derek understood all of it at once, and in the last clear space he had left, he did not think about the guild, or the sentence, or the trees closing in. He thought about where it had truly gone wrong. Whether it was the device he had switched on by mistake, or the running that came after, or the morning they had hoisted a screaming porter over the lip of a pit and let go to buy themselves a few more steps. He would never be certain which of the 3 had killed him. The truth he ran out of time to reach was that it had been all 3, laid one after another like stones in a wall, and he had set every last one of them himself with his own 2 hands, believing each time that he was the one getting away. Then he was only a ruined man looking at me across the silver dark, and I gave him his answer. "That's what you get," I said. "Take the punishment for trying to kill me." That was all of it. That was the whole speech I had been writing in my head for a year, every night, polishing it, adding to it, and when the time finally came, it had worn all the way down to 1 line, and 1 line turned out to be enough. I did not shout it. I did not need to. I had itemized these men for so long, kept such a careful ledger of every single thing they owed me, and when the account finally closed, it closed with no more noise than a book shutting in an empty room. No fire in my chest, no dance, nothing I had expected to feel, only this. I stood there in the dark a moment longer, and I felt the weight lift. The thing I had carried since the pit, the stone I had gotten so used to that I had stopped noticing it was there, was simply gone. Nothing owed, nobody left to collect from. Just saying that 1 line out loud to the one man who most needed to hear me say it had cleared my chest completely and left a clean, quiet space behind where all of it used to sit. The first debt was paid, and I had watched it paid with my own eyes. So I turned my back on what was left of Crystal Wing, and I left them to the guild and the trees, and I went home to say the harder goodbye. They already knew. I did not have to say the reckoning was finished. Alma took one look at my face and understood that the last piece of the old life had finally been set down for good. I had a door home now, and I was going to use it. I had told them the plan more than once. I would cross back to my birth world, settle whatever was left of me over there, and then I would come home and marry all 3 of them properly, the way I had promised in the room beyond the dragon. This was not goodbye forever. It only had to feel like it for a little while. That did not make it feel like any less. Alma held on to me the longest. She was trying very hard to be practical about the whole thing and failing at it beautifully. And in the end, all she managed was 2 words against my shoulder. "Take care." Erin would not cry in front of me. She had her arms crossed and her chin up, and that measured look she used to hide everything soft in her, and she got exactly 2 words out before her voice threatened to betray her. "Don't die." She said it like an order and not a plea. Then, quieter, that I had better come back before all 3 of them grew old waiting on a stubborn man. Monica did not cross the room. She only looked at me the way she looked at the things that mattered to her, with her whole quiet face, and she gave me what she wanted most in the fewest words she owned. "Hope to see you again." I promised all 3 of them that they would. I meant it more than I had ever meant anything in either of my lives. Then I stepped back before my nerve could go, and I reached for the skill I had pulled out of a treasure chest at the bottom of a god's labyrinth. Dimensional movement, the way home. The one thing I had wanted since the pit, finally sitting in my own 2 hands. And here, I made the mistake I would spend a long time paying for. I thought of my birth world, and I thought carelessly, lazily, that I only wanted to go back with my own body and nothing else. Leave the weight of 2 lives behind me, arrive clean. I did not stop to think about how a wish, spoken to a skill that grants wishes, might choose to take a tired man at his exact word. I closed my hand on the skill. The warm lamplit room folded away around me, and the last thing I saw was the 3 of them reaching toward a space where I already was not. I arrived on the other side face down in wet grass, and the first thing I understood was that I was cold in a way I had no clothes left to explain. I looked down at myself. Then I said the only sensible thing a man can say at a moment like that, which was to ask the empty sky why, exactly, I was naked. The skill had listened. It had heard me wish to come back with only my body, and it had honored that wish to the letter. Only my body. Nothing on it. Nothing in my hands. Nothing at all. My clothes were gone. My gear was gone. Every single thing I had carried across from that world was gone. I crouched there in a field on my own birth world, shivering, and I pulled up my status the way you check a wound you already know is bad, hoping against sense that you are wrong about it. I was not wrong. The card showed my name and a level of 1, and a thread of mana so thin it would have been funny on anyone else, and 3 skills where there used to be a dozen. Item box, magic mail order, dimensional movement. That was the whole of what had made the crossing with me. Level 104 had become level 1. The man who had killed a god 2 days ago could not now have won a fair fight with a stray dog. Dimensional movement was still there, which meant the way back still existed, but it sat grayed out and locked, chained behind a level I no longer owned. I could not use it again until I had climbed all the way back to the top from the very bottom, from nothing, from worse than nothing, because at least the first time I had arrived with my clothes on. I knelt in the wet grass and understood, completely, what I had done to myself with one lazy sentence. There was only one honest thing to say to that. What have I done? When the shock loosened its grip enough for me to look up, I finally saw where I had landed. This was Earth, my Earth, the world that had chewed me up and spat me across into another one years ago. But it had changed while I was gone. Out past the field, low and wrong against the gray sky, a dungeon gate stood glowing where no dungeon on this world had any business being. The rules I had spent 5 years learning the hard way, somewhere else, had followed me home ahead of me. They were here now, waiting, familiar as an old scar under my hand. So I tested the one thing I had left. I tore a fistful of weeds out of the ground and pushed them into the item box, and they vanished clean. And when I reached back in for them, they came out again, damp and whole. It still worked. It was almost nothing. It was also a start, and I had built an empire out of less than a fistful of weeds once already, in a world that wanted me dead. I could do it again. I would have to. So I got up off my knees. Level 1, empty-handed, alone, on the one world that had already thrown me out once before, with a locked door standing between me and everyone I loved, and a mountain to climb before I could so much as knock on it. I thought of Alma trying not to cry into my shoulder. I thought of Aaron's order and Monica's 4 quiet words. I would get back to all 3 of them if I had to claw my way up from the floor one level at a time, and I would. I did not yet know that this world was not remotely done with me. I did not know that the people waiting for me here, the blood I had crossed a universe to come home to, were already sharpening the very same knife Crystal Wing had used on me, and that the pit I had just finished climbing out of was about to open again beneath my feet, deeper this time, and far closer to the bone. I only knew that I was cold and starting over, and that somewhere across the dark between 2 worlds, 3 women were waiting on me to keep a promise. So I turned toward the gate and I started walking. I came back to the world I was born in with no clothes on. That was the first thing this world taught me. The wish had been simple: return with only my body, and the door between worlds took me at my word and left everything else on the other side. My item box was empty. My level was gone. I stood on wet grass in the wind with nothing, and the only mercy in any of it was that it wasn't winter. So I found a leaf, a big one, about 3 meters of some plant that hadn't grown here when I left. I wrapped it around myself and started toward the road, because standing still has never solved a single thing. A woman saw me first. She screamed the word pervert loud enough to lift pigeons off the wires, and then, helpfully, announced to the whole street that I wasn't wearing anything under the leaf. I thought about running. Then I counted the cameras on every pole and decided a naked man sprinting from the police made a worse story than a naked man waiting politely for them. So I waited. "It's cosplay," I told the officer when he rolled up on his bicycle. "Don't mind me." He minded me a great deal. They gave me a set of somebody's old clothes, a chair, and a great many questions. I gave them my name, Walter, and my family's address, and I told them I'd lost my memory because I fell out of another world test badly in a police station. The officer wrote it all down, unconvinced but patient, and made a call to the address I'd handed him. Then we waited, and the man who came was my father, Harold, older than the last time, gray where he hadn't been, the same hard set to his mouth. He did not ask if I was hurt. He did not ask where I had been for all the years I'd been gone. He looked at me across that little room, the way you look at a bill you thought you had already paid. He called me a fool. He asked what I meant by it: vanishing, making the family worry, dragging the name into a station over a naked man in a leaf. And before I could answer any of it, he said the thing he had driven all this way to say, that I was disinherited, that I was not to set foot in the house until he told me I could, that, as far as the family was concerned, there was nothing left to discuss. Then he signed the paper the officer needed. Guarantor. Not because he wanted me out of a cell, but because he wanted me out of his afternoon. I want to tell you it landed hard. It didn't, quite. It landed familiar. I had spent years on the far side of the sky, learning exactly how few seconds it takes people to decide you're a thing they can set down and walk away from. And my own blood managed it faster than any stranger ever had. He was gone before I'd finished the arithmetic on it. So I told the empty doorway, the only thing I had left, I would not come back. Not if he asked, not if he begged. Then I gathered up the borrowed clothes that were now the only thing I owned in this world, and I went to find out what kind of world it had turned into while I was away. A man with no money and no plan has exactly one free resource, and it keeps a card catalog. The newspapers stopped me at the door. Every front page was dungeons. Monsters reported like weather. I asked the librarian for the beginner shelf, and she pointed me at 2 books, The Birth of Dungeons and The Mechanics of Dungeons, as if it were the most ordinary request in the building, which, apparently, it now was. I read all afternoon. Dungeons had come to Earth 4 years ago, and nobody knew why. The monsters were mutated animals, rats and dogs and boars and bears, named in plain words so the public could keep up. There were no dragons here. There was a licensing system, an exam, and adventurers who went in carrying actual firearms. There was a training school that would shortcut you to a license for money. Money. Every road on the map started at the same toll booth, and all I had was a handful of foreign coppers this world couldn't spend. The strange part sat quiet under all of it. These dungeons ran on the exact rules I already knew from the other side. Same mechanics, same bones. Either I had somehow carried them home with me, or something much larger had a hand in both worlds at once. I filed it away for a day I could afford to be curious. Tonight, I couldn't afford dinner. I slept on a bench. A man who had put a shining dragon in the ground one world over, lying on cold slats with borrowed clothes for a blanket, doing sums on nothing. I didn't feel sorry for myself. Self-pity is just planning you're too lazy to do. So I did the planning instead. Money first. Everything else came after money. Somewhere across the dark between 2 worlds, 3 women were waiting on me to keep a promise. And the only road back to them started here, on this bench, at the very bottom. My mana had crept back a little overnight, and mana was the one currency I could still print. I spent the last of my coppers ordering tiny magic stones through magic mail order, carried them to a buyback counter beside the dungeon, and told the clerk I was a homeless man who'd found them lying around. He turned them over like they had insulted him. "Worthless little stones," he said, and slid $30 across the counter. $30. I had crossed a universe for $30. Outside, I watched a homeless man push a cart heaped with garbage straight through the dungeon entrance and come back with an empty cart and a fuller pocket. So I asked him about it. Dumping trash inside a dungeon made the monsters respawn faster, he told me. So the city paid people to haul it, but you needed a permit, and you needed a room cleared of monsters to dump in, which meant you needed to fight. So it's life-threatening work, I said. He shrugged like a man who'd made his peace with that a long time back. I couldn't fight yet. Level 1, thin mana. Not an iron of value to my name, but it was a door, and it was the only door in this city with a hole shaped like me. I went to get the permit. The clerk gave me a form and a number. There was a porter's permit too. Better work, cleaner money, but it wanted a fixed address and training fees I couldn't so much as dream about. So I took the one job a man with nothing was allowed to hold. Then they registered me. Photograph, fingerprints, the veins in my hand, my eyes, my blood. By the end, they knew me down to the pattern under my skin, and they handed me a card with a little terminal baked into it that would log every time I stepped into a dungeon and every time I stepped out. One day in this world, and it already had me marked and leashed, cataloged like something that might reoffend. I pocketed the card and said nothing. A man rebuilding from the floor doesn't get to have opinions about paperwork. On the way back, a baker waved me in. Middle-aged, kind in the careful way of someone who has been burned for it before. She sold me the crust ends for almost nothing, apologized that it felt awkward to sell a man only crusts, then plainly decided not to pry about why. "You seem to have your reasons," she said, and slid a flyer across with the bread. "A homeless support group, Warm House. If you've nowhere to go, go there." I showed her the permit card, so she'd know I had work of a kind. It felt strangely important that one person in this whole world understood I was trying. Then I carried my bag of crusts to the park. There was a dog, a scruffy stray, a Shiba mix, no collar, sitting by the fountain like he held the lease on it. I tore off 3 crusts and tossed them over, and he ate everyone without a shred of suspicion. Then I put out my hand, and he was gone, up, back, and watching me from a safe stretch of grass with his ears flat, as if I'd reached for a blade instead of his head. While I sat there wondering what I'd done, a small child wandered up, said, "A doggy?" and buried both hands in the dog's fur. The dog let him, leaned into it even, trusted a stranger's child in a heartbeat, and would not come within an arm's length of the man feeding him. I told myself it was my smell. Homeless, unwashed, foreign incense on my hands. It was a reasonable theory, and I would spend real money testing it later, and it would turn out to be wrong. The dog wasn't reading my clothes. He was reading the thing underneath them, the part of me that had spent years learning to kill without a flinch. Children can't see that. Dogs can. I didn't know any of that yet, so I only watched him watch me, and then I got up and did the one useful thing left in the day. I reached for Magic Wall again, feeling around in the dark for the old shape of it. It came slow, but it came. It would come back fast, I told myself. I had built it once already. Fighting my way to a dumping room was off the table, so I bought my way around it instead. Magic mail order stocked monster-repelling incense. A little Magicka stick, cheap enough even for me. I paid the small entry fee, lit one, took up a scrounged iron pipe, and walked into a dungeon at level 1 on nothing but nerve and knowledge. A big cat monster came at me, and then it didn't. One lungful of the incense, and it thought better of the whole idea and slunk off to be someone else's problem. I found the collection point, and here the old edge finally earned its keep. The site paid $100 a pile, and instead of 1 cart at a time, I loaded 10 piles into my item box at once and dumped them in a single trip. $1,000. The homeless man running the site said he'd never once seen one of his own carrying an item box, and he wasn't wrong. I treated myself to the meal I'd promised, a real sandwich from the baker, who fretted she'd never sleep again if she heard I'd died just to buy her bread. I told her a sandwich was worth the risk. She didn't laugh. A month went by like that. Incense, pipe, 10 piles, $1,000, crusts for a dog who still wouldn't let me touch him. I tried names on him, Bruno, and a dozen after it, and he answered to none of them. I decided we simply didn't get along, the way some people never do, and I started thinking it might be time to graduate out of sleeping on a bench. That was when my nephew found me, Trevor. Last time I'd seen him, he'd been small enough to ride my shoulders, and now he was a tall, easy-smiling young man crossing the grass and calling me uncle like the missing years were nothing at all. He'd heard I was disowned, he said, and couldn't bear it, so he'd hired a detective to track me down. And the detective had turned up something interesting, that I had an item box. He had a proposal. He ran a dungeon party. He needed a porter, and he had a warehouse I could live in, rent-free, starting that very night. I want to tell you I saw it coming. I didn't. I saw a level 1 man with a bench for a bed being handed a roof and a wage by the one person in this world who'd come looking with a smile instead of a disinheritance form. I said yes. Of course I said yes. Here is what I couldn't see, and you can. He hadn't come for his uncle. He'd come for the item box and for the quiet, older claim on the family that a returned son carries, whether he wants it or not. The warmth was real, the way a leash is real. A thing that holds you close, only so it can hold you at all. He pressed a key and a little startup money into my hand, told me to use the place however I liked, and every kind word was another stake going into the ground around a pit I couldn't yet see the edges of. I'd been buried once by strangers, for less. I took the key. The warehouse had a bed, a sofa, a toilet, and, for reasons known only to Trevor, a billiards table. No bath, no kitchen. After a month of park benches, it looked like a palace. 3 young men turned up to drop their gear and were surprised to find someone living in it. Trevor's party. Kevin, the careful one, 2 years in and already talking like a veteran. Jason, the blonde one who couldn't keep a thought behind his teeth. Tyler, the big one, who looked at a porter the way you look at furniture. Old man, want in? Tyler asked, racking the balls. I told them I was broke and couldn't gamble it, and they waved that away and let me play on credit. That was my mistake. Comfortable, talking. I let too much slip. The production tricks, the way I worked the item box. Jason matched me, leak for leak, mentioning that guns only carried you to the lower floors, and skills were what mattered deeper down, right up until Kevin cut him off cold. Not leaking information, he said, was an adventurer's first rule. The warmth went out of the room like a door had opened onto winter, and the 3 of them left not long after. I called myself a fool for it, sitting alone with the balls still scattered. But I had held the one card that counted. They knew about the item box now. They did not know I could walk between worlds. That one I kept. I went back to the park before dark and set food down for the dog. He woke, ate, and warned me off the instant I reached for him, same as ever. I told him nothing is ever perfect, that 100% doesn't exist in this world, and he declined to argue the point. Tomorrow was porter training, a step. Past it, somewhere, was a dungeon core and the levels it could hand me, and past those was the only number that had ever really mattered, the one that would unlock the door home and put me back in a room with Alma, Aaron, and Monica, who were waiting across the dark for a man to keep his word. That was the plan. A roof, then work, then levels, then home. It was a good plan. It had exactly one flaw, and he was handsome, and he called me uncle, and he had already started to dig. I couldn't see the pit yet, but I had been in one before, and this time, the hands on the shovel were my own blood. The government gave me a grade before it gave me a job. They stood me in a gym, timed my run, measured my jump, squeezed my hand in a machine, and handed back the verdict, a grade of F. The man reading it off told me, kindly, that it put me somewhere around a middle-aged office worker who jogged on weekends. Sounds about right, I told him. The training came first. A trainer in a pressed uniform walked us through the rules, and I wrote down every one of them. A porter has no claim to anything the party pulls out of a dungeon. A porter carries no firearm. A self-defense weapon? Yes. A gun? Never. A porter must hold insurance, and a porter must hold a contract with the party he serves. And that contract gets filed with the government's dungeon agency, so no employer can starve him or work him past the line. That last rule almost made me smile. A whole system built to keep a porter from being used up by the people he trusts. I filed it away the way I file most kindnesses now, as something that would not save me. The insurers set up a table by the door afterward. I walked past 3 of them and picked the one whose badge carried a small crow. No reason I could have named. He asked if I held a rank from a recognized dojo, because a rank drops the premium, and when I told him I had none, I paid the full rate. Then I bought the rest of it, an armor set, and a plain iron mace, near $1,000 gone in an afternoon. It stung like a tooth coming out, but a porter without gear is just a man volunteering to die, and I had already done that once for free. Gear empties a wallet. I needed something that filled one. Back in the other world, in a slum that smelled of rot and cheap oil, I once bought a book of magic circles off a man who couldn't read it for almost nothing. I carried that book across 5 years and 1 universe. On Earth, it turned out nobody had anything like it. So I built a circuit, a small one, a magic circle laid down as a working device. And this one did a single quiet trick. It measured how much mana a person carried and threw the answer up as a band of light. No status screen, no skill, just the circle and the light. Making it took 3 things Earth couldn't grow: magic stone powder, the blood of an otherworld monster, and the sap of an otherworld plant. Every one of them came to my door through magic mail order, paid for out of what little I had. I took the finished circuit to a patent attorney and registered it. A filed patent, he explained, lets a man sell the thing before it's even approved, and lets him sue anyone who copies it. I was, as far as I could tell, the only person on the planet who could make one. That is a good place to stand. It is also a dangerous one. I had learned that lesson already too. A company answered within days. I set the circuit on their table and fed a thread of my own mana into it. The band of light climbed, marking the level, and the man across from me leaned in like a boy at a window. He had never seen mana read without a status screen, he said. With the right parts, he added, it could show the number on a digital display. Then, he did my selling for me. Medicine, he told me. There was a rare illness where a person's mana dropped and dropped until they simply fainted, and a meter like this could catch it coming. Banking, he told me. There were mana banks now, places that bought and sold the stuff, and every one of them needed a way to price what crossed the counter. I let him talk. I had walked in with a light in a box, and I walked out with a market. I left a sample and a promise to think it over, and on the train home, I was already sketching the next one. A circuit to pull water from the air, and after that, a little tool to make heat, a hand warmer that never ran dry. The money would come from the one thing no one could take, what I knew. That was the plan, anyway. The plan had a nephew in it. The guard at the mouth of the dungeon warned me, the way they warn every porter, that I was not to carry a gun. I told him I wouldn't. Plenty do anyway, he said, and waved me through. The first floor was almost a field trip. By the second, the air had teeth. A boar came at us, and Trevor put it down with a fast string of pistol fire, and I watched him savor it, that little shine a man gets when killing turns easy. Jason scooped up the stone the boar left behind and tossed it to me. I caught it. That was the job. We fell into a rhythm. They fought, and I carried. When they wanted a rest, I opened my item box and set out a table, chairs, a teapot, a whole small parlor in the middle of a monster floor. Kevin watched me pour and shook his head. "Old man, you're calm for a first-timer. Used an iron pipe once," I said, and left it there. I did not tell him about the monster-repelling incense I kept stacked in the box. A little more of it every week. Adventurers hide their methods. It is the first thing they teach you and the last thing you forget. A month went by like that. We pushed down to the 4th floor, and I noticed the thing they didn't seem to, that a single volley from a pistol had stopped being enough to kill. They kept firing anyway. I carried the bags and kept the count, and I told myself the warmth in that party was real. Some of it probably was. That is the part that still bothers me. On the 3rd floor, they cleared a room and told me to set up the rest area while they went ahead to fight. Ordinary words. I had heard them 100 times that month. I laid out the table and the chairs and the teapot, and I waited, and the waiting went on too long. I tried the door. It didn't move. I tried it again with my shoulder, and then I was calling their names through the wood. Trevor, Kevin, Jason, Tyler, one after another, into a silence that had weight to it. Trevor answered. I won't give you his exact words, because they weren't worth the breath he spent on them. He said the door was stuck. He said it must be some kind of trap. He said, with a warmth that turned my stomach over, that if we all lived through this, we should meet again someday. Then I heard them go. I stood there with my hand flat on a door that a boy I had once bounced on my knee had sealed from the other side. 5 years, a party of strangers had needed about 4 seconds to decide I was luggage. My own blood beat their time and smiled while he did it. Then I stopped standing there. Self-pity is a door too, and it doesn't open either. I dragged the table into the corner, turned it on its side, and built what a barricade you can build out of furniture. Somewhere in the dark of the cleared room, the air changed. Something was coming back. The dungeon was refilling the room they had left me in. It came out of the dark as a dog the size of a man, and when it opened its mouth, I saw the glow building at the back of its throat, a fire breather. It fixed on the barricade and charged. The table would not hold. I knew it the way you know a chair is about to break under you. So I did the one thing I had that they didn't know I had. I opened the item box and dumped every stick of monster-repelling incense I owned. A month of hoarding, all of it, straight over my own head. The smell hit like a wall, and the dog stopped. The whole room stopped. Every hungry thing in it suddenly deciding I wasn't worth the walk. But a fire breather doesn't have to come close. It lowered its head and breathed, and the flame washed over the table, and the wood caught. Heat crawled up the corner. Smoke pressed down on me, thick and oily, and the incense that was keeping the teeth away did nothing at all about the fire. I got low. I gripped the mace I had never once swung, and I did the arithmetic. How long the table had, how long I had, which of us would go first. The tabletop began to sag. A leg gave with a crack like a shot, and the door opened. A man stepped through it, took one look at the dog, and shot it. Not a panicked shot, a bored one. The shot of a man ending a chore. The fire breather came apart into light the way they do. The fire it had lit went on burning without it. "You alive?" he asked, ducking under the smoke. "Still here." He looked me over, holstering the pistol. Make an enemy of somebody? Then he told me what had been done to me, and it was worse for how simple it was. A wedge. Someone had driven a wedge to fix the door shut from the outside, and a wedged door in a dungeon stays shut until the dungeon itself rots the wood away, long after whoever's inside has stopped mattering. No blade, no hand, no crime a camera could catch. And there were cameras. Every adventurer wore a recorder that streamed everything it saw to a server, which meant no one could murder you in the open down here. It did not stop a wedge. A wedge wasn't murder. It was just a door. His price for that door being open was $1 million. I didn't have $1 million. I didn't have 100th of it. So I signed an IOU, and his recorder filmed me signing, which meant I couldn't skip out on him either. I said the word lawsuit. He almost pitied me. The wedge was already gone. He'd tossed it. And the men who set these traps were dark adventurers, unlicensed, carrying skills that slid them past every checkpoint and left nothing behind. There was no evidence. There was never going to be any. Then he heard my name, Walton. Something clicked behind his eyes, and he asked if I was connected to the Walton dungeon. "It's my father's mountain," I said. He laughed, not unkindly, and told me what I was worth. 2 years back, a dungeon had risen on Harold's land. Not a small one, a colossal one, a thing that would print magic stones forever and pull in entry fees and buyback rights, and a whole ring of business around it until the numbers ran to the hundreds of billions. And a dungeon like that has an air. I stood in the smoke and did the sum, the same cold arithmetic as the barricade. My nephew hadn't left me to die because he hated me. He'd done it because I was standing between him and a mountain made of money. I had bounced that boy on my knee. I had doted on him, and he had priced me out to the last dollar. Trevor thought I was dead. The moment he learned otherwise, he would fix his mistake. I had a little while before that, and I spent it disappearing. I went to Warm House, the support group for people the world had dropped, the one the baker's flyer had pointed me to weeks before. I told the staff the truth, or enough of it. I'd gone bankrupt. I was being watched. I needed to not be seen leaving. They didn't blink. This was a thing they knew how to do. One of them checked the street, came back, and told me there were eyes on the front, but the back looked clean. "Take the elevator down," she said, "and go out through the underground." I opened my item box in the stairwell and changed my clothes between one floor and the next, and walked out a different man than the one they were watching for. I couldn't go back to the street. On the street, information is a currency like any other, and a homeless man who knows something is just a man with something to sell. I needed money, fast, and I needed it without setting foot near a dungeon, where a recorder would log my face and tell my nephew I was still breathing. There was exactly one road left that belonged only to me: magic mail order. The steel fur rats came for the field first. They were the length of a forearm, armored in bristling metal fur, and they wanted the same thing every pest wants: the food I was trying to grow. I ran at them, swinging the mace, and managed to scatter them, which is not the same as beating them. I told them to go grow up strong somewhere else, and went back to my watering, because I was growing something. Warm House had gotten me the land for nothing, abandoned farmland, lent free, because an owner would rather trust a vouched-for tenant than risk a stranger who might turn squatter and drag him through court. It came with a hut that had a roof and a well, and nothing else. No power, no plumbing. Water I hauled by hand. Trevor's startup money was almost gone, and I lived on a food budget you could count on two hands. What I planted was an otherworld herb, seeds bought through magic mail order, a plant that grew like a weed in dirt this poor. Crushed and run through a magic tool with a thread of my own power, it made the cheapest healing potion there is. Closes a scratch, takes the edge off a pain, lasts about a week, and then it's gone. I called it a green leaf drink. The plan was old as selling itself. Give the first bottle away, charge for everyone after. There was a thought I kept stepping around, that a plant grown from an otherworld seed might unmake itself if the man who grew it died, might turn back to raw mana in the veins of whoever had drunk it. I decided not to look straight at that. A man rebuilding from nothing can only carry so much at once. A Warm House member came by to see how I'd settled in. He leaned on the fence. Getting used to the place. I set down the watering can. The land's a godsend. I'll earn enough to pay the group back. I promise you that. Where's that herb from anyway? A remote spot he'd never reach, I told him, which was true in a way he would never guess. Then I told him the other thing, the thing that had come in the post that morning. I had sent a sample of the green leaf drink to a pharmaceutical company through the group's contacts, and the company had written back they wanted to meet. The researcher's office smelled of floor polish and instant coffee, and I set a single herb on the table between us like it was nothing, because to me, it was. Mr. Miller turned the plant over twice. He was polite about it, and cautious the way a man is cautious when a stranger walks in offering something that looks too good. Deals like this were how people got burned, he told me. That was what gave him pause. I let him have his pause. Then I gave him the number. Call it a service price, I said. $1 million, naming rights included. I've got plenty more where this came from, so don't lose sleep over it. That was the part that closed him. Not the price, the shrug behind it. A man who is desperate haggles. A man who has more does not, and Miller had spent enough years reading faces to know the difference. He signed. I walked out with $1 million and a plant he thought was a miracle, and was, to me, a weed I could grow by the row. I already knew what the money was for. I had done that sum on the walkover. At the magic bank, they turned my cash into stones. Magic gets measured by weight there. The heavier the stone, the more it holds. So they left me alone in a locked room with a case of them, small ones and large. Everything I needed to force the door back to the other world. Then I heard hammering, not on my door, on the walls of the rooms beside mine, one after another, coming closer. My door came apart next, and men in masks came through the gap with guns already up. I did not think. I ordered off magic mail order the way another man reaches for a light switch, a speed potion, a defense potion, a strength potion, and one substitute doll. All of it in my hand before the case was even shut. I drank the 3 and swallowed the last of the fear with them. The shots came. The doll ate them for me, going ragged and gray where the metal should have gone into me, and I was already across the room by then, fast enough that the world had gone slow. It did not take long. When the last of them was down and groaning, I crouched by the nearest mask. Sleep it off. I told him, and made sure he did. Nobody died. I have never needed them to. I shut the case, put my hand flat on the stones, and stepped sideways out of the world entirely. I came out into gold light and gunfire and a locked bank a whole world away. No time had passed here. That is the rule of the crossing. The far side holds its breath while I am gone. So the same afternoon I had left was still waiting, and so were they. Alma turned first. "Welcome back," she said, plain as ever, like I had only gone to the market. Aaron went red to the ears and told me to put some clothes on. They were right there by my feet. Was I trying to embarrass the whole house? Monica just looked at me, that sharp, steady look of hers, and said 2 words. Promise. Fulfilled. I kept it. I cleared the last of the family debts that still had a claim on the 3 of them. The small, ugly bonds a world leaves on people it decides are cheap. And then there was nothing left in the way. So I married them, all 3, in a warm hall with the light coming in long and low. No crowd we didn't want. No ceremony we didn't mean. I will not pretend I trusted it. A man who has been dropped twice learns to flinch at good things. And I flinched at this one, standing there in borrowed finery, waiting for the floor to open. It didn't. Alma took my hand, and it stayed a hand. Aaron stopped scolding long enough to hold on. Monica, who measures everything, did not measure this. I had spent 5 years being luggage. For one afternoon, I let myself be something a person keeps. Then, because that is the shape of my life now, I went back to the war. I came back to Earth with no clothes on, again. Burning every stone at once to cross leaves nothing behind, apparently. Not the case, not the coat, not my dignity. And the guards were on me before I had my bearings, which is how a grown man ends up pinned to a plaza in the altogether for the 2nd time in a season. They took me in. I explained, flat as a tax form, that I'd had to spend all my magic at once, and this was the result. It is a stupid enough story to be true, so they let me go. On the walk out, I did the sum. Only one party on Earth knew I'd be at that bank with a case of stones. The company I'd just sold a plant to. The masks hadn't found me by luck. Somebody at Miller's firm had put my name in the wrong hands and pocketed something for it. And the men who came for me were still out there, still watching, still waiting for the next time I stood still with money on me. I don't take a bill like that to a courtroom. I take it back to the man whose name is on it. Miller met me the way powerful men meet a problem they think is beneath them. The leak wasn't his firm's fault, he said. He wasn't responsible for what happened after a sale. When I named a figure for what nearly getting shot had cost me, he told me it was out of the question and reached for the phone to call the police. I let him reach. Then I laid a slip of paper on his desk. It was a body control circuit, an otherworld trick that moves a man's limbs like a puppet without touching what's behind his eyes. His hand stopped over the phone. It went where I sent it instead. A sleep aid did the rest, gentle. And while he dozed, I drew up a clean sealed contract, pressed it with his own seal, and had a bewildered employee bring me the money against it. Money, I said, when the man hesitated in the doorway. One new plant, $10 million. I'm not asking for a gift. You get the plant. I get paid. Fair's fair. He looked at his boss, slumped and peaceful on the sofa, decided the research had simply worn the old man out, and counted it into my hands. I'm not proud of it. I told myself that on the way home, and it didn't make the 10 million lighter. A man rebuilding from nothing gets to carry exactly one clean conscience or a full purse, and I had already made my choice about which. Here is the strange gift the other world left in me. My level climbs on a fixed table. Every level costs the same slab of experience, no matter how high I go, which means for a man too weak to dive, the fastest way up is not to fight strong things. It is to kill weak things by the 1,000. So I put out a bounty, $10 a head for steel fur rats, alive only, and the local farmers came grinning with cages full. One had used grated yam bait and made enough for a week's drinking off vermin. I paid every one of them and dispatched the rats at a careful distance, because at level 1, a cornered rat can still ruin your day. 10,000 of them bought me a level. When the region ran dry, I bought monkey demons instead and hired hands to haul in more. The money for all of it came from the shop. I'd been growing the green leaf drink from that same nearweed herb, brewing it stronger with my own magic, and I gave the first bottle away free to anyone who'd take it. Free samples build a habit, and a habit builds a line out the door. I had it tested first, clean, no law broken. An old woman swore it fixed her aching joints and came back daily. A farmer joked he'd spend his rat money on it. I sold 2 patents besides, a monometer, a water circuit, for about 30 million more. By the end of it, I was level 5 and I had Magic Wall back in my hands. It felt like picking up a tool I'd owned my whole life. The money, of course, was already almost gone. It always is when you're building. They came for me in the dark, which is when men like that always come. And they walked straight into the one thing their trade can't handle. Infrared toys are a joke to professionals, so I hadn't bothered with those. I'd rigged the house with magic instead. An ordinary extension cord for a catalyst, a magic circle for the shape of it, an electric snare that magic detection skills slide right past because it reads as nothing until it has you. It had them the moment they crossed the sill. I stood in the doorway and listened to the pros yelp like scalded cats, then tied them up and left them for a police force that arrived, as it does, once the danger was already folded and boxed. 3 days later, I moved out, and I made a decision standing in the emptied house. I was going to conquer dungeons. That was the road to power and the road home both, but I would not do it beside another human being. I had trusted a party once, and my own blood once, and both had cost me the floor under my feet. No more partners with a price. I'd summon a beast instead, something that couldn't be bought. The only trouble was that a summoned creature judges its master, and a weak master gets refused. I would have to earn even that. The summoning magic orb cost a fortune in raw mana, so I built a machine to gather it. I handed the Wormhouse folk my method for making synthetic magic stones, a real debt repaid, and in return, I ran a campaign at the shop. A free green leaf for anyone who poured a little of their own mana into a stone at the counter. Whole crowds gave willingly. I patented the checker and transfer circuits behind it, saved the harvest day after day, and when the pile was finally high enough, I bought the orb and swallowed a new skill whole. Then I went to see the dog. There was a stray in that park I'd been failing to win for a month. It took bread from a child's hand without a flicker. From mine, it would take the food and then spring back out of reach, ears flat, a low growl in its chest, every time, without fail, only ever for me. I had beaten a god-shaped dragon, and I could not get a dog to sit still. For a long while, I thought it hated my smell. It didn't. It was reading something older than that. It read the thing I carry now under everything, the edge, the readiness, the pit that never quite lets go of a man's shoulders. Every stranger it met came unarmed. I never did. So I did the one thing the pit had spent years teaching me never to do. On purpose, kneeling in the wet grass, I let my guard all the way down. The exact softening I only ever reach around Elma. When for a breath I forget to be ready to die, I reached for it here, deliberately, and held it open where the animal could see. The growl stopped. The dog looked at me a long moment, and then it rolled over and showed me its belly. I sealed the contract with my hand on its chest, feeling it breathe. "Your name's Bruno," I told him. "That all right with you, Bruno?" He thumped his tail against the grass. For the first time since I'd landed back on this world, I was not alone in it, and the guard I'd lowered on purpose had cost me nothing. It had bought me the one thing force never could. The first thing I did with a summoned partner was give him a bath, which he took as a personal betrayal. I called him, "Summon, Bruno," and he came out of nowhere onto the grass, then tried to flee the moment he saw the tub. I caught him. He accepted the scrubbing with the deep sorrow of a martyr and came out of it shining, fluffed twice his size, and considerably more pleased with himself than he'd admit. Explorer training started the next morning. I had a partner now who couldn't be paid to sell me. It was time to go take the thing my family was built on. Training taught me the rule I'd been missing. Guns work on the shallow floors and quit on the deep ones. And now I knew why. A magic barrier that grows thicker as you descend. Magic and skills punch through because their own magic cancels it. A melee weapon carries magic too, if a strong enough hand swings it, but the power an object can hold scales with its size, and a bullet is a small thing, too small. Down deep, it may as well be a thrown pebble. I earned my license and filed the rule away. Then, I went to pay the man who'd pulled me out of the last pit, the mercenary. $1 million cleared in full. He took the money and gave me a warning instead of thanks. If I was thinking revenge, he said, I should drop it. The people I was crossing could throw money at a whole swarm of dark adventurers, the kind who leave no evidence and no witness. He'd hate, he told me, to have saved a man just to see him turn up dead. Letting it slide doesn't sit right with me, I said. I finished the drink and stood. It's fine. I've got a partner now. The Walton dungeon sat on my father's mountain, the $100 billion jewel my blood had built its name on. I went in low level, calling it a trial run. The first floor was easy. That was the problem. I got comfortable. And comfortable is when the floor opens under you. It did. I caught one glimpse of a figure above me before the trap sealed, long enough to know a hand had thrown that switch. and then I was falling straight down toward the boss room. But I had planned for exactly this. I pulled a rescue mat from my item box on the way down, an expensive slab of cushioned air, and landed on it soft as a man stepping off a stair. Somebody had tried to drop me to my death, and instead had given me a shortcut past every floor in between. I took stock, elixirs to spare, 10 substitute dolls, almost no attack power of my own, which was fine. My attack power has never been the point. I opened the boss door and called Bruno to my side, and a bear 4 meters tall came up off the far wall. "Keep it busy," I told him, and he went in barking while I worked. I mail-ordered the cheapest glue the other world makes, harmless there, where everything's grown a resistance to it, weighted the bottle, and threw. It burst across the bear's back into an itch no creature could ignore. The thing forgot us entirely, rubbing itself raw against the stone. I called Bruno off. Earth monsters, I'd learned, have grown tough against poisons and pesticides. What they have never once met is honest otherworld chemistry. So I used the slime-dissolving liquid next, the stuff that eats through minerals, that needs a pulse of magic to wake it, poured it over the maddened boss, and gave it that pulse. It did not survive what came after. When the light settled, there was a magic stone on the floor and a dropped potion beside it, and no mess a child couldn't have watched. Beyond the door, I found the dungeon core. I fixed my tool to it and drained it dry. My level did not climb. It jumped. A single leap from 5 to 86, the mana pool behind my ribs, going from a puddle to a lake. Not enough yet to force the door home to my wives, but more than enough now to stop being prey. On the surface, I did one more thing before I went home to my dog. The company that manages the Walton dungeon has stock, and stock can be bet against. I put up one of my new circuits as collateral, borrowed against it, and short sold that company as hard as the market would let me. If the dungeon its whole valuation rests on were to fail, were to be quietly gutted from the inside by a man they think is dead, the price would fall through the floor, and every dollar it fell would fall into my hands. They built a kingdom on that mountain and threw me off it. I stood on the street in the gray light and felt nothing hot at all, only the cold click of a number sliding into place. The weapon was loaded now. All that was left was to point it. The morning paper did the math before I finished my coffee. Walton Dungeon Corporation, top of the front page, in freefall. I read the number twice and set the cup down. The crash had turned the position I'd loaded into nearly $5 billion, my family's company, and it had just paid me a fortune to sit and watch it bleed. I did the sum on the rest of it while the coffee went cold. 5 billion was a wall, 15 was a door. Somewhere in the gap between them sat the thing they'd thrown me off of, the Walton Dungeon itself, the pit my blood had built its whole crown on top of. I decided, that quiet gray morning, that I was going to buy it out from under them. That night, something reached into my sleep. A small winged woman stood in a field of pale drifting light, no bigger than my hand and bright as a struck match. She congratulated me, not on the money, which she didn't seem to care about at all, on being the first person on Earth ever to conquer a dungeon. Then she told me what the dungeons were actually for. They weren't trials. They weren't treasure. The world itself had grown them, she said, to burn off a surplus of magic that would otherwise keep climbing until it tore everything apart. Plants used to do the work, drinking it down quietly age after age, but the plants were dying back, and the surplus had nowhere left to go. So the ground opened mouths. Every dungeon cleared swallowed the excess and pushed the ruin a little further off. Every load of garbage people threw down into them fed the very thing they were built to starve. And this dungeon, she said, the Walton Pit, would answer me now. I only had to think of her as the manager, and she would wake it or still it on my word alone. I came up out of sleep before dawn with the number still sitting in my head and something much heavier stacked on top of it. $5 billion felt very small against a clock nobody else on Earth could hear ticking. I hired a lawyer and pointed him at the purchase. While he worked the terms, I thought the word once, manager, and let the dead dungeon breathe again. The news caught it fast. The Walton dungeon had mysteriously revived, and the stock twitched upward on the hope of it. That twitch was the opening I'd wanted. I sold into the bounce, hard, then let the manager go quiet. The revived floors coughed up nothing but worthless stones. The market worked out it had bought a corpse in fresh makeup, and the price dropped out from under itself a second time. When the dust settled, I did the sum again, about $10 billion. My lawyer never once asked how I'd known which way the thing would fall. That silence was most of what I paid him for. Before I signed anything, I wanted to see what I was buying, so I walked into the Walton dungeon myself. A mouse thing rushed me on the first floor. Out of old habit, I splashed it with dissolving liquid, the trick that used to end anything earthborn the instant it touched. and the thing just shook the wet off and kept coming. Somewhere along the line, these monsters had learned the counter. I made a note that the other pits would have learned it too, and that the easy days were closing. None of it mattered today. I was too far above this floor for it to be a fight at all. I put the thing down and kept walking. Down at the bottom, the boss door stood shut, and a knot of company guards stood in front of it, keeping strangers off the core. I turned around and left them to their post. A young woman was waiting for me at the gate, my niece, Chloe. For one breath, I wondered if she'd come to finish what her brother started. Then she bowed her head and apologized for him, and I knew she hadn't. She told me things I'd never managed to put together on my own. That despite the disownment, the will named me to carry the family. That my father had called me a vessel worth more than any company president. That my nephew Trevor had tried to have me killed for precisely that reason. As the named heir, I was the one body standing between him and everything. From the recorder footage, we know you conquered the dungeon, she said, quiet. Then, quieter, that no one alive could stop her brother now. I told her I was under a curse, and that if she ever saw Trevor, she could tell him to take it up with the gods. It was a strange, heavy thing to stand there holding. For years, the arithmetic had been simple. They'd looked at me for about 4 seconds and decided I was luggage worth dropping. Now the same blood that dropped me had gone and written my name at the very top of everything, and my own nephew had put hired men on me because of it. Wanted and hunted for the one single reason. I stood at that gate and could not make it balance. I said goodbye and had my lawyer pull the will itself. It read exactly as she'd said. My name first. Trevor, next in line. The moment I died. Every attempt on my life suddenly had a motive, and the motive wasn't hatred at all. It was inheritance. When it got to be more than I wanted to carry, I did the one thing I could finally do again. Somewhere in all the leveling, the road home had quietly opened back up, and I stepped sideways out of my own world and into theirs. Alma reached me first, the way she always did. Aaron scolded me for looking half dead and demanded to know what was wrong, and Monica said almost nothing and stood very close instead, which from Monica was a whole speech. I let myself have the afternoon. Then I went back. There was a company waiting to be taken. The company made it easy in the end. A resort project had gone bad and left them short, and short slid quickly into sinking. I offered $15 billion for the Walton dungeon and the land around it on a single condition, that the company stayed alive long enough to see the sale close. They took it. In return, I got a title with no teeth in it, honorary chairman, a name printed at the top of the letterhead so the banks would keep lending. Every day they borrowed against the rights to my magic circuits and against that name of mine. I let them. While they did, I quietly bought up the very stock I'd crashed, cheap, with a manager standing invisibly behind every share I touched. The plan was patient. Feed the core garbage, let it heal slow, keep a public dungeon tour ready as a backstop. So I thought the word manager and woke the pit. It went wrong in seconds. An employee came through the door white to the lips. The monsters had all turned strong at once, and a crowd of ordinary people were trapped down inside. Whatever I'd woken it. I went down alone because I was the only one who could reach the core and the only one at a level that made the trip down survivable. The first floor tried for me with a pitfall dropped over a bed of spikes. I caught it in time, hooked a line, and went down the safe way past it. Just short of the boss room, I found a company guard losing badly to a monster, and I took the thing off him from behind with a mace before he could finish being afraid. He thanked me and asked what he should do now. Walk out behind me, I told him. Don't look back. I summoned Bruno at the boss door. Inside, a bear the size of a house reared up out of the floor, and Bruno barked once, sharp. Some old animal part of the thing froze solid at the sound of a dog. That freeze was all the opening I needed. I put a single round through it from a pistol built for exactly one shot, its barrel etched full of acceleration circuits that burned themselves to slag the instant it fired. The bear came apart into drifting light and left a stone on the floor. Beyond the door, I found the core and drained it dry. The whole dungeon went still. No more monsters, no more traps. And it stayed still long enough for me to walk every last trapped person up the floors and out into the daylight. Only when the final one was clear did I wake the pit again, gently this time. I went to change in the VIP locker room after. I had one arm out of my jacket when I felt the door blow clean off its hinges behind me. 4 of them came through the smoke. My nephew Trevor, and 3 men he'd hired on to make sure it took this time. Kevin, Tyler, and Jason. I reached into my item box and drew the only weapon the moment truly deserved, a toilet plunger. I told them, pleasantly, that if they turned around and walked out right now, I'd write the whole thing off as a joke and forget it happened. Trevor was not in a forgetting mood. Kevin had a knack for seeing a heartbeat into the future, and he called my move before I made it. Warned Trevor I meant to swing the rubber cup at him, so I swung it at Tyler instead. Tyler dropped his weight magic over me to pin my arms, and it slowed the plunger by nothing worth measuring. The cup caught him full in the face and folded him down. Jason panicked and set the air alight. A whole wash of fire straight at me, and it guttered out against me like a match dropped in a sealed jar. He got the plunger too. Kevin was still babbling his little prophecies. Don't come, when I simply stepped inside the lot of them and put him on the floor in one clean stroke. That left Trevor. He drew an iron skewer, and I told him, almost kindly, to hurry it up. He didn't come at me. He used teleportation instead, tried to blink the skewer straight into me, right past every guard I had. But there's a wall around me now, layered in from every magic circuit I carry, and small force things simply do not get through it. The skewer never arrived where he aimed it. It came out the far side of his own spell, inside him. He folded around his own weapon and went down. I called security. The recorder over the door had caught all 4 of them breaking in, and every second that came after, which meant it was them the footage damned and not me. The police carried the whole set off in cuffs, my proud nephew last of all, mopped up with a plunger and hauled away like something that had clogged a drain. I have rarely enjoyed anything quite so much, and let so little of it show on my face. A week later, my father agreed to see me. Harold didn't waste a breath on the fact that his grandson was sitting in a cell. He was angry that it had happened somewhere cameras could see, and angrier that I was the one left standing when it was done. He told me the disownment was permanent now, for life, no road back, as though that were a sentence he could hand down, and not a thing I'd already made my peace with at the bottom of a pit 5 years ago. I told him, flat, that I would take the Walton Dungeon Corporation from him anyway. Not with a plunger, with stock. 1 share at a time, bought right out from under him. He threatened what men like him always reach for first, an emergency shareholders meeting to force me off. Political friends who could be talked into believing I'd stolen the land rather than paid for it. Then, because he was a Walton, long before he was anyone's father, he stopped threatening and started dealing. He'd sell me the land back at double what I'd paid, and cut loose the 2 divisions I actually wanted, the juice business and the magic circuits, into my own hands, if I'd only go quietly. I took the terms. I've never once believed that going quiet was the same thing as going away. I paid a databank $1 million for everything they held on teleportation magic. The agent explained that it burns an enormous amount of power and that it carries one quiet weakness. Try to force an object into something with a strong enough barrier of its own, and the spell can simply fail to land at all. I sat with that a long moment and finally understood why Trevor's skewer had turned back on him and why Jason's fire had died in the open air. The wall I'd built out of every circuit I carried didn't just stop a blade. It sent the cheap tricks straight home to the men who threw them. It was very nearly the only good thing my old life had left in my hands, and it had already cost my enemies more than any weapon I owned. I started the juice company that same week and gave it a name I'd been carrying a long time. Greenleaf, the first letters of Alma, Aaron, and Monica, folded into plain sight, where the whole world would drink it down and never once know whose names it was saying. It was a very long way from a $300 billion company. It was a beginning, which was all I'd asked of it. Good news never travels alone. Word came that Trevor and his hired men had already broken straight back out of prison. In the same breath, my lawyer told me the will had been rewritten. My name struck clean off. Everything pointed now at my older brother Gordon, with Chloe named after him. The war hadn't ended in that locker room at all. It had just grown itself another head. I didn't feel much of anything about it. I did try something new that night, alone in the office. I reached across both worlds at once and called them through. Bruno first, then Alma, Aaron, and Monica, standing impossibly in a modern room under a desk lamp, blinking at Earth. For about 15 minutes, I had my whole family on one side of the door. Then the mana ran dry out from under it, and they winked away mid-sentence, gone back to where they'd come from. A trick that short was no way to live, but it was proof the door swung both ways now, and I filed that away with everything else. The buyout was aimed. Trevor was loose. My father was cornered and pretending hard that he wasn't. And the will had my brother's name on it now in place of mine. Not one of them had fallen yet. I finished the sum in my head, turned off the lamp, and started making the next list. I started with the apology, because you clear a debt before you write a new contract. I told Mr. Miller I was sorry for what I had done to him months ago, the small invisible push I had put in his head to make him sign. I meant it, near enough. He waved it off before I finished. The plant I had handed him back then had turned into a compound that worked on a disease nobody could touch, and that compound had bought him a promotion and a raise. A man climbing a ladder does not waste breath cursing the thing that built it. He was curious about the circuit, though. He turned it over the way he turned over everything, called it a kind of truth serum, said maybe he ought to make me drink one, then laughed it off, then asked, not laughing, where the plants grew. I told him that part stayed with me. He let it drop and named what he had actually come for. He already knew I was scaling the green juice up. He wanted the sales rights, so we did the arithmetic out loud. He would push the juice through his channels. In exchange, the old incident went into the ground and stayed buried. Long term, both ways. We shook on it. I walked out with a distributor, a clean slate, and one fewer man in the world who might ever want to talk. My whole research division was 2 people, and that afternoon, the 2 of them out-invented companies 100 times their size. One pitched a juice that left you less tired, and another that kept a cold off you. I told him we would make both. The other had the heating circuit, the one already selling, halfway to a cooling version, so I took that too. Then took the barrier circuit he wanted to sew into rain gear and hang off a cord like jewelry. An item box, someone said. I killed that one. It works. It just drinks more magic than any pocket is worth. A circuit that kills germs, the other asked. The books I learned from had never heard of germs, so no, that was the question that snagged them. Where did I learn all this? Old books, I said. Earth had magic in it since long before anyone wrote it down, and that was the true thing hiding under the lie. The magic was always here. The plants used to drink the surplus off, and the plants are dying back now, so people and animals drink it instead. And it is not enough, but a cooling circuit in every shop, a barrier on every rain cape, a warmer in every glove, every one of them a small mouth, burning a little of the excess away. I almost said the rest, the dungeons, the garbage going into them, the thing waiting at the bottom of that sum. I shut my mouth around it. I talked too much, I thought, and smiled at nothing. My juice company had just turned into a deadline. From tomorrow, I would go back down into the dungeons and buy the world a little time. Bruno padded ahead of me down the first floor, while I did a thing I had no business doing. I fired off a dimensional summon and stacked an ordinary summon behind it, just to see what the system would do with the collision. What it did was talk back. The administrator's voice landed in my skull, exasperated, saying I had made a mess of her rules, and then, with a sigh I could almost feel, she cleaned it up. The dimensional summon was gone. In its place sat something new she had built on the spot, at the same cost as a courtesy, a bride summon. I said the words before I let myself think about them. Bride summon, Alma. She stepped out of the light onto the wet stone of a world that was never supposed to reach her. For a moment, I just looked at her. Nothing crosses between the worlds. That is the one hard rule under all of it. The rule that had cost me 5 years and everything I owned. Items cannot cross. No summon outlasts my mana. And yet here she stood on Earth, breathing Earth's air, and when a dungeon sign glowed on the wall, she read it out loud without a hitch. Because whatever the skill was, it had brought her language with her. She lifted a hand and pulled a thread of bright metal out of nothing, the way she always had at home, and turned it in the light to be sure it was real. So, this is your side, she said, plain spoken as ever, testing the floor with one boot. The rule said nothing crossed. The bond I had spent years building had just crossed anyway. I let myself have that, one full breath of it, standing in a pit under a city that had thrown me out. Then Bruno barked us forward and we went to work. I cleared the floor boss in about the time it takes to sign a form and walked straight into a form. The checkpoint inspector wanted Alma's permit. She did not have one because she had existed on this world for roughly 10 minutes. I tried the truth in 3 flavors. She is my goddess. She is my summoned beast. She is my bride. I called her with a skill, and the man liked none of them. So I put a control circuit to work, leaned on him just enough to walk us both through the gate, and told myself it was the price of civilized society. It was a bad trade. He came to on the next floor, called it a perception skill, called me a dark adventurer, and had me detained for obstruction before I finished explaining that skills are allowed inside a dungeon. Bruno they waved through without a blink. Hunting dogs, apparently, have more standing than wives. The room went stiff and stupid until a second inspector arrived, a calm woman with an appraisal skill. She looked at me once and read me like a receipt. Bride summoning, a skill she had never heard of. Level 143. 2 more skills with no names she knew. The first inspector's face did an interesting thing. I did not fight it. I reminded her that appraisal carries a duty of confidence. Told her plainly that if this arrest held, I would sue it into the ground for false arrest, and asked instead for what I actually needed. porter permits for 3 brides. She ordered them issued. I summoned the other 2 in turn to register them. Aaron measured and unbothered. Monica bright and theatrical about the whole thing. And the inspector stamped 3 cards while looking at me like I had cheated at something. Maybe I had. I pocketed the permits and left legal. Now I had a party. 4 fighters, 1 dog, and a boss door I opened without much of a plan, which was its own kind of plan. What came out was a bear the size of a truck, hide scaled over like armor, fire rolling out of its mouth. My accelerated rounds bounced off it and skipped away, so we went to magic. Aaron threw a tornado that the bear's breath turned into a spinning wall of fire. Alma shaped an iron shield out of the air and put it between us and the heat. Monica ran a black bolt of lightning off a car battery straight into the thing. The lightning was the mistake. You do not run current into something soaked in fire magic. The bear went up all at once, and the blast took the whole room, us included. And then a substitute doll crumbled to dust in my pocket and pulled all of us back from the edge of it. We stood there singed, hair ruined, clothes smoking. Alma announced she was learning the magic wall, so this stopped happening to her wardrobe. So I reset. I drained the dungeon core, told the administrator to build it fresh, and we walked back down to do it right. The second bear had learned. Metal fur now, a fan of tails trailing the floor like ground wires, immune to everything electric. Fine. I had printed a stack of paper confetti, seeded with magic draining and cooling circuits, a fever patch, before I made it a weapon. The others kept the bear busy, while Aaron fired the confetti across it in a bright scatter. It stuck. The bear reached for its fire and found the tank empty. Then I cracked a nitrogen cylinder. Aaron wrapped the gas into a tight cold cyclone, and the boss that could not burn simply ran out of air and folded into a single stone on the floor. I drained the second core and called it a day. I would need more trump cards, and I already had ideas. Bruno started barking at nothing a little after midnight. The motion light snapped on over an empty yard. I had half decided it was a fault when the window blew in and a substitute doll turned to dust in the same breath, catching a bullet I never saw fired. More shots came and died, flat against my magic wall. Somebody was out there with a gun and no body to go with it. Infrared showed me an empty yard, so it was not simple invisibility. I pulled up the security camera feed on my laptop, and there he was, a man in black, standing plain as day on the screen, a gun in his hands. A perception skill then, the kind that lets your eyes slide off a man while a lens catches him cold. So I let the lens do the aiming. I went out low, turned Bruno loose, and threw stones toward the barking until one of them cracked off something solid in the dark that was not a fence. I had him. I pulled a coil of rope out of the item box, snapped it around where the stone had bounced, and hauled the tangle off its feet, then brought a toilet plunger down on the top of it. The perception skill broke with him. All at once, there was a man in black on my lawn, roped and out cold and entirely visible. I woke him before the sirens got close. I already knew the shape of the answer, but I wanted it said. Name your client, I told him, and told him to hurry. He gave me a name, Trevor. He gave up a hideout for the dark adventurers too, coughing it out fast, the way men do when the job has gone all the way wrong. The neighbors had heard the shots and called it in. The police carted him off, and I stood in my broken window doing arithmetic on my own nephew. I taped cardboard over the window and slept in the other world, because a house nobody can reach is the only house worth sleeping in. In the morning, I did the quiet work. I photographed pages of magic tool books with a camera to mail order later, and I went looking for a counter to the thing that had shot at me. I found one, a barrier device that drains the magic out of anyone standing inside it and shuts their skills off, and it can be keyed to let one pattern through untouched. Mine. I would build it into the house. Then I put the harder question to the 3 of them over breakfast. What do you do about family who wants you dead? None of us could get to the obvious answer. Alma said her own father was trash, said it flat, and then said she still could not have brought herself to kill him. Aaron said it was a difficult thing and left it there. Monica, for once, said almost nothing at all. We were 4 people who had every reason to want a man gone, and not one of us willing to be the one who did it. So we went sideways instead. Send him across, one of them said. Drop Trevor into the other world with nothing, the way I had landed, and let a year of carrying somebody else's bags teach him what it teaches. I turned a permanent circuit over in my mind, something inked into him that he could not scheme his way out of, and set it down again. You cannot force that on a man, and even if you could, this world sells the removal in a shop. No clean answer yet. I told them I would keep looking, one world's tricks laid over the others, until I found the way to stop him without becoming the thing he already was. The tip I had squeezed out of the gunman put a raft of dark adventurers in cells. Trevor stepped out of the middle of the raid through a teleport, because of course he did. He did not come at me with a gun after that. He came at my company. A boycott bloomed against Greenleaf almost overnight, placards and chants, and a story that my juice was drugged, and I set my people digging for who was funding it while I answered it the loud way. I took a stage. I denied the rumor to the whole room, drank a full glass of the juice in front of the cameras, called it delicious, and set out a dozen sealed bottles for anyone who wanted to run their own analysis. A journalist pushed on the pain relief effect. Sure, it hid some secret ingredient. Another wanted to know where the greenleaf herb grew. Trade secret, I said, and smiled, and gave them nothing. That was the truth of it. The analysis would come back clean, because the effect was never chemistry, and only my company had a boycott parked outside it. Nobody organizes a mob by accident. This was aimed, so I would answer aim with aim. I went to see a man who wrote, honestly, and to a large audience, about an illness the doctors had given up on. I told him I read his blog. I asked him to drink 1 cup of Greenleaf, and I offered $100,000 toward his treatment either way. He took it for sarcasm at first. Even his doctor had quit on him. Then he drank the cup I had quietly laced with a real elixir, and the cup did what the doctors could not. He stood up out of that chair. He said he had not stood in years, that something was pouring back into him, and I gave him a case of bottles to hand out and told myself I would do this 9 more times. That was the mercy and the lever in the same glass. While the cured were starting to show up in the street, I handed a weekly magazine a folder, photographs, and the ugly history of the people running the boycott. A crew with a long past of squeezing companies exactly this way. The magazine ran it. Public opinion turned inside a week, and I paid discreetly for the flattering articles that finished the turn. The boycott simply evaporated. Then I built the machine that would outlast all of it. Customers donated a little of their own magic. I spent that magic buying elixir to heal the genuinely sick, and the goodwill went vertical, and every drop of surplus I skimmed off the top bought the raw materials for magic circuit ink. Tens of millions of units printing on ordinary presses, hundreds of millions coming, every one of them a small mouth on the clock I was racing. I followed the money that had paid for the boycott, and I followed the leaks that had fed it, and both roads bent toward the same door. Not Trevor's, a boardroom. My own brother's name was on it, Gordon. Trevor was the knife in the dark, and I had just caught the knife. Gordon was the hand in the boardroom, and I had only just found it. Not one of them had fallen yet, but for the first time, the war was moving my way, and I was the one advancing. I turned off the lamp and started on the next list. Before I tell you how the hand in the boardroom came apart, you should see the knife from the inside, because for a while, the knife was sure it was winning. Trevor had grown up knowing exactly what was his. He was the eldest son's son, the company, the dungeon, the fortune worth trillions. All of it was a road that ran straight to him, and he had never once doubted the map. Then the old man found the uncle who had vanished years ago, the failure the family had signed away at a police station, and named that man the heir, sole heir, over him. He went to look at his uncle himself. What he found wasn't the broken relative he remembered. It was a stranger wearing the face, calm and upright and wrong, carrying something in his eyes that no porter should carry. An imposter, Trevor decided. A monster in his uncle's skin, and it was standing in the road that belonged to him. So he made a decision the way he made all his decisions, quickly, and without letting himself feel it. He would kill the man. He was thorough about it. He offered the uncle porter work, lured him into a dungeon with the party, and left him at the bottom of it. Someone dragged him out. He put a gun in a hired hand and set an ambush. The bullet died before it reached the target, like it had hit a wall of nothing. He sent dark adventurers to drop the uncle into a pit and finish him for good. The uncle climbed out. Every method Trevor owned, he spent. Fire, steel, height, teleportation men who could vanish out of a locked room. And the uncle just kept not dying, kept turning up the next morning like weather. Trevor had done things in his life, quiet things, buried things, the kind the family paid money to keep buried, and none of it had prepared him for a target that simply refused to fall. His sister came to him near the end, Chloe. She sat across from him and asked him plainly to stop. She reminded him that the man he was trying to murder had once gotten down on the floor and played with them when they were small, that he was family. Trevor told her family was exactly the problem. The man was a monster, he said, and a monster who knew where the bodies were buried, the covered up disputes, the paid off journalists, all the tidy little crimes the fortune was built on. If the uncle ever decided to dig, the whole family went into the ground with him. She didn't understand. She still thought there was a person in there to save. Then the uncle took the chairman's seat at the company, and past misdeeds started leaking into daylight. one crack at a time, and the terror finally caught up with Trevor all at once. He tried one last time, cornered the man in a locker room with his 3 friends, 4 of them on one middle-aged uncle. They were on the floor in seconds, all 4. After that, Trevor stopped pretending he could win in the light. He had the dark adventurers cut the recorder out of his body in a back room so nothing he did could be traced, and he used his own skill to vanish before the police closed in. He went to his father to say goodbye. Gordon told him to lie low and wait. His father admitted he had known about the crimes all along and had helped bury them because the old man always said a little rot was the correct price for a fortune that size. Gordon wasn't afraid. The company and the land were back in family hands, he said. What could one man do? Trevor knew what the man could do. He didn't argue. He walked out into the shadows to build something there, patient and hidden, promising himself he would come back for all of it. That's the knife. Here's me. I was walking the 4th floor with Bruno when I felt 2 soft taps at the side of my neck, like someone flicking me with a finger. 2 blades, actually. They had hit the magic wall and gone nowhere, the way small forced things always did. A man flickered into the open behind me, delighted with himself. Sure, he had just opened my throat. He hadn't. He was fast, though. Genuinely fast. A speed skill, the same trick that made Bruno hard to hit. When I swung a rope at him, he simply wasn't there anymore, so I stopped trying to catch the blur and made the blur show me itself. I threw a handful of flour into the air. The draft of him carved a clean line through the cloud, and now I had a direction. I scattered a fistful of pachinko balls across the stone in front of that line. Fast is only an advantage if the floor cooperates. His feet went out from under him. He cracked into the wall, and I walked over in a pair of floating shoes and put him down with a toilet plunger. I dragged him out to the dungeon staff and called the office to say I'd be late. Then I stood there a second doing the arithmetic, the abandonment, the gunman, the pit, and now a knife man in the dark. Somebody was still spending real money to make me stop breathing. The sum kept pointing the same direction. Chloe was waiting for me on the plaza when I came up, hands folded, that guilty decency she carried everywhere. A letter had come from her brother, she said. Trevor meant to rule the underworld now, to become the boss of it, the power behind everything, and to lay all of it, the whole ruin of his life, at my feet. It seems it's because of you, Uncle, she said. Then, more quietly, that I probably didn't need to worry. I told her reconciliation was off the table. The boy was past talking to. That left one job, and it looked like it was mine, to reach out and give him a good hard smack when the time came. Not to bury him. I'd made a promise, and so had the family across the world I'd married into, that we would not spill our own blood, not even blood that was trying to spill ours. There were other ways to teach a lesson. I'd find one. I filed Trevor under a heading I already had open and went back to work. The counterfeits started while I was still counting assassins. Someone was selling fake magic circuits at 1/10 of my price, and the buyers knew they were fakes and bought them anyway. There was nothing to sue. You can't chase every knockoff through a courtroom, so I stopped chasing and changed the product instead. We built the proof into the box, a mesh of tiny circuits printed across the packaging that glowed when you poured a little magic into it. Real green leaf lit up. A counterfeit stayed dark. The problem was reuse. A clever faker would just refill a genuine glowing box. My staffer worried at that out loud until I remembered the anti-theft tags they clip to a DVD, the ones that die when the clerk deactivates them. Same idea, backward. Cut the box open, and the slit breaks the circuit, and the glow dies for good. An open package can never glow again. You could verify it in the store and never once after. He grinned and told me it was done. I didn't have to advertise it. I walked into a store a week later and found a knot of grade school kids crouched by the shelf, pouring their little trickles of magic into every box they could reach just to watch it light up. It had become a game. Kids taught their parents to check for the glow, and checking for the glow meant checking for the fakes, and the fakes started dying on their own. The brand climbed on the backs of children playing with a light. I'll take a win, any shape it comes. The reporter who'd done a favorable piece on me once asked to meet, and he came with more than gratitude. The counterfeits weren't random piracy, he said. They traced back to the boycott group that had come after me, and the boycott group had a politician standing behind it. Then he lowered his voice and told me about a colleague of his, a man who had been digging into the Walton Dungeon Company. That man had gone into the Walton Dungeon and never walked out, died on a pitfall trap, the recorder said. The exact kind of trap that had once been set for me. The police found nothing to question, but a politician's adventurer club had been holding an event in that same dungeon at that same hour, and a secretary had gone in on a porter's permit with no recorder on him at all. A meeting nobody wanted written down. Before he died, the reporter said, his colleague had hidden what he'd found, locked it away somewhere safe. Then the last gift, the the heavy one. A new law was coming, maybe half a year out. The Dungeon Core Contact Law. It would make touching a dungeon core a crime. I thanked him and told him to watch his back. I meant it, and I also did the private math on my way out. Touching cores was how I drained the mana I needed. The clock the world had put on me, and the clock a politician had just started, were now the same clock. So I decided to squeeze the last drops out before the door shut. I loaded Bruno up first, mail-ordered him a passive skill or two, monster strength and a wall of his own. Later, a bit of swift foot so he could dodge like the little terror he was. Then I summoned the family and went down to farm. The boss was a black boar the size of a truck, 3 meters at the shoulder, hide that shrugged off bullets and lightning. It fired its own tusks at us like arrows. It wouldn't breathe fire, because breathing fire would blow itself apart. Clever animal. I let it charge so I could read it, caught the tusks, threw it once to feel its weight. Then I did the simple thing. I lobbed a night-eye potion underhand into its open mouth, the kind that makes eyes drink in every scrap of light, and followed it with a flashbang. A creature whose eyes are wide open to catch faint light does not enjoy a small sun going off in its face. It screamed, went blind, and I finished it with the mace until it folded into a stone. The drop was a plain iron key, no magic on it, the sort of thing a dead adventurer leaves behind. I stood there turning it over, thinking about a reporter's colleague and a locker hidden somewhere safe, and I put the key in my pocket without saying a word about it. Then I drained the core and went home. The bulletin board at the entrance told me I'd cut it closer than I knew. The law wasn't half a year out anymore. It had been rammed through overnight as emergency legislation, the kind meant for disasters and terrorism, effective the next morning. The data bank told me the rest, $100,000 a question. The Dungeon Association had leaned on someone, about 100 owners, trillions of dollars between them, and a monster problem that was life or death for every one of them. Cores were their property now. Touching one was a crime. That night, the little winged administrator turned up in my dream, and she was not happy with me. She was tired of my loopholes, she said. She'd have loved to simply switch me off, but the world's own rules tied her hands as tightly as they tied mine. So she settled for a curse instead. From now on, I wouldn't be able to stop diving. An itch to go into a dungeon that would only quiet once I'd cleared a boss, and would come back the next day and the day after. Trials to match every scrap of mana I stole out of the ground. And no, she added, she would not be reviving my dungeons for me. Then she was gone, and I woke up wanting very badly to go kill something underground. Fine. A daily boss was a rounding error next to the actual problem, which was that the surplus magic drowning this world had to be burned off faster than anyone was burning it. Every circuit I sold was a small mouth on that clock. It still wasn't enough mouths. I couldn't touch a core anymore, but an owner could. The law said so itself. So I gathered the owners of the unpopular dungeons, the ones bleeding money, and offered them a machine. I'd install extraction circuits in their cores, teleport and suction, legal because their own hands connected them, and mana would pour out on its own, day after day, for almost no work. 30% of it came to me. They practically climbed over each other to say yes. The installs became a routine. Clear the dungeon down to the boss. A two-tailed cat spitting fire from one tail and lightning from the other went the same way as everything else. A resistant glove for each tail and a mace for the head. Wire the core, hand the owner a substitute doll, and leave a stack of circuits with instructions to reorder when they ran low. One dungeon held near $10 million in mana if you drained it dry. Mornings, I dove because a goddess made me. Afternoons, I ran the company. Pendant rain gear, wristwatch rain gear, 100 small mouths shipping out the door every day. And the arithmetic still came up short. I ran it more than once, hoping I'd made an error. I hadn't. Everything I was doing, all of it together, and the world was still filling faster than I could empty it. Then a copy of my product showed up that actually worked. That was worse than any counterfeit. My materials are mine. Nobody else can source them. A working copy meant the material had walked out of my own building. I pulled the security footage and found a shimmer the guards had never noticed. A perception-blocking dark adventurer, invisible to a human eye, but not to a camera lens. And not, I was betting, to a dog's nose. I posted Bruno by the guard room and went back to a meeting. The call came mid-sentence. I got down there to find Bruno with his jaws locked on a patch of empty air that was thrashing and swearing. I roped the empty air, smeared it with binding glue until the skill broke, and a very unhappy man appeared on the floor. And I made it clear the police were the pleasant option. He gave me 3 names, 3 employees who'd been feeding him. 3 names turned into more than 10 once I started pulling threads. I brought in the one they all pointed to, the ringleader, and asked him a simple question: who gave the orders? He wouldn't say. He owed the Walton family, he told me. They'd helped him once, and he'd take the police over betraying that. do as I liked. He meant it too. I could see he'd chosen his cell already. All he'd give me was that the orders came from a Walton, which narrowed it to my own blood and no further. Loyalty like that doesn't break under pressure, so I stopped pressing and reached for a different tool. I ran a product tasting. New blue juice, I told them. Tell me what you think. What none of them knew was that the blue juice was a truth serum. The more you drink, the more honest you get, and you forget the whole conversation after you sleep. The first man I sat down was one I trusted, and I needed to know I still could. He drank, praised it, and when I steered him around to the company, he told me plainly that I treated him well, that he'd follow me for life, that the coworkers he'd come up with had all come over with him. Clean. Good. I let him go back to his desk, none the wiser. The next man I already suspected. He drank, said the strange thing about it getting tastier the more he had, and then, smiling, he told me everything. He was close with Gordon. He'd been reporting to my brother for a while now, how the company was doing, that we were profitable and expanding, that the real plan was to buy the Walton Dungeon Company out from under the family. He said it like he was reciting a grocery list, and there it was. Gordon, the hand in the boardroom, wired into my own halls, feeding my brother everything I did. I didn't shout. You don't shout at a card you've just turned face up. I'd fire all of them, quietly, under the cover of a restructuring, even hand them a bonus on the way out, so nobody smelled the truth in it. A cold company, I thought. If I worked here, I'd quit. But I wasn't here to be liked. I was here to win, and to keep the world from filling up while I did. I had the knife in the shadows and the hand in the boardroom, and past the hand, up the arm, sat the old man who'd started all of it. Not one of them had fallen yet. That was fine. The iron key was in my pocket, pointing somewhere the family had worked very hard to bury, and I already knew what door I'd try it in next. The iron key had ridden in my pocket for a week, pointing at a door I fully meant to open. It could keep. That morning, I was on the 4th floor with Bruno, who had hit level 22 and wanted the whole world to know it. A fire illusion fox came at us, throwing fireballs and moving like a rumor. Bruno slid under the fire, closed the gap, took it by the neck, and that was the end of the fox. He trotted back and barked, chest out, waiting. What? I said. You want a medal? He wanted a medal. Then something wet came out of the dark, thrown hard and low at my face. Bruno hit it first. He always hit it first. The liquid caught him instead of me, and he went down between one step and the next, legs folding. No growl, no sound at all. A dark adventurer stood at the edge of the light where the throw had come from. I put him on the floor with the mace and forgot he existed. Bruno wasn't breathing right. I poured an elixir down his throat, the thing that fixes everything, and it fixed nothing. The poison had gone somewhere under his skin that no healing could reach, and I knelt there in the wet doing the arithmetic on a dog's life. The sum came up short, so I stopped counting and stood. Hold on, I told him. I'm coming. To you, it'll feel like a second. Then I opened the door between worlds. Dimensional movement. The other world is where time stops. Step through, and the clock on Earth freezes solid behind you. Bruno frozen with it. Mid-collapse, the poison frozen in him exactly where it was. I could take as long as I needed. What I needed turned out to be a year for a dog. People have argued about that in front of me since, whether that is love or something broken. I don't argue back. I had no cure and no one to buy one from. The elixir had already tried and lost, so I built one from nothing. The only thread I had was the way my own magic wall works. A film over the skin that lets air through and turns a blade away. A filter. If a barrier could decide what passed and what did not, a written circuit could learn to do the same. I dug an old mineral exploration tool out of storage, the kind that finds a vein of ore when you set a sample on its circle, and I bent it toward a smaller target. Search for one substance in a body. Find it. Move it out. On paper, it was clean. In practice, it was months of a circuit that pulled nothing, or pulled the wrong thing, or pulled a little and quit. I tested it on sugar water. Draw the sugar out, leave the water behind. That was the whole trick, in miniature. Glass after glass of sweet water, and a discharge sheet that stayed empty. I slept alone in a world with no clock and no company, and got up and drew the lines again. Then one morning, the water went flat and a fine dust of sugar sat on the sheet where it belonged. I had my cure. I went home to the second Bruno had been waiting. No time had passed. Bruno was still folding toward the floor. I laid the fresh circuit under him, took a sample from the little bottle still in the dark adventurer's slack hand, and set it on the circle so the pattern would know exactly what to hunt. Here was the mercy in it, the thing I'd have never chosen but couldn't refuse. Unconscious, Bruno's own barrier was down. His skin had stopped guarding him, so my circuit could reach straight through where it never could on a waking body. The poison lifted out of him as a thin gray powder and settled on the sheet. He took a breath, then another. His eyes opened, found me, and his tongue found my hand. Well done, I said, and I meant it more than I've meant most things. Good boy. I let myself have about 10 seconds of that. Then I bound the dark adventurer with rope and a harmless glue that sets like stone, and I dragged him up to the light. The guard looked at the man glued to himself and decided the interesting criminal in the room was me. He wanted to know if I'd assaulted the fellow. He threw poison at me, so I glued him, I said. That's self-defense, isn't it? He turned the glue over in his head, hunting for a charge in it, and came up empty. He'd wanted very badly to arrest me, and now he couldn't, and he let me see exactly how much that cost him. I've had that effect on men in uniform before. On the way out, I did a different kind of math. The circuit that pulled a poison out of a living body without cutting it open would pull other things, clots, toxins, the wrong cells, out of other bodies. I called the pharmaceutical company and showed the thing to Mr. Miller. He didn't talk about money. He said it was worth a Nobel Prize, which from Miller is the closest thing to a prayer. I filed that away as a card. Everything is a card if you hold it right. Miller asked, a few days later, whether I wanted a politician. Within the law, I told him, no envelopes in the dark. He said the man was clean enough for that and set the lunch. Foster was late 30s, easy to be around. None of the snobbery I'd braced for. He needed backing for his campaign. His last real chance, he let me know, and he wasn't shy about it. I offered him my company floor to speak on, and a personal donation, and he asked plainly what I wanted in return. So I told him plainly, I meant to take the Walton Dungeon Company, $300 billion of it, away from my own blood and teach the family what discipline felt like. Foster admitted dungeons were past his depth, but his people ran a medical corporation, and he had a door into the health ministry, and that was worth more to me than he knew. Over the pot, he talked. He'd lost his first election, the one after his father collapsed in office. A backer of his, a supermarket chain, had gone down the year before. The young president lured into illegal gambling until there was nothing left, and a spy in the walls the whole time, leaking everything before it happened. I knew that shape from the inside. I said nothing about my own spies. I just decided, quietly, to get my green juice certified as a medicine through his ministry friends. A politician who owed me, holding a door into the law, a lever laid against the arm. The 8th dungeon went the way they go now. Bruno and my wives, the transfer circuit, straight to the boss. A horse with fire riding its hooves, leaving burning walls behind it as it ran, circling to pen us in the flames. Aaron's water hit the fire, and the fire only hissed and came back. Alma didn't bother arguing with it. Watch this, she said, and snapped a length of metal rope across its legs. The horse went down hard, and I finished it with the mace, light than a stone. I came back up into worse news. One of my people met me white-faced. The outsourced factories couldn't get materials. Bottles for the green leaf juice, silver and stainless steel for the accessories. Someone had leaned on every supplier at once. It didn't take a detective. It was family money doing it, my father or my brother, the hand in the boardroom or the old man up the arm. I bought 2 days with terracotta, handmade clay bottles for the juice, filled by hand, cleared by the pharmaceutical company as an emergency. Ugly, but it kept the shelves full while a riot didn't happen. Silver I could still buy through mail order. Stainless steel I couldn't. But mithril, I remembered, is only silver that has soaked up enough magic to change what it is. And in the other world, I found the old array that concentrates magic to a point. I built it into a machine, a magic metal generator. Feed it iron, pour in power, and it hands back magic steel and mithril, rust-proof and hard, a rainbow crawling across the surface. Power was the only missing piece, so I rented a dungeon core for $200,000 a day and asked the administrator to divert the dungeon's surplus magic into my generator. She called it a loan I'd repay later. While I had her, I asked her to curse my nephew for me. She wanted 100 favors for that. I decided I'd handle Trevor myself. Inside a week, the sabotage stopped because there was nothing left to choke. I owned the only mithril on Earth, and I was selling it at the price of gold. Every blow they aimed at me, I turned into a wider moat. Then I went after the old man on purpose. I spread money quietly among reporters and told them to dig up anything the Walton name had ever paid to keep buried. While they dug, a call came that turned my stomach a little. The small monkey demons had evolved, half again as large, some of them breathing fire, and the authorities were already out exterminating them. I didn't like the shape of that at all, so I built an adventurer department out of my own staff, volunteers to go out and put monsters down. They balked. Ordinary people, afraid of monsters, sure they couldn't kill a living thing. I painted them the other picture instead. The day the monsters come over the wall for their families, with no police left to answer. One by one, they came around. They trained, they took licensed guns into the low floors. Their levels climbed past 10, and a few of them woke real skills. I put a skill allowance on the books and watched a payroll turn into an army. It wasn't enough hands, though. No stranger risks his neck for a cause. In the other world, Alma and the others pointed at the obvious. Make the bodies worth money. A forbidden book gave me a ritual that renders a monster corpse down into raw magic, and I dressed it up as recycling and opened a chain of buy shops for the carcasses. Every circuit I shipped and every shop I opened was one more small mouth chewing at the world's surplus magic. I ran the arithmetic on my way out, and it still came up short, but the mouths were multiplying now, and that was the point. Foster called me back before the vote, rattled. A rival was buying goodwill the clean way, a lawyer at his side, walking hardship cases through their welfare applications, legal down to the letter. Foster admitted he'd been running his own borderline tricks, and the line was razor thin. I left him a bottle, a confidence potion, the kind the other world throws away. It only works on the weak, level 5 and under, and any better speaker in the room overwrites it clean. Useless there. On a stage in front of a few hundred ordinary voters, it was a loaded die. He drank before every speech and won in a landslide. Afterward, he wanted to call me teacher. I told him to keep the title and just introduce me to the right people when the time came. A reporter brought me the thread I'd been waiting for without knowing it. A colleague of his had gone missing after hiding evidence of a bribe in a locker. Nobody knew which locker or where. I knew which key. I'd carried it in my pocket for weeks. A plain iron thing dropped by a boss. Off a dead man I never met. A photograph of it. A detective agency. And the locker turned out to be in the Walton Dungeon's own locker room. They had buried the evidence under their own floor and never known it. I opened it. One memory card sat inside. On it was video, my father, Harold, counting a thick envelope of cash into his secretary's hands, down in the dark where he was sure no lens could reach. I didn't shout. You don't shout at a card you've just turned face up. I copied it, and I set the copy on a prosecutor's desk the way you set down a full glass without spilling it. Days later, the secretary was arrested, and my father's name was printed beside the word that means the man who paid. Then, the thread pulled tighter and turned cold. The missing reporter hadn't gone missing. He'd been dropped through a pitfall trap and left there. The same kind of trap that had once been sprung under me. Through Foster's new office, I pulled the dead man's own dungeon recorder footage, and in a single frame, I found a face I already knew. The speed skill adventurer I'd put down once before. I sent that frame to the prosecutors too, and waited for a killer to start talking. It should have finished him. It didn't. Harold called the video a fake, a stitched-together composite, and the dark adventurers who could have backed the truth kept their mouths shut, so the case slid toward nothing. All it truly did was crater the Walton stock, which only fed the buyout I was already running underneath them. One engine stalling while another ran hot. The wives had been sulking about never seeing anything of this world, so I'd taken them out. A garden, a tower, a roller coaster. They rode 5 times, a quiet night at a hot spring. A few days after, a letter arrived at my desk. Stop the acquisition, it said, and tucked inside were photographs of that day out. My wives. In a world the sender should not have been able to reach at all. I read it twice and set it down. A man who mails you photographs instead of sending a knife is a man who has run out of knives. I doubled my working hours instead of slowing them, sleeping in the other world to steal the days back, and told my people where we were going. I even turned the fear into a product. Miller and I put out a juice that burns fat into strength, and half the country bought it just to get thin. It nudged a few more of them into hunting monsters, which was the whole idea. It wasn't fast enough, because the thing I'd been feeling in my back teeth finally walked into the daylight. The mid-ogres had grown into great ogres, and great ogres don't come one at a time. They came in packs now, moving like something with a plan. Overseas, ordinary beasts were swelling to the size of houses and stepping into cities. The clock I'd been racing had never been a figure of speech, so this was where it stood. I had my father's crime lying on a prosecutor's desk, and my father's denial holding it there. I had the knife loose in the shadows, the hand still in the boardroom, and the old man up the arm with a real crack running through him at last, cornered, not fallen. The evidence had started something, only the takeover was going to finish it. The takeover was going to finish it. The clock got to the gate first. They came out of the dungeon mouth in a pack. Monkey demons, the medium ones, dozens of them pouring across the lot toward the offices. I sent my adventurer department the other way, home, to stand in their own doorways. A man fights better in front of his own family than in front of his boss. Then I closed the gate behind me and stayed on the wrong side of it alone. The handgun is illegal above ground. On a day the ground itself is spilling monsters. Nobody writes that ticket. I put down the medium ones as they came. doing the arithmetic on ammunition, and distance the way I once did it on a can of coffee at the bottom of a pit. Then the big one arrived. Nearly 3 meters of it, fire building at the back of its throat, a torn-up utility pole swinging in one fist. I threw the bola, 2 iron dumbbells on a cord, homemade, and it wound around the pole and did nothing else worth mentioning. So I stopped improvising and summoned. Bruno hit the lot at a run and pinned the smaller stragglers, jaws working, exactly as told. For the big one, I needed more, and I said the words I don't say lightly. Monica came through the summon with fire already at her fingers, and her first lightning cracked across the thing and left it standing. It drove the pole into the asphalt and rode the ground out from under the charge. So I changed the equation. Cut the lines, I told her, and pointed up. She sheared through the power cables overhead with a blade of her own magic, and I fed the loose current into her second strike. The demon and about a city block of streetlights went white at once. When the light cleared, there was a magic stone the size of a fist, and the medium demons were already running. Later, I watched the rest of it on television. A monster hunting variety show had been shooting on location when the surge hit, and the girls I sponsor met it head-on. A katana taking a leg, an iron bar to the skull when it staggered, brass knuckles closing its jaw. They fought like professionals because they are, black belts everyone, and because weeks earlier, I'd handed them boost potions and told them to keep the bottles for a bad day. This was the bad day. The announcer begged the audience to support the show. The magic mail order had already sold out of every potion on the screen. They named it afterward, the first stampede. A lot of people did not come home from it. The Adventurer Guild came out of it famous, and I sat in front of the news doing a different kind of math. How much magic was still down there, unburned, waiting to spill again? The answer was most of it. This had been the tip. I took the question to Foster over Blowfish, where we take everything. He was a senator now, off the confidence I'd bottled for him, and he owed me a landslide. I congratulated him and let him ask his favor first. Some supporter's relative who needed to pass a civil exam, and would the clever juice help? I set 10 bottles of the intelligence potion on the table for free and let the debt sit there between us, warm as the pot. A politician who owes you is worth more than one who likes you. Then I asked what the government meant to do about the monsters getting bigger. Not much, was the shape of his answer, paraphrased through a man being careful. The new members had no weight to throw around. The monster hunting bills were stalled. Letting people carry guns above ground frightened the public, and the law always arrives years after the thing it is meant to stop. He was sorry. He was busy. He enjoyed the meal. I didn't blame him. I just stopped waiting for the law to save anyone. So I went to see the problem myself. Down in the dungeon, a homeless man was begging adventurers to help his friend, and they were stepping around him like a puddle. I don't owe strangers anything. I helped anyway. His friend was barricaded behind a wall of garbage, holding off a tanuki thing the size of a big dog. Bruno went in and took a bite to the leg for it, a floor 1 monster, and it hurt my dog. That told me more than any senator had. I put the thing down with one swing of the mace, it turned to stone, and I gave Bruno the potion and a word. The man said the monsters were getting tough. He was right, and he had no idea how right. I walked the floor testing them, some faster, some stronger, all of them dropping bigger stones than they used to. The surplus magic wasn't just leaking now, it was picking up speed. I'd already threaded draining devices through half the world, and stacking on more of them could kill me. That left one lever. Not drain the magic, burn it. Spend it. Everywhere. Faster than the world could make it. Every shop, every product, every buyer, another small mouth chewing the surplus down. That was going to take the whole company. All of it. Which brought me back to my father. Here is the thing about a video of a man taking a bribe. He can call it a fake. My father had, and the case had stalled on his denial and slid toward nothing. And its one honest effect had been to crater Walton stock, which was exactly the weakness I'd spent a year buying into. A man can deny a video. He cannot outvote a share he no longer holds. I didn't shout at the meeting. You don't shout when the arithmetic is already done. I sat at the extraordinary shareholders meeting with the controlling stake in my name, bought quietly, with money the dungeons built, held as the one heir he'd never meant it to reach. And I let the count happen. When it was finished, I was president of the Walton Dungeon Company, and the man who had signed me away in a police station like a returned parcel was standing on the wrong side of his own table. He didn't fold gracefully. He never has. He told the room, cold, that the dungeon and the land around it were still his, held on a yearly lease with about half a year left on it, and a president with no ground under his tower owns nothing. He was already moving, I could hear it, to spin the land off into a separate company he could keep. I told him not to panic. It was all anticipated. I had a countermeasure, and half a year was more time than I needed to use it. Then I did the part that makes a seizure real instead of ceremonial. I cleared the executive floor, every one of his men, and moved my Greenleaf people into the chairs. You can lose a title and claw it back. You cannot claw back a building that no longer knows your face. The porter was in the president's chair. I didn't feel triumph, exactly. I felt the way you feel when a long sum finally balances. The knife was still loose out there, and the hand still sat in some other boardroom, but the old man at the top of the arm had just felt the floor go out from under him. Cornered, not finished. There is a difference, and I meant to keep it. The fall was coming, but not today, and not the way blood usually ends these things. With the company mine, I turned it into a mouth. I raised the magic stone buy price 2% and hung out a sign for it, and sellers came the way water finds the low place. Mithril demand had cooled once the accessory craze ran its cycle, so I put the effort somewhere new, a juice that made ordinary medicine work better. Taken with a drug, it multiplied the effect, and it left no trace, because it worked through magic, and nobody on Earth can yet measure magic. I showed a sample to Miller. He worried, the way he always worries, that it brushed against drug law. Then he turned it over in the light and admitted that a medicine no test could catch was either a nightmare or the invention of the decade, and probably both. He called it significant. From Miller, that is a standing ovation. Certification was the wall. So I sent word to my senator, the same one still drinking my confidence juice before every speech, 30 bottles at a time, now that his party wanted it for a by-election, and asked him to get dungeon potions recognized as a category of their own. Magic medicine. Everything is a lever if you set it against the right wall. There was one door money couldn't open, and it wasn't on Earth. I still felt the pull, the itch that dragged me into dungeons whether I wanted to go or not, and I'd started to wonder whether it was mine at all. To find out, I needed forbidden books, and forbidden books live with kings. So I crossed over and called on an old acquaintance, Marquis Weston, whom I hadn't seen in more than 2 years. He assumed I'd come to make him rich. He wasn't wrong. I offered him a method to stretch a man's lifespan, draining a dungeon core of its mana without killing it, buying years off the top, at the price of the dungeon lying dead for a single day. For a noble with an aging king to flatter, that was worth a wyvern ride to the capital. He asked what I wanted. Rare potions, I said, and magic circle books. The forbidden ones, if he could reach them. A week later, he came back beaming, arms full. The books gave up their secret fast. Mental magic, they said, could be jammed the way you jam a radio, flood the same channel with noise, and a mana wall, tuned to shift a spell's wavelength, could turn the whole class of it away. I read that twice, then built the wall in my own head and tuned it, and the itch that had run me into every dungeon for years simply switched off. Silence where the compulsion had been. It had never been a curse. Someone had been steering me, and now they weren't. The administrator noticed at once, and she was not pleased. She turned up in my sleep, that hand-sized scrap of light, complaining that I'd broken her leash and threatening to snap it back on. Then she reached for the wall in my head and found she couldn't move it, my level too high. My experience fixed in a way she hadn't planned for, and the threat went out of her voice like air out of a tire. What was left was almost honest. She had been human once, she said, before whatever she is now. She wanted to save humanity. She also thought humanity had grown arrogant enough to half deserve the fire coming for it, both at once, and she didn't pretend otherwise. There was an unease under it I hadn't heard from her before, like someone watching a flood rise on a house she used to live in. I asked her the one thing that mattered, whether the food I sold, the juice, the sweetener, was safe, or whether it would turn back to raw magic in people's stomachs and kill them. She told me it was safe. She told me because I'd asked her straight. That was a weight I hadn't known I was carrying, set down. The confirmation I needed from a higher place came at dinner from a lower one. Foster was glowing over the blowfish. The magic medicine bill had passed. He couldn't get my juice stamped as a drug outright, but the law now recognized that magic could carry real effect, and that was the door I'd actually wanted. I told him I'd already built a circuit that could detect a potion's magic, the missing measuring stick, and that we'd walk it through together. Then he leaned in and said the quiet part. The Earth was heading for destruction, and the excess magic was why. The stampedes were the proof. Monsters and dungeons, he said, had probably been made to eat surplus magic in the first place, and we needed far more hunting, far faster. When I pressed him on where a senator gets a fact like that, he went vague, a certain source, and I let it go. go. I had already heard it confirmed by something that used to be human in a dream. 2 witnesses, one of them a fairy. I'd stopped needing to be convinced. So I fed the mouths, a sweetener first, a rare otherworld herb that turns bitter medicine sweet enough for a child, and that only grows in sterile soil, which is expensive there and trivial here. I blended it, ran it over a magic circuit, and got a syrup that made anything delicious and carried no calories at all because magic has none. Green leaf sugar water, sold as raw stock to any soft drink maker who'd take it. Magic in a cola, magic in a cocktail. Then the rest, fast. A coin pressed from magic stone powder that soaks up magic until it glows. Money you charge like a battery, so spending it spends the surplus. A bullet carved with a circuit fine enough to read the magic in a human body and stop dead a hand's breadth short of it. I blew up a gun on myself, learning it needed a delay after firing, then got it right so a dungeon could be made safe enough to sell as a day out. A plan to turn the shallow floors into an amusement park and relay the deep ones for gambling. Dressed up so the government would finally want to manage dungeons. Every one of them a small mouth. Thousands of them, if it worked, chewing at the world's surplus around the clock. It still wasn't enough. It was more than had ever been aimed at the problem before. I closed the season the way I close most things, quietly, behind a wall. The Walton Dungeon's boss was a giant eagle whose scream deafens and dizzies, and it was fast enough to shrug off the bola. But a scream is a mental thing, and I now had a wall for mental things. I stood behind it, let the sound break against nothing, and put the bird down with a confusion tool out of the forbidden book. A nasty, self-spending little trick I was glad Alma and Bruno hadn't been there to need. The best countermeasure, the jamming circuit the book only hinted at, hadn't been in my copy. Somebody was keeping it back, which meant somebody was already building the next thing to aim at me. So I decided to stay out of boss rooms for a while. I had a company, a senator, a monopoly, a sweetener headed for every vending machine, and a doomsday clock I finally believed in. I had my father out of his chair and clinging to a lease like a man holding a door with no wall left around it. The knife, the hand, the old man on the arm, all still standing, technically. Not for much longer. The takeover had finished the part I'd promised it would. The rest was just waiting for the blood to run out. The email came from a blogger I had never met, about a sickness no elixir could touch. I drove out to see the man it was written about. He looked healthy enough. He told me the dizziness had not stopped once in 5 years, ever since the dungeons came, and that the doctors called it dungeon syndrome and had nothing to offer him but the name. I laid out a magic circuit on his floor and had him lie on it so I could watch the magic move inside him. It moved wrong. There were circuits under his skin that had no business being there, tangled where they should have been smooth, and every turn of them wrung the dizziness out of him. I studied the shape until I understood it. Then I unpicked it. He sat up, blinking, and told me the world had stopped tilting. He thanked me like a man who had forgotten how. After that, I left the treatment to licensed doctors. Curing strangers on my own floor was a lawsuit waiting to happen, and I had enough of those. Then I ran the circuit over myself, out of nothing but habit, and there they were. My own skin was written over with the same kind of circuitry, thick with it, gathered where my magic wall lived. A voice told me not to erase it. It said the thing on me was a curse, a piece of mental magic, and that if I learned to read it, I could lay the same on others. I sat with that a while. Someone had been steering my hand for years and left the instructions behind on my body like a signature. I did not erase it. I read it instead. I tested it on the dog first, because the dog forgives me. I gave Bruno a small tattoo that put a soft light over his head like a lamp, and he spent an hour chasing it in circles before he understood it went where he went. One of my people came in, saw the light riding above him, and asked if it was a ghost or a new product. When I said neither, he told me that if I could change the color and the shape, it would sell like tattoos. I looked at the light a moment longer and did the arithmetic. Every tattoo would be a magic circuit printed on a person. Every circuit would burn a little magic to run, all day, forever. 1 is nothing. 10 million is a plan. Another few million small mouths chewing the surplus down while their owners thought they were only being fashionable. So we made them. Cheap, printed, designed by a name people trusted, worn by the idols off the monster hunting shows within the week. They spread the way vanity always spreads. And in one design, buried in the pattern where no one would look, I hit a circuit that answered to exactly one signature in the world, my nephew's. Trevor had never in his life passed up a chance to be seen. I did not have to hunt him. I only had to wait for him to decorate himself and tell me where he was standing. He did it inside a month. The beacon led me to a town I had no other reason to visit, and to a man who went pale the second he turned and saw whose face it was. He tried to jump. Trevor's whole trick was teleporting out of trouble, and he reached for it the way he always had. Nothing happened. I had already sealed a circuit into him that shut the skill off, quietly, from across the street, before he ever knew I was there. He tried again, harder, and got the same nothing, and I watched the confidence drain out of his face and leave only the boy underneath. Just as I thought, I told him. You show-offs always use it. He asked me why. Not why it failed. Why I had come myself. Why I would not just let it go. The whole tired list of a man who has never once had to sit inside what he has done. I did not argue with him. Arguing would have been a kind of mercy, and I was not there to be merciful. I was there to be exact. I put him down with the toilet plunger, which is undignified and effective, and, in his case, deserved. Then I knelt and sealed the rest of the circuits into him, one after another. The mental magic I had read off my own skin turned the other way. They did not hurt him. That was the point. I could have hurt him and it would have taught him nothing. Instead, I set a circuit that made him feel it. Every face he had ruined, every man he had thrown to the dark to save himself, every small cruelty he had walked away from whistling, all of it, brought up to the front of him and held there where he could not look away. I will seal plenty more into you, I said, and I did. I handed him to the police whole and unmarked, and there was nothing they could charge me with because a plunger leaves no wound and a conscience is not evidence. They put him in a cell, and in that cell, the thing I had planted did its work, and the guilt he had outrun his whole life finally caught him, and he broke. The knife had been loose out there for a long time. Now it was in a drawer, and it had started, at last, to cut only itself. Chloe called me a while later to say Trevor and his whole crew had turned into model prisoners. She said it carefully, the way you report weather you don't understand. I said good and meant it, and did not explain why. Then the rats came. They boiled up out of the low floors in a gray tide, forearm-long things with fur like filed steel. Thousands of them, then tens of thousands. The little monkey demons that used to eat them had thinned out, and nothing had taken the job, so the rats bred until the ground moved. My people swung at them. Bruno tore through a dozen, and it changed nothing. There is no biting your way through a flood. The soldiers ended it the way you end vermin. Helicopters came low and laid poison bait across the whole spread of them, and the tide simply stopped, and the country came out the other side with cuts and bruises, and its cities still standing. We gathered the corpses and turned them into magic at the guild, cheap by the ton, and I bought the magic back for ink. Foster's office emailed asking for a circuit to convert the piles they had overseas, because overseas was not cuts and bruises. Overseas, 5-meter crocodiles were walking through downtowns and pulling buildings apart. I did the math on it standing there. This stampede was hundreds of times bigger than the last one, and it had done less. Not because it was gentler, because the surplus magic here was lower than it should have been, lower every month, drained off through 1,000 small mouths I had scattered across the country, wearing my products and never knowing it. Somewhere out there, my plan had stopped being a theory. Here, the doomsday clock had begun, very slightly, to slow. I crossed over that night and dropped onto the sofa like a sack, and Alma leaned over me and asked what the old man smell was. Tired, I said. She sat on the arm of the couch and let me be tired, which is its own kind of gift. I told her the shape of it, that the world seemed to want balance, neither too much magic nor too little, and that I could not tell whether I was helping it or only interfering. She said, in her plain way, that balance was exactly the point, and that things mostly went as they would go, whether a man fretted or not. Then she got up and started listing off her morning, the wake-up and the wash and the makeup, ordinary as bread. I sat straight up. Makeup, a small thing everyone did every day without a second thought. If I could build a charm circuit, a tiny piece of mental magic that made a person a shade more likable, they would wear it the way they wore their own face, and it would burn magic every waking hour, the way the tattoos did, only more, and by more people, and more often. In this world, such magic was beneath contempt, a cheap trick nobles laughed at behind their mind shields. On Earth, it would be the biggest small mouth I had ever set loose. I told Alma I loved her, which flustered her, and decided on the couch to stake the company on it. Half a year later, the charm circuit was on nearly everyone, and my brother called me to the Walton dungeon to talk. The plaza was empty when I got there. No guards, no crews, no one, which told me most of what the meeting was going to be before Gordon walked out alone to say it. He told me to stop leaning on the politicians, to take my hands off the family's arrangements. I told him no. There was not much else to say to a man who had come to a fight dressed as a conversation. He signaled, and 10 men stepped out of the empty air around me with guns up. Dark adventurers, the kind who buy a skill that slides your eyes off them. Mine did not slide. I walked straight into the middle of them before the first one finished deciding to fire, and I put them all on the ground with my hands, and it was over so fast it was almost rude. Then Gordon drew the sword, the family heirloom, the one thing in that house older than his ambition. He told me he had conquered a dungeon and reached level 52, told it to me like it was a number that should frighten someone. He cut at me with a skill, then another, and each stroke broke against my magic wall the way rain breaks against a window and runs down it. He called his best one by name and swung it with everything he had left. The blade shattered. The heirloom came apart in his hand in a spray of bright pieces, and he stood there in the ringing quiet, holding a stub of a thing, breathing hard, out of magic and out of tricks, and finally, visibly, out of the belief that any of it had ever been going to work. That was when the dungeon opened behind him. They came out of the mouth of it in a pouring rush, cats the size of tigers, dozens of them, a stampede breaking loose the way the rats had, the way everything did now, where the surplus ran high. The empty plaza he had cleared for our private little murder had no walls, no crews, no one to hold a line, just the two of us and the flood. I took the mace out of my item box and went to work. A monster came at me and folded to a stone, another and another. Behind my wall, none of it touched me. That is what the wall is. It does not care how many. Gordon had no wall. He had a broken sword and an empty tank and a level that meant nothing against a thing that outweighed him. And the flood did not know he was anybody's brother. I saw him backing away. I heard him telling it to stay back, the way you talk to a dog and not a wave. And then the dust closed over where he had been. I did not reach him in time. That is the truth of it, and I have turned it over more than once since. I could not have struck him if I had wanted to, and I did not want to, and none of that mattered to the outcome. He did not survive what came through that gate. The catastrophe he had spent his whole career refusing to look at reached down into the plaza he had emptied for me, and it took him instead. I cleared the last of them off the stones and stood in the settling gray. There was no triumph in it. There was the flat, tired quiet you get when a long sum finally balances, and the number is a person you shared a childhood with. The hand had come off the arm. Only the old man was left up top. I walked into the city and into the company that used to be my father's chair, and an employee told me, white around the mouth, that the stampedes were breaking out around every dungeon now. At home, they stayed penned to the dungeon mouths. Overseas, they were swallowing whole districts. The television in the corner said the same thing in a witness's shaking voice. A creature the size of a wildcat had swollen to the size of a tiger in front of her, and if the soldiers had not brought a rocket launcher, it would have gone worse. I stood there and let the numbers settle. The country's surplus magic had dropped, really dropped, enough that the same disaster that gutted a foreign city here stayed a bad afternoon at a dungeon gate. Every tattoo, every coin, every drop of charm the whole country was pouring on its face each morning was eating the fire down before it could catch. It was working. After everything, the one thing I had gambled the company and my own name on was actually working. I did not feel like celebrating. I felt like a man watching a levee hold in one town while he listens to another one drown. Chloe came in at a run. She was out of breath and frightened, and she got out that her father had taken the heirloom sword and gone somewhere and would not answer. I already knew where. I told her the kind lie first because she was owed the chance to take it. Your father died fighting monsters, I said. It was a brave end. She went still. Then she looked at me the way only someone who grew up in that house could look, and she said it flat. He tried to kill you, didn't he? I did not answer, which was answer enough. She did not cry the way I braced for. She just nodded, slow, like a girl setting down a bag she had carried too far. She had always known what the rest of them were. She had only hoped, the way you hope, that her own father might turn out to be the exception, and now she had her answer about that too. I'll give up the inheritance, she said, not bargaining, just laying it down. I let her, and standing there with the last innocent Walton in front of me, I found I did not want the thing they had all killed each other over. I don't need the Walton dungeon, I told her. I'll give it to the government. I would leave money enough that she never had to touch the family for anything again. The knife was in a cell, cutting only itself. The hand was gone into the dust of the pit he built for me. That left one. The old man on the arm, up at the top of everything, cornered now and entirely alone, holding a lease on land that no longer owned him, and a name that no longer meant a thing. I had never wanted the dynasty. I only wanted to be able to set it down. There was just one signature left to collect before I could. I found my father in the garden, the way you find the last number at the bottom of a long column. He was standing among the clipped hedges with his hands behind his back, looking at nothing, in the good dark coat he wore to funerals and to boardrooms, because to him they were the same kind of event. He did not turn when I came up the gravel. He had known I would come. He had probably known for a year. "You went this far, huh?" I said. I told him it was over. I told him plainly. The way I would tell a supplier a shipment had missed its window. No heat in it. The police had the bribery trail he thought he had buried. They had the paper on the journalist who had died asking the wrong questions. They had the assassin's own recording, the one his hired man never knew was running. All of it had been sitting in a drawer for months, waiting for the one thing it needed to become real. And the one thing was this, that he no longer owned the men who owned the drawer. He answered the way he always answered, which was to explain himself as though explaining were the same as being forgiven. He laid the whole dynasty out for me. He told it flat and proud. The schemes reported like a will read aloud. One of his children groomed for politics, so the family would have a hand inside the government. Me set down for the company, back when I was still worth setting down. Trevor kept to bind the company and the dungeon together into the next generation, so the Walton name would run another 100 years, whether or not any single Walton deserved it. The disownment. The loans taken out against my name after I was gone. When a dead son is only a signature nobody checks. The bodies moved quietly so the line could stay clean. He recited it the way a man recites the cost of a thing he still believes was worth the price. And I stood there, and I let the old arithmetic finally close, because I had heard a version of this speech before. Not from him. From a hole in the ground in another world, 5 years deep, sitting on a heap of mattresses with a can of coffee I had ordered from a place that did not want me, listening to the goblins that had not gotten around to killing me yet. I had carried other people's bags for 5 years in that life, and it had taken those people about 4 seconds to decide I was luggage they could drop down a pit. Standing in my father's garden, I understood that he had made the same decision, only faster, and about his own blood, and had called it a plan. He had built an entire house on the idea that some people are cargo. He had thrown me away before I ever left for another world, and he had done it in less time than it takes to sign a form. The coffee in that pit had been the coldest thing I ever tasted. This was colder, and I did not even have to drink it. I did not raise my voice. Arguing would have been a kindness, and I had not driven out to the estate to be kind. I had come to collect the last signature, so I did what the itemizer does instead of the brawler. I had handed the evidence to the people whose job it was to care about it. I had bought the company that used to shield him, floor by floor, until the walls he hid behind belonged to me. And then I had simply stepped back and let the law he had spent his life bending do the one thing he had never once let it do to a Walton. I let it reach him. The sirens came up the long drive while he was still talking. He heard them. I watched him hear them. Something moved behind his face and then went still again, the way water settles. He did not run. There was nowhere in the world left for a man like him to run that he had not already sold or lost, and he knew it better than I did. They came through the garden gate in a line, unhurried, the blue light sweeping the hedges in slow strokes. They were polite about it, which somehow made it worse. One of them said the word murder, and then he said my father's name in front of it, and the two words fit together like they had been machined for each other. My father put his hands out. He did not look at the officers. For one moment, the last moment, he looked at me, the son he had signed away, standing on the gravel of the estate he had ruled, wearing a plain dark jacket that could have belonged to any middle manager alive, owning quietly every wall around us. He looked at me and he understood, finally and completely, that the stranger he had thrown out was the reason the drive was full of blue light. Then he said nothing. That was the thing I had not expected. I had built the whole machine of this year, braced for his voice, the excuses, the dynasty, one more speech about the price of things, and in the end, the man who had never stopped explaining himself was led out of his own garden with his mouth shut. They walked him down the gravel between them, an upright gray man in a good coat, and put him in the back of a car, and closed the door on him the way you close a ledger. The knife had gone into a cell months ago and started at last to cut only itself. The hand had gone into the dust of a pit it dug for me, and now the arm, the old man at the top of all of it, up where the whole weight had always hung, the arm came off too. The car pulled around the fountain and out through the gate, and the family that had thrown me away twice was, all of it, answered. I stood in the empty garden and I said it to the gravel. Serves you right. Flat. No music under it. I had thought all those months that this was the sentence the whole year had been building toward, and I had expected it to feel like something. It felt like the flat, tired quiet you get when a long sum finally balances, and the number at the bottom is a man you share a name with. I took stock, because taking stock is the only prayer I know. The nephew, who put a knife to my life, had been stopped without a wound and left in a cell to meet, at last, the the conscience he had spent years outrunning. He had broken on it and come out the other side something better. The brother who lured me to an emptied plaza had fallen to the very catastrophe he was too proud to believe in. In a stampede I could not have reached him through if I had wanted to. And the father, the arm, the top of the column. The father had gone off in a car with the law's hand on his shoulder. Every one of them answered, and not one of them by my hand as a murderer. I had made myself a promise, back at the bottom of that first pit, that I would take these people apart without becoming the thing that had made them. It would have been so easy to become that thing. The whole year had offered me the shortcut, over and over, in a dozen quiet rooms. I had not taken it. The sum balanced clean, and my hands were still my own, but the ledger was not closed. It only felt closed, and feelings lie. Out past this garden, the world was still filling with a magic it did not know how to spend, still tipping toward the day the surplus broke it open. That arithmetic did not care that my father was in a car. There were still a great many small mouths to set loose on the world before I could rest, and the mouths did not feed themselves. I had a family to get back to, and a planet to keep from ending. I left the garden and did not look back at the house. A year is a long time to feed a starving world, and the world, it turned out, had a bottomless appetite. The medicine bill went through. The green juice I had spent so long pretending was only a health drink was licensed as an actual treatment, and half a country started drinking its surplus magic down with breakfast without ever knowing that was what they were doing. Magic currency came in behind it, coins that quietly ate a little of the ambient power every time they changed hands. And they changed hands constantly, because money always does. Every till in every shop had become one more small mouth chewing the surplus down, and the stampedes stopped, not slowed, stopped. A year, and not one broke loose in the country. The monsters still spilled from dungeon mouths, still had to be met and put down, but the great tides that had once gutted whole districts stayed penned where they started, because the pressure that fed them had somewhere else to go now, into 100 million cups of juice and 1 billion passing coins. The doomsday clock, where I had my hands on it, had simply stopped ticking. The magic circuits sold like nothing I had ever priced. Patents recognized, factories opening overseas. The little printed sheets of power turning up in raincoats and doorbells and children's toys. The circuits still needed my skill to source the deep materials, for now. But the world itself was starting to help. Earth's plants and animals had begun, very slowly, to evolve toward the useful, growing the metals and essences inside themselves that once only a dungeon could give. Give it another generation, and the planet would feed its own hunger. The Adventurer Guild had become the most popular thing in the country. Whole payrolls quit their desks to go hunt monsters full-time, dreaming of the broadcasts and the sponsorships. Even children hauled small corpses in for coin, because every corpse converted was a little more surplus burned, and the whole nation had, without quite deciding to, sworn itself to the same job I had. My own company ran so smoothly, I had become a figurehead of it, a president who signed things other people had already gotten right. They wanted to give me a prize for the circuits. I planned to turn it down. I had only combined magic circles other people already knew. The trick had never been the invention. The trick had been being the one man alive who could see the whole ledger at once. So I did the thing a man does when the ledger, for one impossible afternoon, comes up level. I took the day off. The day. "Let's go to the sea," I had said that morning, and for once, nobody argued with me. I brought all of them. Alma, who had freed herself the moment I freed her, and never once looked back at the stall I bought her from. Aaron, watching the horizon, and, more closely, the calorie count of the lunch. Monica, already narrating her own arrival to the waves like the sea had been waiting for her. Bruno tore in circles across the wet sand, dug a hole with the grave focus of a professional, and lost interest in it entirely. And Chloe, my niece, the one Walton with a clean conscience, who had renounced a fortune rather than stand on the money her family had made. Chloe stood at the water's edge, with her shoes in her hand, free of a name that had only ever weighed her down. We set the mats out under the parasols. We ate too much. Aaron scolded Alma for eating whatever she wanted and staying exactly as she was. Alma shrugged and said she had not done anything special, which was, I had learned over the years, the most dangerous sentence she owned. Monica demanded to know the secret. Chloe, half laughing, asked how all three of them managed to look like that, and the wives traded a look over her head that I pretended not to see. I sat in the middle of it in the sun, with sand in my shoes, and let it happen. This was the thing they had punished me for, in both worlds. Not my level, not my skills, not the money, the trust. I had trusted a party of adventurers to pull me up out of a hole, and they had cut the rope. I had trusted a family to see a son, and they had seen an asset. Twice the world had thrown me away for the crime of reaching out a hand, and twice it had taught me the same lesson, which was that I was a fool for reaching. I had reached anyway, one more time, when it made no sense to, and this time, the hands that took mine had not let go. The very thing that got me killed at the bottom of that first pit was now the thing holding the whole of my life together on a warm beach with sand in it. The wound had not been healed. It had been answered, which is different and better, and the only kind of healing the world had ever actually offered me. The list I had started at the bottom of the pit was done. I did not need to say so. I just let the sea say it for me. The peace lasted right up until 3 young men decided it belonged to them. They came swaggering down the sand the way that kind always does, loud before they were close, already sure of the ending. One of them looked our mats over and announced it was all beauties down here except for the old man guardian. Another counted the 3 foreigners like he was pricing them. The third asked, grinning, whether they should get rid of the old man first, and the first one said nice, and that was the whole of their plan, start to finish. Bruno's ears went flat and a growl started in his chest. Wait, I told him. He waited. He is a very good dog. I reached into the item box and took out a toilet plunger. I want to be clear that I did not do anything clever. I did not need to. I had walked through dungeons that ate professional adventurers for a living. 3 boys who skipped leg day were not a combat encounter. They were a chore. I crossed the sand and I put each of them down with a single unhurried swing of a rubber cup on a stick. 1, 2, 3. The way you'd flip switches off on your way out of a room. They lay in the sand in a neat row, looking very surprised about the whole arc of their afternoon. Bruno trotted over and, with enormous dignity, marked one of them, then looked up at me for approval. He got it. Chloe stared. Uncle, you're strong, she said, which was both true and the least of it. Monica declared it the 7th wonder of something or other. Alma just handed me back the sunscreen, unbothered. Like knocking out 3 men was a normal thing to interrupt lunch for, which, in our family, it more or less was. Then the wind turned, and turned mean. The forecast had a typhoon 4 days out, and the sea had started rehearsing for it early, throwing spray and dragging the parasols sideways. We decided to pack it in. I was rolling a mat, half listening to Monica argue that a little wind never hurt anyone, when I heard an engine. It was the wrong engine. Not a boat, not a car. Something heavy, tracked, grinding up over the dunes with a low iron cough. And then it came over the rise, and it was a tank. An actual tank. Squat and gray and impossible. Its long barrel swinging down toward a family on a public beach, as if the 2 things belonged in the same world. I did not get the chance to understand it. Understanding could come later. What I had was seconds, and I had learned in a pit 5 years ago exactly what 4 seconds are worth. The wives moved before I finished turning. Alma, Aaron, and Monica threw themselves in front of Chloe with their hands already up, and a wall of shield magic bloomed across the sand between the girl and the barrel. 3 casters. No hesitation, no discussion. They had chosen her without a word, the way I had once needed someone to choose me, and no one had. I reached for them. The barrel flashed. Dimensional movement, I said. The skill took hold in the same instant the shell arrived. I felt the pull grab me, and I felt the blast hit the same half second. The 2 forces fighting over my body like dogs over a rope, and the rope was me, and the rope went the wrong way. The beach tore away. The wind, the sea, the shield of my wives standing over my niece, all of it ripped sideways into white, and I was thrown somewhere the map did not go. Ow! Where is this? What happened? I was face down on cold paving stones in an alley that belonged to no city I had ever stood in. The buildings were the wrong shape. The signs were in a script I could not read. And I realized with the particular calm of a man who has hit rock bottom before and knows the floor plan, completely without a single thing I had been wearing. Administrator, answer me, I said. Nothing answered. Status, I said, and read it, and did not flinch, because I had read a status exactly this bad once before. Level 1, 100 out of 100 magic points. Everything I had built back up to over years, gone in the pull, reset to nothing, but not everything. The skills were still there, the item box, the mail order, dimensional movement itself, the very thing that had done this to me. My level was gone, myself was not. That was the whole difference a life had made. The last time this happened, I had arrived empty and afraid, and this time I arrived empty and merely annoyed. I put it together fast because there was nothing to be gained by putting it together slow. The shell and the skill had collided and thrown me off course. An accident, not an ambush, aimed at exactly this. I was in another world, not Alma's world, which I had long since named Airy, somewhere new. I decided to call it Bettina because a thing you can name is a thing you can start to own. The wives had a wall up over Chloe when I left. They were the strongest people I knew, and they were together, and I was not going to insult them by assuming they had not made it. They would look for me. Until then, the job was the same job it always was at the bottom. Survive, then stand, then win. I opened the mail order. The catalog had already begun to fill with this new world's cheap goods, the way it always did once I knew a place existed. I found a set of plain trunks going for almost nothing, and I bought them. All right, cheap trunks are available, I said, stepping into them. Now I'm a civilized person. I walked to the mouth of the alley and looked out at a strange street full of strangers who did not know me and had no reason to throw me away yet. A whole new world, and me at the bottom of it again, level 1, starting the long sum over from 0. Fine, I had done this twice. I knew the arithmetic by heart now. I stepped out into Bettina with one rule already decided, the only rule that had ever really been mine. I won't be a porter. No matter what, I won't be a porter. And I went to find out what this world had that it did not know how to spend.